The Hungry Steppe, Famine, Violence, and the Making of Soviet Kazakhstan. Sarah Cameron. Forearned. Until the spirits of the dead are honored, the living will not prosper. Kazakh proverb. Contents. Introduction 1:1. The steppe and the sown, peasants, nomads, and the transformation of the Kazakh steppe, 1896 to 1921-1902. Can you get to socialism by camel? The fate of pastoral nomadism in Soviet Kazakhstan, 1921 to 2845-3. Kazakhstan's Little October, the campaign against Kazakh elites, 1928-74. Nomads under siege, Kazakhstan and the launch of forced collectivization 97-5. Violence, flight, and hunger, the Sino-Kazakh border and the Kazakh famine 122-6. Kazakhstan and the politics of hunger, 1931-34 143. Conclusion 169. Epilogue 181. Explanatory note. The peoples and places in this book underwent numerous changes in nomenclature during Russian imperial and Soviet rule. In the imperial period, Russian sources referred to the steppe as the Kyrgyz steppe. Similarly, they referred to the steppe's nomadic inhabitants as Kyrgyz, even though these peoples referred to themselves as Kazakh. By the early Soviet period, Russian sources began to refer to the steppe as the Kazakh steppe and the nomadic peoples that inhabited it as Kazakhs. In 1936, Moscow adopted a different spelling for the republic and its titular nationality, referring to them as Kazakhstan and Kazakhs. For simplicity's sake, I refer to the peoples that are at the heart of this book as Kazakhs. I use the term Kazakh steppe to refer to the steppe prior to the advent of Soviet rule and the term Kazakhstan to refer to the republic during Soviet rule and after independence. In citing published works, I have kept the spelling used in the original. I have adopted the term the Hungry Steppe as the title of this book, although the phrase technically refers only to a portion of the region that I am studying. The Hungry Steppe, also known as the Betpak Dala, is an immense plateau located in the heart of Kazakhstan, just south of the city of Karaganda. The place that would become known as Kazakhstan began to assume its territorial form under Soviet rule. It was known first as the Kyrgyz Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic before it was renamed the Kazakh ASSR in 1925. As an ASSR, Kazakhstan was a constituent part of a federal republic, the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. In 1936, the republic gained Union Republic status, becoming known as the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. Throughout these shifts in administration, I refer to the republic simply as Kazakhstan. For Russian language materials, I have used the Library of Congress transliteration system. For Kazakh language materials, I have used the system in Edward Allworth, Nationalities of the Soviet East. The Kazakh language underwent several changes in script during the period that this study surveys. In the interest of consistency, all Kazakh terms have been transliterated from the Cyrillic, which is the script in use in Kazakhstan as of the publication of this book. I have transliterated the names of places and people according to these systems, except in a handful of cases where an English spelling has become standard or an exact transliteration seemed needlessly cumbersome. I have transliterated Kazakhs' names from Kazakh, but place names from Russian. In cases where I could not be certain whether an individual was Kazakh, I transliterated his or her name from the source language. All web links are current as of April 2018. I have translated the titles of all archival files, except when the source language would help the reader to find the document in a published collection. The maps contained in this book were created by Nathan Birch using ArcGIS 10.4.1 for desktop, which is created by Esri Inc. Terrain data from Global Multi-Resolution Terrain Elevation Data 2010 Earth Explorer. USGS.gov and river data from ESRI, World Major Rivers, data and maps for ArcGIS were used directly to create the maps. City locations were also created directly using latitude and longitude information from Wikipedia. But in other cases, The data used in the creation of these maps represent an estimate, as there is no definitive source for the period that these maps depict. Approximate water body data were derived from Yuri Bregel, The Principal Geographic Features and Provinces, an Historical Atlas of Central Asia 2003, 3, and ESRI, World Water Bodies, Data and Maps for Arctics. Approximate vegetation zone data were derived from Lamert-Bees, Cartography, Bregel, The Principal Geographic Features and Provinces, George J. Demko, Natural Regions of Kazakhstan, The Russian Colonization of Kazakhstan, 1896–1916, 12, and Global Multi-Resolution Terrain Elevation Data. Approximate administrative boundaries were derived from Bregel, The Principal Geographic Features and Provinces, Map Trust of the Moscow Department of Public Works, Map of the Asiatic part of the USSR, and United Nations Environment Programme, http://ede.grid.unep.ch. Approximate railroad boundaries were derived from Bregel, The Principal Geographic Features and Provinces. The Hungry Steppe. 1. I was still a child, but I could not forget this, said Z.H. Abay Shuli, recalling the Kazakh famine of 1930–33. My bones are shaking as these memories come into my mind. Officials with the Soviet regime had stripped Abay Shuli's family of their livestock and grain, and starving people were fleeing in every direction. His father's relatives fled Soviet Kazakhstan entirely, escaping across the border to China. For those who remained, Abay Shuli saw, hunger became a silent enemy. He remembered the arba, or horse-drawn cart that collected the bodies of the dead, dumping them in mass burial grounds on the outskirts of settlements. Many years after the Kazakh famine of 1930–33, Abay Shuli would fight on the front lines for the Red Army during World War II. Nonetheless, he believed that, surviving a famine is not less than surviving a war. Another famine survivor, Nurzultan Abd Iganuli, then a 7-year-old boy, saw several family members die of hunger before his eyes in the fall of 1932. Other relatives perished in a mountain valley as they fled to Kyrgyzia. In early 1933, the real black clouds of hunger came, Abd Iganuli recalled. His family moved south to Uzanagish, where his father took a position as the head of a district inspectorate commission. Though Abd Iganuli's grandmother had warned him to stay hidden under blankets during the journey, children could be kidnapped and eaten by the starving. Abd Iganuli peeked out from underneath them and saw corpses scattered across the ground, hints of the horrors that lay beyond. 2. As such recollections suggest, the period 1930–33 was a time of almost unimaginable sorrow in Soviet Kazakhstan, also known as the Kazakh Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic. A massive famine claimed the lives of 1.5 million people, a quarter of the republic's inhabitants, and ravaged a territory approximate in size to continental Europe. 3. The crisis upended lives and families, and left a trail of devastation in its wake. As hunger set in, over 1 million starving refugees from Kazakhstan flooded neighboring Soviet territories such as Kyrgyzia, Uzbekistan, the Middle Volga and Western Siberia, as well as China, creating a regional crisis of unprecedented proportions. 4. Some never returned to Kazakhstan, and today significant populations of Kazakhs, many descendants of those who fled during the famine's course, remain in Xinjiang, Russia, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. 5. Others fled within Kazakhstan, and by the disaster's end, more than half of the republic's remaining population had altered their district of residence. Prior to the famine, most Kazakhs practiced pastoral nomadism, migrating seasonally along predetermined routes to pasture their animals, including sheep, horses, and camels. 6. This practice had been the predominant way of life in the steppe for more than 4 millennia. 7. It was an adaptation to the scarcity of good pasture land and water. It was also a crucial source of identity, one that had often determined who was Kazakh and who was not in the steppe region. 8. But the famine forced Kazakhs to become sedentary, or abandon the economic practice of nomadism. Not only did this spark a sweeping shift in the steppe's economic practices, it also transformed Kazakh culture and identity. For those who survived, the famine years were deeply traumatic. Today, I tell people I don't remember the famine, said D. Olbikov, who got, in his words, a taste of starvation, living through the famine as a young child. In one of the most striking results of the famine, Olbikov and other Kazakhs who survived became a minority in their own republic. For the remainder of the Soviet period, Kazakhs would occupy a curious position in Kazakhstan, at once the titular nationality and at the same time an ethnic minority. Moscow's population policies, which would bring waves of settlers into the republic in the decades after the famine, would further contribute to Kazakhs' minority status. Only by the 1989 census did Kazakhs outnumber Russians, and it was not until the 1999 census, 8 years after the Soviet collapse, that Kazakhs constituted more than 50% of the population in Kazakhstan, by then an independent country. 11 In its staggering human toll, the Kazakh famine was certainly one of the most heinous crimes of the Stalinist regime. Yet the story of this famine has remained largely hidden from view, both in Kazakhstan and in the West. This book seeks to tell that story, asking two interrelated questions: what were the causes of the Kazakh famine of 1930–33? And how does this famine, an event long neglected in narratives of the Stalin era, alter our understanding of Soviet modernization and nation-making? It begins with the disaster's roots in the last decades of the Russian Empire and concludes with the Republic's slow road to economic recovery in the post-famine years of the mid-1930s. It argues that the Kazakh famine of 1930–33 was the result of Moscow's radical attempt to transform a group of Muslim, Turkic-speaking nomads known as Kazakhs, and a particular territory, Soviet Kazakhstan, into a modern, Soviet nation. It finds that through the most violent means the Kazakh famine created Soviet Kazakhstan, a stable territory with clearly delineated boundaries that was an integral part of the Soviet economic system, and forged a new Kazakh national identity. But the nature of this state-driven modernization was uneven. In many respects, Moscow failed to achieve its goals. Though the crisis embedded nationality as the primary marker of Kazakh identity, a goal of Moscow's nation-building efforts, it did not eliminate alternate forms of Kazakh identity entirely. Kazakhs' allegiances to various clans transformed by the famine and divorced from their original origins in the system of pastoral nomadism continued to exert an important influence in the post-famine years. Though Moscow sought to make Kazakhstan into a meatpacking center to rival Chicago, the regime's radical program of state-led transformation actually sparked the total collapse of the republic's livestock economy. 12. By the fall of 1933, over 90% of the animals in the republic had perished, a striking turn of events for what had been the Soviet Union's most important livestock base. 13. It would take more than 3 decades for Moscow to restore the republic's sheep and cattle numbers to their pre-famine levels. 14. Ultimately, neither Kazakhstan nor Kazakhs themselves became integrated into the Soviet system in precisely the ways that Moscow had originally hoped. The scars from the disaster would haunt the republic throughout the remainder of the Soviet era and shape its transformation into an independent nation in 1991. How did the story of the Kazakh famine, one of the most dramatic consequences of Stalinist modernization, become marginalized? It is in part because collectivization, the event that triggered devastating famines in Ukraine, Kazakhstan, the Volga Basin, and the Don and the Kuban regions, has been presented primarily as a story of peasants. In 1929, Joseph Stalin launched the first 5-year plan, a radical scheme to help the Soviet Union industrialize and catch up to the capitalist West. The collectivization of agriculture was at the heart of this modernization scheme. By forcing rural people to give up their land and livestock and enter collective farms, Moscow sought to tighten control over the food supply and boost the Soviet Union's production of meat and grain, particularly wheat. Through the institution of the collective farm, Moscow worked to sever local institutions and networks and firmly implant Soviet power in the countryside, an area that the Bolsheviks had long struggled to control. A large and distinguished body of literature has detailed this assault, focusing almost exclusively on the Soviet peasantry. 15. There are good reasons for this scholarly focus. The vast majority of people in the Soviet Union were peasants. On the eve of the October 1917 revolution, the peasantry accounted for more than 85% of the population, the industrial proletariat just 3%. 16. Though the Bolsheviks had seized power in the name of the working class, they found themselves the inheritors of a predominantly peasant state. Throughout the years of the new economic policy, the peasant question would preoccupy the Bolsheviks like no other, as they struggled to ensure a steady supply of grain from the countryside to the cities, confronted the threat of widespread peasant rebellion, and debated how best to incorporate this ideologically suspect group into state structures. Launched by Stalin in the midst of a food supply crisis, a shortage of grain on state markets, collectivization was an attempt to bring this recalcitrant group to heel. But the focus on the peasantry has obscured other facets of collectivization. At the margins of the former Russian Empire, in places like the Russian far north where hunter-gatherers predominated, or in the Russian Far East, home to a significant population of fishermen and hunters, or in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzia, Turkmenistan, Karakalpakia, Buryat Mongolia, and Kalmykia, all of which had majority pastoral nomadic populations, the Bolsheviks confronted ways of life that were clearly not peasant in their orientation. 17. If we broaden the story of collectivization to encompass these areas, then it is clear that the Soviet Union was not just a European power but an Asian one too. Collectivization was not only about the regime's attempt to increase the production of grain but also about the struggle to transition from a system of long-distance animal herding to a network of meatpacking combines and slaughterhouses. 18. Like other powers during the interwar period, the Soviet Union sought to bring arid regions dominated by nomadic societies further under state control. 19. Particularly in the West, the stories of the Soviet collectivization famines have focused largely on Ukrainians. 20. There are several reasons for this emphasis. On the most basic level, more Ukrainians died during the collectivization famines than any other nationality. Scholars estimate that somewhere between 5 and 9 million people died due to famine during collectivization. 21. Ukrainians, who were the majority ethnic group in Ukraine as well as an important ethnic group in the Kuban region, suffered acutely. In Ukraine alone, somewhere between 2.6 and 3.9 million people are believed to have died due to famine. 22. In absolute terms, Ukraine was the center of famine during the collectivization period. In the West, the issue of the Ukrainian famine has been buoyed by the Ukrainian diaspora. For many Ukrainians, the famine has come to serve as a crucial event in the creation of a national memory. Much of the scholarship on the Ukrainian famine has focused on the question of whether the crisis was used by Stalin to punish Ukrainians as an ethnic group, and the debate surrounding this question has frequently turned polemical, inflamed by ideological divisions as well as present-day political tensions between Ukraine and Russia. 23. Some Ukrainians have called upon the international community to recognize their famine as a genocide, and they have demanded retribution from Russia for their suffering. 24. To bolster the claim that the famine was used by Stalin to punish Ukrainians as an ethnic group, some scholars have sought to emphasize the uniqueness of Ukrainian suffering, downplaying or even neglecting to mention the horrors endured by other groups, such as the Kazakhs, during the same period. 25. But the charged debate over the Ukrainian famine has eclipsed other aspects of the story. The Don Cossacks and the Volga Germans also suffered disproportionately from famine. 26. Pockets of the Russian heartland, such as the province of Saratov, had high rates of famine mortality. In Kazakhstan, famine deaths were sharply ethnicized, though Kazakhs constituted just under 60% of the republic's total population on the eve of the famine. Some 90% of those who died in the Kazakh famine were Kazakhs. 27. The famine claimed the lives of more than 1 million Kazakhs, approximately 40% of all Kazakhs in the republic. 28. Ultimately, the Kazakhs would lose a greater percentage of their population due to famine than even the Ukrainians. 29. Inside the Soviet Union, the story of the Kazakh famine, like other crimes of Stalinism, was suppressed. In the immediate aftermath of the disaster, authorities in Moscow charged the Republic's party secretary Philip Goloshchikhin, whom they had removed from office at the height of the famine in early 1933, with committing distortions and errors during his tenure as the Republic's leader. Goloshchikhin was a colorful figure. An old Bolshevik who had originally trained as a dentist, he came to his post in Kazakhstan with an impressive array of revolutionary credentials. He was rumored to have been in the small circle of party cadres who carried out Vladimir Lenin's orders to execute the Tsar and his family. 30. He was renowned for his toughness and intense devotion to the Bolshevik cause, reportedly even going so far as to tell a cadre who pleaded for the release of his father from prison, "Communists don't have fathers." 31. In 1941, some years after being dismissed from his post in Kazakhstan, Goloshchikhin was shot as part of the purges, meeting a fate shared by many others who had joined the party in its early years. 32. Criticism of Goloshchikhin's leadership continued in subsequent decades, while the famine itself remained officially unacknowledged. 33. During preparations for the 1937 census, the first conducted after the famine, officials noted the dramatic drop in the Republic's Kazakh population. But they covered up the existence of a famine by arguing that such losses could be explained solely by the departure of many Kazakhs to neighboring republics to work during the period 1930–33, and this account, that missing Kazakhs had simply migrated away, became the predominant explanation for the republic's sharp demographic shift. 34. In his 1956 secret speech, Stalin's successor, Nikita Khrushchev, condemned Stalin for many crimes, but he failed to mention the collectivization famines. Anurzy Yakajabeva, who lived through the Kazakh famine as a young girl, recalled these decades. It wasn't safe to speak about the famine openly, the party and the authorities disapproved of it. Newspapers, books, schools, and institutes never touched upon this problem. 35. In the intervening years, families discussed the hardships they had suffered privately, while authors wove the story of the famine into Kazakh language novels and short stories. 36. In Kazakhstan, public analysis of the famine began in the late 1980s and early 1990s, as scholars discovered the republic's horrifying loss of life. 37. In the decade that followed the republic's transformation into an independent nation in 1991, discussion of the disaster dominated both scholarly and popular media. In 1992, Nursultan Nazarbayev, Kazakhstan's president, himself a holdover from the Soviet period, authorized an investigation, and this commission ruled it a genocide. 38. This outpouring of interest in the 1990s led to the publication of a number of important studies, but many of the works produced offered only a slightly revised version of the Soviet explanation for the famine. They depict Goloshchikhin as appropriating brutal policies from Stalin and intensifying them further, working to punish Kazakhs as an ethnic group. 39. The famine began to be referred to as Goloshchikhin's genocide. In part, the continuing fixation with Goloshchikhin was fueled by anti-Semitism. Goloshchikhin was a Jew, born to a family of humble origins in Vitebsk gubernia in the Russian Empire's western borderlands. 40. In an effort to intensify the perception of evil, several works by Kazakhstani authors relied on anti-Semitic tropes to depict Goloshchikhin's behavior during the famine. 41. Until recently in the West, there were few scholarly investigations into the Kazakh famine, and even its basic events and causes were not well known. 42. The reasons for this silence are many. During the 1920s and 1930s, few foreign travelers visited Kazakhstan. In Ukraine, the Welsh journalist Gareth Jones brought the horrors of the Ukrainian famine to the attention of the West, but in Kazakhstan there was no similar figure on the ground to chronicle the story. 43. Some 50 years later, the Ukrainian famine returned to view with the publication of the British historian Robert Conquest's seminal work, Harvest of Sorrow, in 1986. As Cold War tensions heightened, the U.S. Congress set up a commission to investigate the Ukrainian famine. 44 An active Ukrainian diaspora then kept the story alive, endowing institutes and centers for Ukrainian studies across North America. But there was no comparable movement among the much smaller Kazakh diaspora. As a result, the Kazakh famine, unlike many other crimes of Stalinism, was not incorporated into a Cold War narrative about the Soviet Union. As this book discusses in greater detail in a concluding chapter, after an explosion of interest in the 1990s, the current Kazakh government has largely turned away from public discussion of the famine, further reducing the likelihood that the story would be picked up in the West. Other factors, such as the lingering influence of evolutionary theory, which holds that the disappearance of mobile peoples and their transformation into settled societies is part of the inevitable outgrowth of modernity, may also explain the relative silence. When the Kazakh famine is mentioned in the scholarly literature, it is often referred to as a miscalculation, a misunderstanding of cultures, or as an event that can be attributed to Moscow's shameful neglect of the repercussions of its policies, depictions that would seem to downplay the disaster's violent nature. 45 Arguably, the persistent but mistaken notion that the collectivization of the Kazakhs was not a violent act, or at least not as violent as Stalinist crimes committed against settled societies, may be one of the reasons that the famine has been neglected for so long by scholars in the West. If the starvation of the Kazakhs was a problem that originated in part from natural causes, then historians of Soviet history should first turn their attention to unearthing those crimes that stemmed purely from human causes. More recently, an international group of scholars, the French scholar Isabelle Ohayon, the Italian scholar Niccolò Pianciola and the German scholar Robert Kindler, have published books on the Kazakh famine. 46 Drawing on a rich range of archival materials and using divergent approaches, including social, political, and economic history, they have made important contributions to the understanding of the famine's major events, causal factors, and effects on Kazakh society. Ohayon's study offers what she calls a social history of the sedentarization of the Kazakhs under Soviet rule. She focuses specifically on the catastrophic effects of forced settlement on Kazakh society, rather than on central decision-making. 47 Pianciola's book, by contrast, is grounded in economic history, an approach he uses to analyze the transformation of two pastoral nomadic societies, the Kazakhs and the Kyrgyz, under Russian imperial and Soviet rule. 48 Finally, Kindler's study examines the role of violence in the Kazakh famine, scrutinizing, in Kindler's words, how different actors used violence to generate order. 49 Though these scholars disagree over the extent to which Moscow anticipated the full dimensions of the crisis, all contend that Moscow sought to use the famine as a means of incorporating the Kazakhs into the party state. 50. This book supports this basic conclusion. But it seeks to revise the understanding of both the famine itself and this period in Soviet history by exploring the specific form that the incorporation of the Kazakhs was supposed to take. It focuses on Soviet nation-making and Soviet modernization. 51. It traces the frequent tensions that occurred between these two projects as Moscow sought to make the Kazakhs into a Soviet nation and guide the Republic into Soviet modernity, and it analyzes their outcome, which saw immense human suffering and the Republic's total economic collapse, but also the creation of a Kazakh national identity. Engaging with the field of environmental history, an area previously unexplored by scholars of the Kazakh famine, it contextualizes the disaster in the longer history of the steppe's agrarian transformation. While previous studies of the famine by Western scholars have relied solely on Russian language sources, this study incorporates both Kazakh and Russian language sources, permitting greater insight into the disaster's devastating consequences for Kazakh society. Though the story of the Kazakh famine has long been sidelined, it is in fact a crucial lens through which to view the transformations of the Stalin era. By turning to a region outside the Soviet Union's West, this study places the issue of Soviet modernization in a new light. 52 In Kazakhstan, the very scope of the Soviet modernization project to transform not just peasants but nomads into factory workers, a far greater leap through the Marxist-Leninist timeline of history, was strikingly different from areas further west. World War I played a crucial role in transforming European Russia, politicizing the millions of Russian peasants who served and laying the groundwork for the advent of mass politics, but the imprint of this conflict played out quite differently in the Kazakh steppe. Kazakhs, like other Central Asian men under Russian imperial rule, were specifically excluded from active combat for most of the war, and the steppe was distant from the front lines. 53. Further complicating Moscow's modernizing aims, Kazakh culture was primarily an oral culture rather than a literary one. Illiteracy rates in the Kazakh AUL, or nomadic encampment, were above 90%. 54. Though immense, the republic was sparsely populated, and it had little existing infrastructure such as dirt roads or telegraph connections. 55. Newspapers and other materials from Moscow reached Alma-Ata, the republic's capital, 30 to 40 days after they were printed, and postmen could travel 300 to 400 kilometers across the steppe by camel to deliver a piece of mail. 56. In Kazakhstan, the timing and tempo of Moscow's modernization project would also be distinct. In 1928, 11 years after the October 1917 revolution had transformed European Russia, Golozhkin declared that the Kazakh AUL had yet to undergo the October Revolution. He announced the onset of a little October, an October-style revolution from above, which he claimed would belatedly bring about far-reaching social change in the steppe. Party members rationalized that extraordinary speed was needed to help the Kazakhs catch up to settled groups, and, as the first five-year plan began, Kazakhstan's party committee proposed to settle and collectivize the Kazakhs simultaneously. 57. But Moscow's program of state-driven modernization sought to remake not only Kazakh society but also the Kazakh steppe itself. The environment of the steppe, like other arid and semi-arid zones, was highly unstable. Rainfall patterns varied dramatically from year to year. The distribution of good quality soils shifted regularly, with some soils becoming highly salinate over time. The dry winds that swept over the steppe, known as Sukhovii, periodically altered the shape and size of the region's bodies of water. Not only was this landscape unfamiliar to Soviet experts, it did not have clear parallels in the categories of analysis that they imported from European Russia, but its ecological instability posed a challenge to Marxist-Leninist ideas of economic development, which were predicated on the notion of constant and ever-increasing yields. Due to the steppe's unpredictable weather, the harvest from these lands might be plentiful one year and disastrous the next. This ecological instability would bedevil those who sought to transform the steppe into an agrarian region. Under Russian imperial rule, the first wave of Russian and Ukrainian peasants that dared to settle there suffered through such terrible deprivations due to poor harvests that the governor-generalship of the steppe temporarily closed the Kazakh steppe to further colonization. In the early Soviet period, experts, pointing to this history, warned of the dangers of settling the Kazakh nomads and expanding agricultural settlement further into the steppe. But the Central Committee decided that the possibility of getting an excellent grain harvest one year was worth the risk of a catastrophic harvest the next. In the summer of 1931, the Central Committee lost this gamble with human life, as a devastating drought intensified the famine first sparked by collectivization in the winter of 1930-31. Moscow never adjusted its grain procurement targets for this ecological instability, and Kazakhs had to make up the shortfall, intensifying the effects of the famine that had already begun. Today, Kazakhstan is one of the world's leading exporters of wheat, which is the country's most important agricultural commodity. 58. After the Soviet collapse, some village households in southern Kazakhstan turned to mobile pastoralism, but the livestock sector currently plays a far smaller role in the country's economy than grain. 59. This dramatic shift in land use patterns from pastoral nomadism to settled agriculture began under the Russian Empire and was dramatically accelerated by the Stalinist regime during collectivization. But despite the assertions of many Soviet experts that Soviet power would conquer nature, bending 10. It to socialist ends over the course of the first five-year plan, Moscow, like other states that sought to transform the drylands, struggled to remake the Kazakh steppe as it wished. 60. In the post-famine years, agriculture would continue to be a difficult enterprise in the region. Crop failures, among other factors, brought Nikita Khrushchev's Virgin Lands program, which aimed to expand the amount of cultivated land in northern Kazakhstan and other regions, to a halt. 61 The 1960s and 1970s saw repeated droughts, sandstorms, and poor harvests. 62 As the history of the Kazakh steppe demonstrates, Soviet power was not monolithic. Rather, in this arid region, as in other areas of the Soviet periphery, environmental factors shaped the nature of development. 63 The case of the nomadic Kazakhs illustrates the extraordinary importance that Moscow placed on its nation-making project, even as it underscores its destructive power. Due to a combination of practical and ideological considerations, the Bolsheviks chose to solve the nationality question, or how they might manage the ethnic diversity of the peoples of the former Russian Empire, by selectively supporting it. Moscow granted various forms of nationhood including national territories, languages, and cultures to certain groups and sought in turn to mold these groups into cohesive Soviet nationalities. 64 Over time, this wide-ranging project came to encompass efforts such as the establishment of native educational institutions, the training and promotion of native cadres, the standardization of national languages, the delineation of national borders, and the crafting of national histories. But these nation-making efforts, which came to be known as nationality policy, were less a rigidly defined course of action than a working set of ideas and assumptions about Soviet nationhood that shifted in emphasis over the course of the Soviet period. The broad outlines of the policy were elaborated in resolutions passed at the 12th Party Congress and a special Central Committee conference in 1923. Stalin periodically clarified or revised points relating to nationality policy in his speeches, arguing that Soviet nations should be national in form, socialist in content. 65 But these documents did not provide a detailed blueprint for how these nation-making efforts would be implemented. 66 Nor could they possibly anticipate every conflict that would result from the attempt to form nations, which were inherently particularistic, within the rubric of socialism, an approach that promised universality. In important ways, the project of Soviet nation-making hinged on local initiative and popular participation. The idea that Kazakhs formed a nation came to the steppe in the late 19th century. After the October 1917 revolution, a small group of settled Russophone Kazakhs formed a political party known as Alish Orda and declared a Kazakh autonomous state based in the city of Semipalatinsk in the steppes. 11. Northeast. In 1919, the members of Alish Orda surrendered to the Bolsheviks, and they forged an uneasy alliance with the regime, seeking to use the Bolsheviks' promises of national rights to promote their own ideas of autonomy. 67 But for most Kazakhs, nationality was not an important organizing principle of their everyday life on the eve of Soviet rule. Anurziya Yakajabeva, for instance, remembered that her family had heard of Kazakh political parties such as Alish Orda in 1917 but noted that their ideas and way of life were incomprehensible to the common nomad Kazakhs. 68 Rather, being Kazakh was closely linked to being a nomad, a way of life that precluded an attachment to a nation grounded in territory. The term Kazakh was a mixed social and ethnic category, one that denoted an ethnicity but also a way of life, pastoral nomadism. 69 Though nationality was a concept antithetical to nomadic life, Moscow went to extraordinary lengths to form Kazakhs into a nation, seeking to engage, mobilize, and transform Kazakhs even in the republic's most remote corners. 70 But this project confronted many challenges, most notably the fact that culture and economics in the Kazakh steppe were closely intertwined. Because most Kazakhs practiced pastoral nomadism, the fate of the practice under Soviet rule was at once an economic question and a national question. Though initially Moscow pursued a contradictory approach, supporting pastoral nomadism in some respects but undermining it in others, by 1928 national and economic goals had aligned. Pastoral nomadism was declared economically inefficient and a practice at odds with the development of Kazakh national culture. This feature reframes the long-running debate over the Ukrainian famine. Most scholarship on the Ukrainian famine can be divided roughly into two opposing camps, nationality and peasantry. 71 scholars holding the latter view argue that the Soviet collectivization famines were part of a broader assault on a social category, the peasantry, and they conclude that Ukrainians suffered disproportionately not due to any specific intent to punish them as a group, but rather because most Ukrainians were peasants. 72 scholars holding the former view, by contrast, point to Ukrainians' historically troubled relationship with the regime, and they see nationality, or Stalin's specific intent to punish Ukrainians, as instrumental in creating the horrifying death toll. 73 in Kazakhstan, as in Ukraine, there was a clear overlap between national and social identities. Most Kazakhs were nomads, while in Ukraine, most Ukrainians were peasants. The nationality vs. peasantry debate assumes that Moscow used these two categories, national and social, to pursue different goals. Either Moscow sought to use famine as a weapon to punish Ukrainians as a national group, or Moscow sought to use famine to punish peasants. But as the Kazakh 12 case reveals, national and social categories were not necessarily in opposition to one another but might serve overlapping, mutually reinforcing goals. During the refugee crisis, Galashchikin and other top officials did not refer to starving Kazakhs as refugees but rather as Kochevniki, a group in the throes of moving to a higher stage of national development, settled life. By framing the refugee crisis as an important moment of national transition, albeit one that required extra vigilance to ensure that Kazakhs progressed to the next stage, officials used the language of both Soviet economic policy and Soviet nationality policy to legitimize assaults on starving Kazakhs. In taking a more complete view of Soviet efforts at nation formation, we also get a clearer view of the ways that these attempts could be both progressive and profoundly destructive at the same time. The regime's use of violence against national groups did not always signal a shift away from Soviet nation-making. Rather, it sometimes represented an attempt to consolidate national identities, bringing the nature of these identities into line with the regime's political goals. At the height of the famine, for instance, thousands of starving Kazakhs were slaughtered by the regime as they attempted to flee across the Sino-Kazakh border to Xinjiang, a place historically and culturally linked to the Kazakh steppe and an important part of many Kazakh seasonal migration routes. Though this assault was sparked by many concerns, including Moscow's fears that refugees could connect with enemies of the Soviet regime in China, Soviet authorities used a central tenet of Soviet nation-making, that nationality was connected to territory, to justify and support their murderous actions. 74 The literature has framed the regime's commitment to nation-making as separable from core Bolshevik policies, such as industrialization and collectivization, with the understanding that Moscow used its nationality policy as a palliative, or soft line, measure to present core policies in a more attractive light. 75 But in Kazakhstan, officials did not necessarily see such distinctions, believing economic questions and the national question to be closely intertwined with one another. 76 Nor were Moscow's nation-making efforts always greeted eagerly by Kazakhs themselves, as the soft line categorization would suggest. As this book explores, the Kazakh famine took its peculiarly destructive shape not in spite of the Soviets' nation-making efforts but partly because of them. Kazakhs' transformation into a new Soviet nation was not just imposed from above. Rather, it was participatory, and this book stresses the ways that Kazakhs themselves shaped Soviet Kazakhstan's eventual integration into state structures. Their participation in the nation-making project was not limited to such tasks. 13. As standardizing a national language or creating a national history. 77 This book finds that Moscow empowered Kazakhs themselves to carry out some of the most destructive assaults on their own society, entrusting them with determining who should be considered a buy and who should not, as well as how to impose grain and meat procurements at the local level. 78 Though institutions heavily dominated by outsiders from European Russia, such as the Red Army, did play an important role in many violent attacks on Kazakhs, the OGPU sought to diversify the army's rank and file, believing that further Kazakh participation would make such assaults more effective. 79 By encouraging and inviting Kazakh involvement in the local level implementation of these campaigns, Moscow successfully drove a wedge into Kazakh society, shattering old allegiances and sowing violent conflict in the AUL. But the notion of nationality was also a powerful tool, one that Moscow could not always control as it wished. Once released, the language of national rights or national territories could be claimed by different actors to promote goals that did not always align with those of the regime. Empowered by the regime's nation-making efforts to conduct local-level campaigns of violence, many native cadres used the considerable flexibility given to them by the regime to manipulate these campaigns in accordance with their own interests. As the conflict over resources accelerated during the famine, some groups used the language of nationality to justify their assaults on others, and the regime fought to control the widening swath of violence. Indeed, the enormous struggle that Moscow encountered in trying to contain some of the unintended effects of its nation-making efforts would seem to contradict the idea that it could pull back the policy at will. What were the causes of the Kazakh famine? The primary cause was similar to that of the other Soviet collectivization famines, forced collectivization, which included debilitating meat and grain procurements. But as a pastoral famine, as opposed to a famine among settled societies, the Kazakh famine had features that distinguished it from those that afflicted the Soviet Union's West. Due to the enormous pressure for grain, local cadres forced Kazakh nomads, a population that consumed grain but did not ordinarily grow it, to meet onerous grain requisition requirements. To fulfill these requirements, Kazakhs flooded markets with their livestock. In a feature characteristic of pastoral famines, the terms of trade for livestock worsened, grain became very expensive, while animals were very cheap, forcing Kazakhs to sell off even more of their livestock. 81 Onerous meat procurements further impoverished Kazakh pastoralists, depriving them of their means of existence. Seasonal migrations with their animal herds, while the closure of republican, provincial, and district borders prevented Kazakhs from reaching the pastures necessary to feed their animals. Though the major cause of the Kazakh famine was Stalin's policies, the legacies of Russian imperial 14. Rule must be considered an important contributing factor. Intense peasant settlement of the Kazakh steppe during the late 19th and early 20th centuries prompted shifts in nomads' migration routes and consumption patterns, making Kazakhs more susceptible to famine. Moscow's official sedentarization policy was not a major cause of the Kazakh famine. 82 The regime devoted few resources to the official program of sedentarization, and the program quickly foundered. But the heavy meat and grain procurements that accompanied collectivization accomplished what the official policy of sedentarization failed to do, forcing Kazakhs to abandon nomadic life due to utter and total destitution. Once famine began in the winter of 1930-31, other factors became important in the crisis, including a drought in the summer of 1931, which amplified the effects of Kazakhs' impoverishment. 83 Finally, the steppe's relative underdevelopment magnified the effects of the disaster. Focused on implementing a breakneck program of state-driven modernization, Moscow ignored warnings from medical experts who, noting the republic's lack of modern medical services, urged the party to devote more resources to public health services and vaccination programs. 84 As famine broke out, diseases such as typhus, smallpox, tuberculosis, and cholera began to spread. These diseases were induced by hunger, but they were also exacerbated by other famine-related phenomena, such as massive population movement and unsanitary conditions. 85 Many Kazakhs would die from these diseases, which would play a far greater role in the Kazakh famine than in the famines in the Soviet Union's West. There the level of modern medical services was higher, and most famine victims succumbed to actual starvation. 86 Did Stalin intend to cause the Kazakh famine? It is clear that the regime's broader goal was to transform Kazakhs and Kazakhstan radically, with little regard for the tremendous loss of life incurred in the process. Soviet agricultural experts, many of whom would later be imprisoned or shot, warned of the risks of forcibly settling the Kazakh nomads and expanding the republic's agrarian frontier into drought-prone regions. Stalin received news of Kazakhs suffering at several crucial points, in late 1930 with the first onset of hunger, in January 1931 as the second collectivization drive began, and again in late 1932 during the height of the Kazakh refugee crisis. Once famine had begun, Moscow took steps that worsened Kazakhs' misery, including imposing devastating meat and grain procurements on the Republic, expelling starving Kazakhs from cities, slaughtering thousands of Kazakh refugees as they attempted to flee across the border to China, and blacklisting districts in the Republic. Moscow's sweeping program of state-led transformation clearly anticipated the cultural destruction of Kazakh society, and, as I discuss in the conclusion. 15. There is evidence to indicate that the Kazakh famine fits an expanded definition of genocide. But there is no indication that Stalin planned the famine on purpose or sought to destroy all Kazakhs. Many of the famine's central events, from the massive outflow of refugees to the dramatic drop in the Republic's livestock levels, were counterproductive to the regime's interests and were unanticipated consequences of the collectivization campaign. Once famine began, the needs of other groups in the Republic, such as peasants and workers, whose labor in fields and factories was crucial to the fulfillment of the first five-year plan, were prioritized over starving Kazakh nomads. 87 Very belatedly, Moscow issued limited food aid to the Republic, although little of this relief reached starving refugees. But while Stalin did not foresee the full scope of the crisis, the case of the Kazakh famine should upend some of our assumptions about Stalinism and Stalinist violence. In Kazakhstan, the nature of the Stalinist state often appears different from the way it does in the Soviet Union's West, characterized at times by its frailty or even absence rather than its coercive strength. Though the literature has stressed the central place of the Soviet Union's West in the genealogy of Stalinist violence, this book shows that the spectrum of violence under Stalin was broader than previously believed. 88 The Soviet East also generated important techniques of social control, and practices of population management were exchanged between East and West. While Stalin initiated the brutal policies that sparked the Kazakh famine, he does not appear to have tracked developments in the Republic with the same attention he devoted to major grain-growing regions like Ukraine. According to his visitor's book, Stalin met with Golozhkhin just twice during the latter's tenure as the Republic's party secretary, and few within Stalin's inner circle appear to have had detailed knowledge of the Republic. 89 As collectivization began, Izmu Konkayu Ramasov, who served as Golozhkhin's deputy from 1929 to 1931, joked that some officials in Moscow could not even locate Kazakhstan on a map. Others, he noted, regularly confused Kazakhs and Cossacks. 90 Similarly, the case of the Kazakh famine should challenge some of our existing ideas about Stalinist hierarchies. Soviet society is often viewed through the lens of a hierarchy of suffering, in which Gulag prisoners are believed to have suffered the most. 91 But starving Kazakhs were expelled from their land at the height of the famine to make room for the construction of a forced labor camp, Karaganda Corrective Labor Camp in central Kazakhstan, and they died from hunger and disease outside the gates of this camp while prisoners labored within. Rather, the Kazakh famine is a reminder of the crude, heartbreaking way that so many Soviet citizens died under Stalin's rule, not in the confines of the Gulag or in the mass shootings of the Great Terror of 1937-38 but in ditches and abandoned villages from hunger sparked by collectivization. 92. 16. Why didn't Kazakhs resist? And why did local officials continue to implement such destructive policies? As this book details, many Kazakhs did rebel. Kazakhstan, like other famine-stricken regions, saw massive revolts during collectivization, which Moscow struggled mightily to subdue. The motivations of local officials were varied. Some were coerced into cooperation by fear and intimidation. Others sought to use a career in the Communist Party as a method of personal advancement. Still others were convinced of the righteousness of the communist cause, as the case of Shapik Jokin, a Kazakh who rose from extreme poverty to become president of Kazakhstan's Academy of Sciences, illustrates. As a teenager, Shokin worked as a plenipotentiary for the regime, confiscating grain and other goods from Kazakh households during the famine. His service earned high praise from his superiors, and he subsequently enrolled in the Central Asian State University in the name of V. I. Lenin in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. There he encountered Kazakh refugees dying from hunger in the city streets. Nonetheless, Shokin later recalled, "If someone had told me then that the famine was an affair of my hands, I would not only have not believed it, but I would have considered it an insult, vile slander." He concluded, "I was certain, we were bringing not only a new system but a new, more just vision of life." 93. This study relies on Russian and Kazakh language primary and secondary sources culled through extensive field research in Kazakhstan and Russia, including work with archival documents at former Communist Party and state archives in Almaty and Moscow, as well as regional archives in Almaty and Semipalatinsk. It also incorporates a wide range of published primary sources, including newspapers, ethnographic accounts, and agricultural journals. Many of the materials, including collections from the former Communist Party archives in Kazakhstan and Kazakh language sources, have been little utilized by Western scholars. 94. These sources shed light on a number of underexplored aspects of the Kazakh disaster. Archival sources reveal that Stalin knew of Kazakhs' suffering at several key moments in the famine, and they highlight the extremely brutal manner in which the regime treated starving Kazakh refugees. The use of Kazakh language secondary sources opens up a dialogue on the famine with Kazakhstani scholars, many of whom publish exclusively in Kazakh rather than in Russian, while the use of Kazakh language primary source materials, such as oral history accounts, brings to light the voices of famine survivors, who are otherwise difficult to find in archival sources or memoir accounts. The last point is an important one, and it raises some of the key methodological differences between researching the Kazakh famine and some of the other crimes of the Stalinist regime, such as the Gulag system, the special settler system, or even the Ukrainian famine. In the Kazakh famine, a far greater percentage of 17. Those who suffered were illiterate, and some of the sources that historians typically rely on to get at the ground level perspective, such as petitions, are much more difficult to find. In the case of the Ukrainian famine, there were numerous efforts to collect oral history accounts of the disaster, spurred in part by the congressional investigation into the Ukrainian famine in the 1980s. 95. By contrast, in the Kazakh case, such efforts were more limited and generally began much later, meaning that there were far fewer survivors still around. 96. By the time they were interviewed, many of these survivors, who were small children during the disaster, were very elderly, making it more difficult for them to recall the famine's events. 97. While the fall of the Soviet Union has brought to light numerous memoirs, diaries, and letters by survivors of the Ukrainian famine or the Gulag system, there has been no similar outpouring of materials by survivors of the Kazakh famine. 98. In part this reflects the fact that due to lower literacy rates fewer Kazakhs could write down the story as it unfolded, but it also may be indicative of a broader reticence about the famine in Kazakhstan today. Nonetheless, wherever possible, this book seeks to include sources that were written by Kazakhs themselves. In incorporating Russian imperial and Soviet archival documents and ethnographic studies, this book pays careful attention to the challenges inherent in analyzing nomadic life through the eyes of the sedentary world. The settlement of the Kazakh nomads was a phenomenon that many Russian imperial and Soviet officials believed to be evolutionarily correct, part of the onward march of history, and it was a prospect that many of them welcomed. These officials tended to portray the Russian Empire or the Soviet state as the sole agent of change in nomadic life, as a modern settled society came into contact with a backward nomadic society. But prior to the Soviet state's launch of forced collectivization in 1929-30, ecological and economic factors played an important role in sparking some of the changes to nomadic life that these observers detailed. Moreover, some of the shifts that occurred prior to collectivization, such as Kazakh nomads' increasing reliance on agriculture, were not new but rather had long been a part of the steppe's history as nomads adjusted their practice of pastoralism to political and ecological change. In seeking to understand Kazakh nomadic life, the book analyzes the very categories that these officials created, such as semi-nomadic, for what they might reveal about nomadic life, as well as Russian imperial and Soviet views of the nomadic world. This book proceeds chronologically through the major events and causal factors of the Kazakh famine. Chapter 1 examines the Kazakh steppe under Russian imperial rule. It finds that a period of massive peasant colonization of the Kazakh steppe during the late 19th and early 20th centuries sparked far-reaching changes to nomadic life and to the ecological profile of the steppe. 18. Itself. It concludes that these changes made Kazakhs more prone to famine, intensifying the effects of the Soviet regime's brutal collectivization policies. Chapter 2 examines the period 1921 to 28, scrutinizing how Soviet officials and ethnographers struggled to fit Kazakh nomads and the environment of the steppe into their Marxist-Leninist worldview. By 1928, prompted by broader shifts across the Soviet Union, this period of fluidity ended. Pastoral nomadism was portrayed both as economically backward and as an impediment to Kazakhs' further development as a Soviet nation. Chapter 3 examines Moscow's initial assault on Kazakh nomadic life under the auspices of Little October, a belated October-style social revolution begun in 1928. It shows how Moscow invited and encouraged Kazakh participation in this campaign, a strategy that successfully began to unravel Kazakh society from within. Chapter 4 scrutinizes the launch of forced collectivization in the period 1929 to 31, showing how it was accompanied by a broader assault on nomadic culture and practices. It reveals that Moscow repeatedly ignored warnings about the dangers of expanding the republic's agrarian frontier into drought-prone regions. By the winter of 1930 to 31, famine had begun. Chapter 5 reveals Moscow's struggle to control the Sino-Kazakh border during the period 1931 to 33, as hundreds of thousands of starving Kazakhs sought to flee across the border to Xinjiang. In stark contrast to less coercive methods of border control in the Soviet Union's west, Soviet border guards began to shoot those who fled, a choice that escalated tensions with Republican China. Chapter 6 examines the refugee crisis during the years 1931 to 33, an event that was both sparked by and in turn accelerated the Republic's economic collapse. It shows how the events of the crisis started to embed ideas of nationality at the local level, although not always in the ways that Moscow would have hoped. Only in 1934 did the famine finally come to an end, in part through a certain amount of luck, as well as renewed attention by a variety of state agencies in Moscow to problems, such as the spread of disease. The conclusion examines the Republic's development in the post-famine years. It also considers the question of genocide and what the case of the Kazakh famine tells us about other Soviet collectivization famines. The epilogue explores how the famine has been memorialized and remembered in post-independence Kazakhstan. 19. During the late 19th century, more than 1.5 million peasants from European Russia settled the Kazakh steppe, dramatically altering this region and the lives of the pastoral nomadic peoples who lived there. In the span of just 20 years, the peak of peasant settlement was the period 1896-1916. The Kazakh steppe, dominated by Muslim, Turkic-speaking peoples since the 15th century, became transformed into a multi-ethnic, multi-confessional society. Parts of the Kazakh steppe were no longer predominantly Kazakh, at least in terms of their ethnic makeup. By 1916, in Akmolinsk province, Slavic settlers constituted 59% of the population, Kazakhs, 34%. In certain northern Uzdi of Akmolinsk province, such as Omsk, the change was even more striking. Their Slavic settlers composed 72% of the population, Kazakhs, 21%. In addition to these demographic changes, the arrival of these settlers altered the steppe's environmental profile. Most settlers were grain farmers, and they brought large swaths of the steppe under cultivation. By 1916, the northern section of the Kazakh steppe had become one of the Russian Empire's key grain-producing regions, and many pastoral nomads had been displaced from their traditional pasture lands. In a historic shift, this territory, a place long synonymous with pastoralism, a practice defined by the herding and management of animals, was now a mixed economic region, one populated by large numbers of settled, agrarian peoples in addition to pastoralists. The settlement of the Kazakh steppe by Slavic peasants was part of a broader migration of Slavic peoples to Siberia, the Russian Far East, and Central Asia. 1. Peasants, nomads, and the transformation of the Kazakh steppe, 1896 to 1921. 21. During the late 19th century. 3. In the aftermath of the emancipation of the serfs in 1861, many peasants, known as samovaltsevi, or self-settlers, came illegally, seeking fertile lands to farm and relief from the poverty and land hunger that characterized peasant life in parts of European Russia. By 1889, St. Petersburg, seeking to regulate this flow of migrants and convinced of the civilizing role that Slavic settlers could play in these regions, issued the Resettlement Act. This act, which marked the first central government effort to coordinate this migration, codified settlement as official state policy, setting up settlement programs in European Russia, Western Siberia, and the provinces of Akmolinsk, Semipalatinsk, and Semireky. In 1893, construction on the Trans-Siberian Railroad began, and one of the last remaining obstacles to large-scale peasant colonization of these regions, the arduous trip across European Russia by oxen and cart, was erased. Russian imperial officials anticipated that peasant settlement would encourage Kazakhs to abandon their nomadic way of life for a settled one, a goal that St. Petersburg had pursued to varying degrees since the rule of Catherine the Great. For the spread of agriculture, it was believed, would civilize native peoples and make the lands in these regions more productive. But as this chapter reveals, though Kazakhs' pastoral nomadic practices began to shift in response to this wave of peasant settlement, it was not always in the ways that St. Petersburg might have hoped. Though most nomads began to reduce their mobility, they also adopted other strategies, such as trade and the rental of their pasture lands, to maintain their nomadic way of life and adapt to the changing social, political, and environmental circumstances of life on the steppe. World War I and the destruction brought by the Russian Civil War dealt a particularly devastating blow to nomadic life, but the predictions of many Russian imperial officials that nomadism, an anachronism, would soon give way to settled life did not come to pass. 5. In 1924, as the new Soviet state began to divide the region up into national republics, pastoral nomadism remained the predominant way of life for most Kazakhs. 6. In a pattern that foreshadowed elements of the Soviet state's battle to make the Kazakh steppe into an agrarian region, settlers endured devastating droughts, frosts, and hunger. They struggled to adapt their agricultural practices to the steppe's environmental conditions. Though there was a lot of land in the Kazakh steppe, much of it was very arid, salinate, or otherwise unsuitable for farming. A focus on quantity. The overall amount of surplus land in the Kazakh steppe concealed the complexity of this landscape and the ways that fertile lands were regularly interspersed with poor quality soils. After several years of poor harvests, the Governor-Generalship of the steppe temporarily closed the steppe to further colonization in 1891. 7. Though many settlers chose to remain, ultimately some 21% of all settlers who came during this period of intense peasant colonization would return to European Russia. 8. The legacies of this period and the particular imprint that it left on pastoral nomads, Slavic settlers, and the steppe itself help explain the scale of the Kazakh famine of 1930-33, which led to the death of 1.5 million people, the vast majority of them Kazakhs. Though the available data do not allow a full investigation of ecological change in this period, the systematic collection of temperature and precipitation data in the Kazakh steppe began only in the late 19th century. Other materials, including archival sources and ethnographic accounts, illustrate important shifts in the relationship among humans, animals, climate, and environment. 9. Due to this intense period of human and animal growth, observers note that some water sources were drying up and the fertility of various soils had become exhausted. As both nomads and Slavic settlers adapted to the changing circumstances of life on the steppe, these two ways of life developed close economic linkages, particularly a grain and livestock trade. Kazakhs began to change their diet, shifting away from a diet based on meat and milk products to one in which grain played a larger role. It is likely that they began to consume less food overall, increasing their vulnerability to famine. 10. As researchers have shown, both abrupt change and slower-moving structural processes can combine to produce a famine. 11. The Soviet regime's sweeping program of state-driven transformation was the most important cause of the Kazakh famine of 1930–33, and it is doubtful that famine would have broken out anywhere in Kazakhstan without the regime's violent assault on nomadic life. But the legacies of Russian imperial rule, principally changes induced by massive peasant colonization of the Kazakh steppe during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, were an important contributing factor. 12. These changes, which were both seen and unseen by Soviet officials, contributed to a general sense by the early Soviet era that the steppe's economy was in state of crisis, and that only a radical fix, forced settlement of the Kazakh nomads, could make the area economically productive. Ultimately, the changes that began under Russian imperial rule would intensify the scale of the Kazakh famine, amplifying the effects of the Soviet regime's brutal policy changes. This chapter begins by situating pastoral nomadism in the broader sweep of Central Eurasian history. 13. It explains the basic features of this way of life and the ways that nomads regularly adapted to political and ecological shifts. It then traces how the Kazakhs and the Russian Empire first came to interact, a process that culminated in the Russian Empire's conquest of the Kazakh steppe in the 19th century. It examines pastoral nomadic life on the eve of peasant settlement, revealing the close relationship between 22.1. Pastoral nomads' practices and the environment of the steppe. Finally, it analyzes how the arrival of peasant settlers then began to alter various features of this relationship. Pastoral nomadism and Central Eurasia. The practice of pastoral nomadism has a long history in the steppe zone of Central Eurasia, dating back at least 4 millennia. 14. In the middle of the first millennium BCE, the Scythians, a northern Iranian people, migrated into the western steppe, becoming the region's first known nomadic empire. The Greek historian Herodotus famously documented the inner workings of this empire, focusing on the Scythians' mastery of mounted warfare and their development of systems of trade. 15. Later, Islamic geographers named the steppe for the nomadic peoples who lived there. In the beginning of the 8th century AD, the steppe was known as the steppe of the Guz, in reference to the Oghuz Turks. By the 11th century, the territory was referred to by a Persian name, Dashti-i Kipchak, or the steppe of the Kipchaks. Though the Kipchaks ceased to be the dominant ethnic group in the steppe after the Mongol conquest, this name remained in use until the 19th century, when the territory became known as the Kyrgyz steppe. 16. It was during the Soviet period that the territory became known as the Kazakh steppe, a name it retains today. As these naming practices suggest, the history of the steppe is, in many eyes, synonymous with nomadism, and it conjures up images of mounted, raiding warriors who wandered free from the trappings of settled life. But as researchers have shown, the history of pastoral nomadism in Central Eurasia is far more complex than an image of wandering, raiding warriors would seem to suggest. Throughout the centuries, nomadism did tend to be the predominant economic activity in the steppe zone, with sedentary populations concentrated in oases or irrigated river valleys. But archaeologists have found evidence dating from the Bronze Age to indicate that there were significant variations in economic activities across the steppe zone, with some pastoral nomadic communities intensifying their focus on herding, while others placed more emphasis on hunting. 17. Scholars have shown that some farming, including the cultivation of drought-resistant crops such as spring wheat, millet, and oats, was practiced as a supplementary activity in economic zones dominated by nomads, from the Neolithic age to the modern era. 18. These studies have challenged the idea that the steppe could support only long-distance animal herding. By contrast, they have proven that the environmental constraints on settled agriculture in this region were neither precise nor immutable. 19. These 23 findings and others have prompted a rethinking of what pastoral nomadism in Central Eurasia actually was and how it changed over time. 20. The term pastoral nomadism can be challenging to define. Pastoralism refers to an economic practice, the herding and supervision of animals. Pastoralists raise their animals on the open range, in contrast to ranchers who generally provide hay or fodder for their animals and stable them in pens or sheds. 21. Nomadism might be defined roughly as a strategy, or the regular movement of people from place to place in a deliberate, rather than an aimless, manner. 22. Thus, pastoral nomads were those groups of people who carried out repeated, purposeful migrations to pasture their animal herds, such as sheep, camels, and horses. Most regularly incorporated other activities, including trade, hunting, and seasonal agriculture, to supplement their practice of pastoralism. Due to the need to migrate with their animal herds, pastoral nomads generally lived in a dwelling that could be collapsed and transported easily, such as a tent or a yurt. 23. It is important to note that pastoral nomad strategies were not timeless and unchanging. 24. As researchers have shown, pastoral nomads regularly altered their practices according to opportunities and risks. 25. Environmental changes, such as shifts in temperature or precipitation, might cause some pastoral nomads to migrate seasonally, rather than year-round. Social and political changes, such as the intrusion of new peoples or shifts in political structures, might prompt them to increase or decrease their reliance on other economic strategies, such as agriculture or hunting. 26. Moreover, pastoral nomadism was not solely an ecological adaptation, it could also serve as a political strategy. During times of crisis, threatened groups could retreat to utilize marginal environments. 27. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as the steppe came under intense Slavic peasant colonization, Russian imperial officials witnessed important shifts in pastoral nomadic life, changes that seemed to confirm their idea that they were in a unique historical moment, whereby pastoral nomadism would disappear under the onward march of modernity. The settlement of the Kazakh nomads was a phenomenon that many Russian imperial officials believed to be evolutionarily correct, and it was also a prospect that many of them welcomed. 28. When they observed nomadic life, they tended to see the Russian Empire as the sole agent of the changes that they witnessed. A host of shifts, it was believed, including pastoral nomads' increasing reliance on agriculture, could be attributed to Kazakhs' increased proximity to a settled society. But as this chapter explores, the Russian Empire was not the only agent of change in the Kazakh steppe. Kazakhs were not passive in the face of massive peasant settlement. Ecological and economic factors also played a role in determining the nature of the changes that Russian imperial observers witnessed. 29. 24. 1. Nor were many of the shifts that they witnessed unique. Many had long been an integral part of the region's history. In Central Eurasia, the dividing line between the pastoral nomad and the sedentary agriculturalist was often far less distinct than in other regions of the world. 30. Pastoral nomads' practice of agriculture or the decision to shorten their yearly migration strategies that observers generally labeled as semi-nomadism did not necessarily signal that these peoples were transitioning to settled life. Forms of semi-nomadism could be long-lasting and stable. Though some ecological, social, and political factors might cause groups to settle, others might cause groups to nomadize, with semi-nomads or settled groups taking up nomadic life. 31. The encounter between the Kazakhs and the Russian Empire. The use of the term Kazakh as a form of self-identification dates to the late 15th century. During 1459–60, Janibek and Kairi, sons of Barak Khan of the White Horde of the Mongol Empire, broke away from Abu Elkir, Khan of the Uzbeks. Abu Elkir had been weakened by his defeat at the hands of the Warais, and Janibek and Kairi used this opportunity to move their supporters, a group of pastoral nomadic tribes of Turkic and Mongol origins, to Semireki. They became known as the Uzbek Kazakhs. The first term was reference to the Khanate they had left behind, the Uzbeks, while the latter term, Kazakh, was a Turkic term used to refer to those individuals and groups who had abandoned their clan or ruler to live the life of a vagabond or adventurer. 32 Over time, a number of Abu Elkar's followers left to join this rival polity. By the 16th century, the Kazakh Khanate, as it became known, was the dominant force in the central and eastern steppe, and the descendants of Janibek, Kairi, and their supporters were known simply as Kazakhs. According to popular tradition, in the late 16th century the Kazakh Khanate split into super-tribal confederations, each of which was known as a horde. Over time, the elder horde came to control Semi-Reki, the middle horde the central steppe and southwestern Siberia, and the little horde the west of the steppe. 33 Each of these hordes was ruled independently by a Khan, or military ruler, though particularly influential Khans, such as Khan Tauk, could bring all three hordes under their command. Customarily, these Khans were part of the Chinggisid nobility, those peoples who claimed descent from Janibek, Kairi, and, by extension, Chinggis Khan, the founder of the Mongol Empire, himself. The Chinggisids formed part of the Khanate's small 25. Aristocratic elite, who were collectively known as White Bone, while commoners were known as Black Bone. 34 Russia's formal entrance into the politics of the steppe had begun in the mid-16th century, with the Muscovite states' conquest of the Tatar Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan. Pushing further into the steppe, Russia extended its power into the North Caucasus, across the Ural Mountains to the east and, eventually, under Catherine the Great, to the Khanate of Crimea on the Black Sea in 1783. 35 Settlement of the steppe belt by Slavic peasants followed, with the arrival of these peasant farmers intensifying in the 18th century. But as the Russian Empire's frontier advanced, frequent conflicts between these Slavic settlers and the nomadic peoples of the steppe, including Bashkirs, Kalmyks, and Kazakhs, erupted. 36 In the Kazakh steppe, as in other parts of the Russian Empire, St. Petersburg set up a defensive perimeter to prevent nomads from conducting raids on agricultural settlements. Known as the Siberian Line, this perimeter would largely define the southern frontier of Slavic settlement in the Kazakh steppe until the mid-19th century. 37 During the 18th century, the Russian Empire began to engage more deeply in the affairs of the Kazakh steppe south of the Siberian Line, though many details of this relationship were left undefined. By the 19th century, for reasons ranging from economic interests to geostrategic competition, the Russian Empire began to tighten its hold over the Kazakh steppe. 38 Though the Russians' conquest of the Kazakh steppe was not done without protest, most notably, the immense Kanizari-Kasim-Uli revolt, centered on the lands of the Middle Horde by the late 19th century, the Russian Empire's incorporation of the lands of the three Kazakh hordes was complete. In 1822, St. Petersburg approved the statute on the Siberian Kyrgyz, which formalized the status of Middle Horde Kazakhs as Russian subjects and reorganized the administration of the Middle Horde, eliminating the position of the Khans. In 1844, St. Petersburg issued the regulation for the administration of the Orenburg Kazakhs, which declared the territory of the Little Horde to be part of the Russian Empire. The lands of the Elder Horde were brought under Russian rule last, following the Russian conquests of Tashkent, Samarkand, and Bokhara, and Kokand. 39 Through a series of rulings, St. Petersburg established the principle of state ownership of the lands of the Kazakh steppe. The Provisional Statute on Administration in Ural-SK, Turgai, Akmolinsk, and Semipalatinsk provinces declared the lands in these regions, which roughly corresponded to the territories of the Middle and Little Hordes, to be state property. The 1891 Steppe Statute, which came to include all these territories, plus Semi-Reki, part of the traditional pasture lands of the Elder Horde, built on this principle of state. 26.1. Ownership. Article 120 of the statute further stipulated that lands considered to be in excess of nomads' needs, known as izlishki, could be appropriated by the state. 40 With the principle of state ownership established, St. Petersburg began to demarcate the lands of the Kazakh steppe. The 1868 Provisional Statute created internal borders, including oblasti, uzdi, and velosti, in the lands of the steppe. In 1881, in the Treaty of St. Petersburg, the Russian Empire and the Qing Empire agreed on the demarcation of an international border, dividing Kazakhs living in Chinese Turkestan from Kazakhs living in Russian Turkestan. These newly drawn boundaries did not halt Kazakhs' seasonal migrations across borders, but they impeded them, marking the beginning of far-reaching changes to Kazakhs' nomadic way of life. Kazakhs and pastoral nomadism. One of the most eminent scholars of nomadism, the late Kazakhstani ethnographer Nurbulat Mazanov, has characterized Kazakhs' practice of pastoral nomadism as an ecologically determined way of life. In his interpretation, the environmental features of the Kazakh steppe heavily influenced the economic activities and cultural characteristics of the Kazakh people until the Soviet regime began to radically reshape this relationship. Mazanov's interpretation of Kazakh identity on the eve of Soviet rule may place too much emphasis on the environment. As this book shows, culture and politics played a role in the shaping of Kazakh identities, too, but his rigorous analysis reveals the close relationship between the landscape of the Kazakh steppe and the strategies of the peoples who lived there. 41 Kazakhs' practice of pastoral nomadism was an adaptation to the steppe's features, particularly the scarcity of good pasture land and water. This region where Kazakh nomads could be found comprised several ecological zones, including steppe, semi-desert, desert, and mountains. 42 The steppe zone lay north of the Aral Sea and south of the forests of western Siberia. It formed part of a larger steppe belt of grasslands stretching across the Eurasian continent. The semi-desert and desert zones that Kazakh nomads frequented lay south of the steppe zone. They encompassed several major arid areas, including the Betpakdala, the Ust Yurt Plateau, the Karakum at Aral Sands, and part of the Kizilkum Desert. The Betpakdala, the largest of these territories, was an immense plateau located between the Sarisu River in the west and Lake Bakhash in the east. Today, it lies at the heart of contemporary Kazakhstan, just south of the city of Karaganda. The Ust Yurt, a smaller plateau, lay between the Caspian and Aral Seas. The other two major arid areas where Kazakh nomads could be found, the Karakum at Aral Sands and the Kizilkum, were classical deserts, with unsecured shifting sands. 43 Finally, there were two mountain ranges, the Tian Shan Mountains in the southeast and the Altai Mountains in the east, at the edges of the desert and semi-desert zone. The area around these mountain ranges generally received more precipitation than the surrounding zones, and the Tian Shan overlooked a particularly fertile region, known as Jidisu or Semi-Reki. With the exception of the mountain ranges, the distinction among these zones was not precise. The climates of steppe, semi-desert, and desert were closely related to one another. The borders of these ecological zones could also shift over time due to environmental change. 44 All these zones had a sharp continental climate, with hot summers and very cold winters. Given the region's distance from oceans, its climate was much harsher than similar zones further west in European Russia. Winter temperatures could dip below 40 degrees F, while summer temperatures could reach well over 100 degrees F. Only the southern reaches of the steppe, such as the city of Verny, enjoyed average January temperatures above freezing. 45 The region's precipitation was shaped by winter westerlies from the Atlantic. Shifts of the North Atlantic Oscillation determined the distribution of this rainfall over the centuries. A negative now mode might bring ample rainfall to the region, while a positive now mode brought little rainfall. During the Little Ice Age, the steppe appears to have enjoyed plentiful rainfall. By the late 19th century, however, the climate of the steppe was entering a warm, dry phase. 46 Aridity had become one of the Kazakh steppe's defining features. Not only was the amount of rainfall low, but rainfall patterns in the Kazakh steppe were more unstable than in the steppes in the European part of Russia. The amount of rain might fluctuate dramatically from year to year and season to season. For the desert and semi-desert zones, the period of maximum precipitation was generally in the spring, with the hot, dry summers bringing little or no rainfall. By contrast, the wettest period for the steppe zone was usually the summer. Thus, seasonal vegetation, such as grasses, appeared first in the desert and steppe desert zones and only later, in June and July, in the steppe zones. 47 But the overall amount of yearly rainfall decreased markedly the farther south one traveled, from steppe to semi-desert to desert. The steppe might receive between 10 to 20 inches of rain, the semi-desert 6 to 10 inches, and the desert less than 4 inches. In each zone, the most important indicator of climate was not the amount of rainfall but rather the ratio of precipitation to evaporation, which was generally quite low. Due to long, sunny cloudless days and high temperatures, the rain that fell in these regions usually evaporated quickly. 48. 29. In the north, the region had Chernozem, black earth soils. These contained a high percentage of humus and could produce good agricultural yields. Chestnut soils could be found further south, in the semi-desert zone. Like the black earth soils, chestnut soils could be quite fertile. Yet they had far less humus than black earth soils, and repeated plowing could quickly exhaust their ability to support crops. Two other soils, Solonchuk and Solonets, were sprinkled throughout, occurring with greater frequency in the desert and semi-desert regions. Solonchuk soils were formed as groundwater rose to the surface. As this water evaporated, it left white, salty patches across the surface of the soil. Solonet soils were Solonchuk soils that had been leached through irrigation or increased rainfall. As water passed through the soil, sodium carbonate formed, and the soil became highly alkaline. Neither of these two soils was fertile, but their distribution was uneven. Chestnut soils could be interspersed with Solonets and Solonchuk soils and changeable, as weather or irrigation patterns shifted. 49 Hot, dry winds swept across all these zones. These gusts could create enormous piles of sand or whip up violent dust storms. 50 Given the arid conditions of the region, fires started easily, and these winds could quickly transform a small fire into a fearsome blaze that could move more than 10 kilometers in an hour. 51 These drying winds also contributed to evaporation from open water sources, such as lakes and rivers. Due to this evaporation and other factors, such as periods of little or no rainfall, the region's bodies of water, including the Aral Sea, exhibited a chameleon-like quality, rapidly changing their size and form. This desiccation was particularly pronounced in areas with a high salt content. The Russian zoologist Nikolai Zarudny, who traveled widely throughout Central Asia, reported that small lakes could dry up under the hot summer sun in the course of just one day, becoming marshes sprinkled with a white dusting of crystal salt. 52 The climate in the Bedpaktala literally, the ill-fated steppe was particularly severe. It had hot summers, cold winters, and a very short spring. During the summer months, temperatures could fluctuate radically, with high temperatures during the day and a sharp drop in temperature at night. There was generally little cloud cover, and the sun in the plateau could be unrelenting. It had very few open water sources and little rainfall. When rain did fall, it was quickly absorbed deep into the plateau's coarse soil. 53 In the steppe and the semi-desert zones, grasses and wormwood were common. But due to the harsh conditions on the plateau, there was little vegetation, save low-growing, drought-resistant shrubs, such as saksal and juzgun, which could send their roots deep into the soil to tap the plateau's groundwater reserves. These shrubs were sparsely distributed and light gray in color, giving the hungry steppe a uniform, single-toned appearance. 54 Due to these conditions. 31. And the plateau's immense size, approximately 75,000 square kilometers, about as big as Scotland, passage across the Bedpaktala was difficult. 55 It was with good reason that the territory was known not only as the ill-fated steppe but also by a Russian name, Golodnaya steppe. 56 Both Russian imperial and Soviet officials regularly characterized the Kazakh steppe as a natural landscape, one largely untouched by human influence. They looked for markers of sedentary life, such as permanent dwellings, and finding none, assumed that the landscape of this region had never been altered by human activity. 57 But contrary to their impressions, Kazakh nomads, like other pastoralists, regularly sought to change it to suit their needs. To encourage the growth of fresh grasses that their livestock could eat, they burned areas of the steppe. These fires, as well as the trampling of the steppe by pastoralists' animal herds, helped prevent the spread of shrubs and trees. 58 In the hungry steppe and other areas where there was little surface water, Kazakhs built wells deep into the steppe to tap groundwater reserves. 59 All the steppe's ecological zones suffered from periodic bouts of drought, as well as devastating late spring frosts, a phenomenon known as zhut or sometimes as Galoletitsa. The former was a common feature of pastoral environments, particularly the drylands of Africa and the Middle East, while the latter was a hazard particular to Central Eurasia. 60 In a zhut, a cold snap would set in after the spring thaw, leading to the formation of an ice crust over the ground. With their fodder trapped below the ice, Kazakhs' animal herds would begin to starve. Due to the cyclical nature of large-scale zhuts, which appeared every 10 to 12 years, Kazakhs also referred to them by the name Koyaning zhuti, a reference to a particular year in the zodiac cycle. 61 Zhuts could be catastrophic for nomads, with more than 90% of the herds in a nomadic encampment perishing. 62 To utilize this landscape, Kazakh nomads migrated along predetermined routes to pasture their animal herds. These migrations were not carried out by individual households but rather were conducted in small groups, a nomadic encampment known as an AUL. Each AUL was generally made up of 2 to 8 households, and together all the members of the AUL assumed responsibility for the care of their herd. The number of animals associated with a given AUL varied widely, and these numbers could fluctuate, depending on seasonal or environmental variations. New AULs could form when animal numbers grew too large to be supported by the original AUL's pastures. 63 Most AULs pastured mixed herds, rather than relying on a single type of animal. Animals that could travel great distances and easily paw at fodder trapped under the snow, such as sheep and horses, were of particular importance given. 31. The steppe's climate. Horses were prized for their meat and fermented mare's milk, in addition to serving as a source of transport for people and goods, while sheep were raised for their mutton and wool. The camel, ill-suited to uncovering fodder trapped under snow, was much less common than sheep or horses in the Kazakh steppe. Camels, however, could be found in the west of the steppe, where little horde Kazakhs migrated. In this arid region, the camel was the sole animal capable of sustaining long journeys and, by extension, the only means of transporting goods. Kazakhs' migrations were seasonal, and they followed the appearance of vegetation in the steppe, assuming a circular, south to north to south pattern. Each AUL generally had separate spring, summer, fall, and winter pasture. The summer pastures were particularly important, as they provided the thick grasses that were necessary for the fattening of nomads' livestock. In the winter months, it was critical to find a sheltered pasture, where the snow was not too deep and the animals might find some relief from the wind and the cold. Both the spring and the fall pastures were usually located close to the winter pasture. Nomads would bring their herds to the spring pasture when the snow had melted, but before the summer pasture's grasses had begun to bloom. When the vegetation in the summer pasture began to fade, they would move their herds to the fall pasture, then migrating to the winter pasture with the first snowfall. 64 Beyond seasonal change, the particular way that a given AUL migrated, the length and speed of their migrations and the time spent in seasonal pastures was influenced by factors such as the terrain of the landscape, the availability of water and fodder, the particular types of animals that the AUL tended, and the presence and density of other people and livestock. 65 Some AULs, for instance, might migrate fairly modest distances over the course of a year, traveling a total of 50 to 100 kilometers, while other AULs, such as those that inhabited the arid Mangyshlak Peninsula, where good pasture and water sources tended to be scarce, might travel 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers in a single year. 66 Indeed. The extraordinary length of some Kazakh nomads' migrations distinguished their practices from those of other pastoral nomadic peoples in Central Asia, such as the Turkmen or the Kyrgyz. 67 Cataclysmic events, like the Zunghar invasion into the south of the steppe in the 18th century, might shift nomads' migration routes, thereby intensifying the competition for good grazing lands in other areas of the steppe. Genealogy played a crucial role in Kazakh nomadic life. Originally, the term Kazakh had denoted a political identity, those peoples who had broken away from Abu Elker, Khan of the Uzbeks. But by the 19th century, members of the Black Bone Strata had increasingly come to define themselves by their ancestry, which they complied in oral or written registers. They understood their genealogical ties as approximating the shape of a tree. At the top of the tree was Alish, the mythical ancestor from whom they claimed descent. Alish then had three sons, Bekaris, Akaris, and Janaris, each of whom founded one of the three Kazakh hordes. The offspring of these sons then formed tribes within their particular horde. As time went on and these tribes grew larger, their descendants founded sections and subsections, as a way of identifying themselves and clarifying the exact way that they were related to their supposed founder, Alish. 68 The smallest unit of a given lineage was an AUL, and members of this group considered themselves to be part of the same kinship group. Kinship, however, was not just a source of identity. It also governed crucial economic aspects of pastoral nomadic life. In a practice known as Atakanis, individual clans claimed grazing rights over particular pastures, and these privileges were then passed down along genealogical lines. When nomads' migration routes were disrupted or pressure on pastures increased, such as during the Zunghar invasion, the leaders of various clans would meet to reallocate the usage of pastures. 69 Pastoral nomads also relied upon practices of mutual aid as protection against the effects of environmental instability. In Sonbaru, a Kazakh with large numbers of cattle might loan a poorer kin member a milk cow for the winter. This poorer kin. Figure 1.2. Kazakh nomads in the Teeks Valley, 1926. Morton and Clark Asiatic Expedition of 1926, American Museum of Natural History Library, image number 267742. 34.1. Member would be responsible for pasturing and feeding the cow yet would gain the benefits of its milk and, potentially, its offspring. Such aid practices constituted a necessary survival strategy in a landscape where distinctions between rich and poor could shift rapidly over the course of a single season. To varying extents, Kazakh nomads supplemented their practice of pastoralism with activities such as agriculture, hunting, fishing, or trade. In 1833, the General Staff Officer Alexei Levshin, perhaps the most famous Russian imperial chronicler of Kazakh life, published an account based on his experiences in Orenburg province. He noted that some Kazakhs, usually poorer Kazakhs who had lost their livestock, engaged in agriculture close to rivers and lakes. But he cautioned against equating the spread of agriculture with Kazakhs' adoption of settled life. However, agriculture does not make them settled. They nomadize close to their fields only until the time when the grain is ripe. After threshing it, they take what they need with them, bury the remainder in the ground until the next sowing, and then leave for another place. 70 As Levshin's account illustrates, Kazakhs adapted their practice of agriculture to suit their nomadic way of life and the steppe's conditions. Nomads tended to cultivate grains that had a short growing season, such as millet, and store them in hollows in the ground. Where irrigation was necessary, they constructed ariks, canals that funneled water across the steppe. 71. Settlement of the Kazakh steppe. While the settlement of the Kazakh steppe was part of the larger migration of Slavic peoples to Siberia, the Russian Far East, and Central Asia during the late 19th century, it had several distinctive features. Unlike Siberia, the Kazakh steppe was used only infrequently as a place of exile during the period it was under Russian imperial rule. The writer Fyodor Dostoevsky, who spent time as a corporal at the Semipalatinsk garrison, is perhaps the most well-known figure to have been banished to the region. The steppe had a significant native population by 1897, as much as 3 million, in contrast to the more dispersed and less numerous native populations of Siberia and the Far East. 72. The environment of the Kazakh steppe also presented particular challenges for the establishment of settled agriculture. When compared with lands farther north, the land received less annual rainfall and its soils were generally of poorer quality. Due to the steppe's dry climate, spring wheat, the favored crop of settlers, was generally of high quality. But the frequent occurrence of droughts meant that these spring wheat harvests were unpredictable, and that yields varied greatly from year to year. 73. 35. Generally, there was a close relationship between peasant settlement and the ecological conditions of the steppe. By 1898, the area where most Kazakhs migrated was split into several different administrative regions. The governor-generalship of the steppe, which roughly corresponded to the northeast of the Kazakh steppe, the governor-generalship of Turkestan and Turgai and Ural-Sk provinces, which were not part of any administrative unit. 74. In the steppe provinces, peasant settlement came to resemble a belt, which corresponded to the amount of annual rainfall that the land received. With its fertile soils, Akmolensk province quickly became the favored destination for peasant settlers. Over time, the northern reaches of Turgai, Semipalatinsk, and Ural-Sk provinces also became important sites of settlement. But due to the lack of rainfall, few settlers could be found further south within these provinces, and the 8-inch annual precipitation line roughly marked the southern extent of peasant settlement. 75. Farther south in Russian Turkestan, the pattern of settlement in Kazakh lands was a bit different, but it was also closely linked to the region's ecological conditions. Fearing the potentially disruptive effects of large-scale peasant settlement in this region, administrators had closed Turkestan to settlement in 1896, adding Semirachi to this list when it was returned to the auspices of the Governor-Generalship of Turkestan in 1898. But unauthorized settlers continued to arrive and the pressure for new, fertile lands grew. In 1890–91, parts of European Russia experienced a devastating famine, and impoverished, starving peasants fled as far south as Turkestan in search of better lands. In 1910, as part of the far-reaching agrarian reforms spearheaded by Prime Minister Peter Stolypin, St. Petersburg permanently lifted the ban on settlement in Turkestan. 76. Settlers concentrated heavily in Semirachi, with its abundant rainfall and good soils, and to a far lesser extent in the river valleys of Sirdarya. Due to its aridity, extreme heat, and poor soils, few settlers colonized Transcaspia, and this province was largely untouched by the phenomenon of peasant settlement. 77. The peasants who settled in Turkestan or the lands of the steppe provinces came primarily from the Middle Volga, as well as the left bank and steppe of Ukraine. 78. But within these peasant communities, there were differences. Those who had settled the steppe at the beginning of this migration tended to be known as the Starozhili, while more recent arrivals were often referred to Novoseli. 79. In Semipalatinsk province, a group of peasants, including many old believers, migrated to the Altai mountains. They became known as the Altai peasants or the Kamenshchiki, and over time they developed traditions distinct from other peasants in the region. 80. Kazakhs referred to. 36.1. All these settlers by a number of nicknames, including Karashek Pendiler and, more snidely, Kels I Misektor. 81. The particular way that peasants found the land that they occupied varied. Some contracted with land scouts who would arrange for the rental of suitable land from Kazakh or Cossack communities prior to their arrival. After the legalization of this practice, scouts could enroll migrants directly in government-surveyed areas. 82. As part of an effort to solidify the Kazakh steppe's new border with China, officials offered special subsidies to those who settled in the eastern parts of Semirachi and Semipalatinsk provinces. 83. The most destitute arrivals simply poured into existing peasant settlements. Once there, they often appropriated unused pasture lands from nomad seasonal migration routes, and frequent conflicts over land, water, and livestock rights broke out. Due to these tensions, as well as fears about the peasants themselves, particularly their poverty and supposedly uncivilized nature, regional officials pleaded, albeit unsuccessfully, with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to halt the flow of settlers. 84 The Kazakh saying Kalik Osti, Zher Ospiety people arrive, but the land does not move hints at the overcrowding that occurred on particularly fertile lands. On moving to the steppe, many new arrivals struggled to adapt to an unfamiliar climate. They bemoaned the insects, such as mosquitoes, gadflies, horseflies, and gnats, which appeared at the beginning of the summer, as well as the burrowing effects of rodents, such as the jerboa, which could destroy crops. 85 In the treeless landscape, they struggled to find enough wood to light fires or construct shelters. 86 But they also fought against more severe problems, such as droughts, severe frosts, and plagues of locusts. In 1907, settlers in Semireki suffered from droughts and destitution so severe that officials in the region began to organize food aid. 87 That same year, a detachment of the Russian Society of the Red Cross, after surveying the steppe region, observed that there were people in every village suffering from scurvy due to a poor diet. 88 In 1911, part of the Kazakh steppe experienced a severe drought. Officials in Omskyost estimated that the harvest of wheat and other grains was 80% less than the previous year. Due to these harvest failures, peasants were not able to collect enough seeds for the following year's sowing or sufficient hay to feed their livestock. During the drought, the grass on the steppe perished, and peasants' livestock sickened from eating it. 89 Due to these environmental challenges, as well as other factors, such as conflict with local officials and Kazakh nomads, large numbers of Slavic settlers, some 20%, ultimately returned back to European Russia prior to 1917. Many of those who remained sought to diversify their activities, moving away from an exclusive focus on grain farming as a way to manage hazards such as drought. Some peasant settlements in Turgai and Semipalatinsk provinces were 37. Primarily or exclusively focused on livestock production rather than grain farming. 90 With the construction of the Trans-Siberian Railroad and the introduction of ferry service along the Irtysh River in the 1880s, settlers began to import new technologies to the Kazakh steppe, including mechanized means of clearing hay and heavy iron plows that could break up the sod more effectively than wooden plows. 91 Settlers continuing ties with regions in European Russia, including the travel back and forth of family members, brought to the steppe new seeds, especially hardier varieties of wheat, the favored crop of settlers, as well as animal breeds, most notably the black sheep prized by Russians and Cossacks. 92 As peasant settlement continued, Kazakhs began to adapt their practice of pastoral nomadism to the changing circumstances of life on the steppe. Due to the demarcation of borders and the physical presence of areas of Slavic settlement, Kazakh nomads could not use the land in the way that they had previously. In Akmolinsk and Semipalatinsk provinces, which roughly corresponded to the lands of the Middle Horde, nomads began to cultivate hay as a source of winter fodder, to compensate for the loss of some of their pasture lands. To protect these hayfields and their winter pastures from encroachment by peasants or other nomads, some Kazakhs began to spend 9 months of the year on their winter pastures, migrating just a short distance to their summer pastures in the remaining 3 months. 93 Some Little Horde Kazakhs, by contrast, increased the length of their seasonal migrations, as peasant settlement forced them to travel farther in search of reliable water sources and good pasture lands. 94 Due in part to this shift in land use practices, many pastoral nomads changed the composition of their herds. Those Kazakhs who had shortened their migrations began to include animals suited to minimal migrations, such as cattle, followed by sheep and then horses. Prior to the late 18th century, cattle had not formed a major part of Kazakhs' herds. They were difficult animals to herd across long distances, and in comparison to sheep or horses, their grazing habits could be fickle. Cows tended to subsist entirely on the top layer of grass rather than grazing more intensively. 95 But in a significant shift, Cattle now constituted an important part of many Kazakh nomads' herds. 96. By contrast, the numbers of camels in the steppe began to decline, as fewer nomads were able to carry out the long migrations needed to pasture them. 97. Though the steppe's overall animal population was growing rapidly, the number of animals that a particular AUL pastured was going down, as few AULs were able to sustain the long migrations needed to pasture large herds. 98. In other cases, Kazakhs developed new strategies to cope with the challenge of Slavic colonization. In 1906, at a meeting of the Turgai provincial administration on the question of land apportionment, officials noted that Kazakh households in Kustana and Aktyabinsk had begun to plow up their pastures for grain. 38.1. An outcome that seemed to confirm the predictions of those who had heralded the end of nomadism. On closer inspection, however, they discovered that the Kazakhs in these yuezds had secretly rented these lands to Russian settlers, who were farming them. They concluded, in spite of the growth of agriculture, the Kyrgyz in these yuezds are a long way from giving up nomadism. 99. Though the rental of pasture lands was technically illegal, St. Petersburg claimed to own nomads' pasture lands. Nomads in areas of intense peasant settlement, such as the northern reaches of Turgai province, began to utilize it to supplement their practice of pastoralism. In addition, Kazakhs increased their trade with Russia. This steppe trade was distinct from the caravan trade between Russia and Central Asia that passed through the Kazakh steppe, and it had grown in importance as the Russian Empire advanced into the region. Kazakhs sold live animals, as well as animal products such as hides, butter, and wool, and they purchased items such as grain, tea, kerosene, matches, pottery, and Russian manufactured goods from traders, mostly Muslim merchants. These exchanges were conducted near areas of peasant or Cossack settlement, at seasonal trade fairs, or deep within the steppe itself at so-called mobile markets, where traders would travel with nomadic encampments. The biggest markets tended to take place at the end of the spring, just as the livestock was beginning to gain weight, and in the fall, so that Kazakhs did not have to pasture these animals over the winter. 100. By the late 19th century, Kazakhs became increasingly focused on raising animals for Russian markets. They sold them directly to Slavic peasants or to traders, who, with the construction of the Trans-Siberian Railroad, shipped them to consumers in European Russia. The railheads of Omsk and Petropavlovsk became centers for this trade. In 1908, the steppe provinces and parts of Semireki and Sirdarya exported 400,000 head of livestock, 6 million hides and skins, and nearly 6,000 tons of meat by rail to European Russia. 101. This trade almost certainly played a role in shifting the composition of Kazakhs' herds, as cattle were more sought after by Russian consumers. 102. St. Petersburg had promoted the steppe trade as early as the rule of Catherine the Great. It was profitable. Russian officials obtained livestock cheaply and offloaded grain that otherwise would have been difficult and expensive to transport back to Russia, and it was believed that the growth of the grain trade would help civilize Kazakhs, making them into loyal subjects of the empire. 103. During the period of intense peasant settlement, officials continued to link the consumption of grain with the adoption of sedentary life. In 1907, as part of a survey of Kazakh land use practices in Akmolinsk province, the statistician V.K. Kuznetsov proclaimed, "The mass of the population has gradually given up a purely nomadic way of life, relying on new means of existence and 39. At the same time adopting the habits of a more cultured way of life, particularly the consumption of grain." 104. The ancient Kazakh diet of meat and fermented mare's milk, he predicted, would soon give way to a diet based primarily on grain and cow's milk. 105. Previously, Kazakhs' diet had been based on meat and milk products from sheep, horses, and, to a lesser degree, camels. Meat was the primary focus, and the consumption of meat depended on one's social position, with better-off nomads consuming more meat. During the late fall, Kazakhs would slaughter a portion of their herds. This meat would then be preserved for use during the winter, a process known as sagum. During the warmer months, When their animals produced fresh milk, Kazakhs shifted their diet, relying to a greater extent on milk products. They consumed soured milks, such as kimaz, shubat, and aran, as well as a variety of cheese and butter products. Kazakh nomads supplemented this meat and milk-based diet in various ways, some hunted or fished, while others consumed limited amounts of grain. 106 But there is evidence to suggest that Kazakhs' diet began to change as economic practices in the steppe shifted in the 19th and early 20th centuries. After a series of food crises in the 1830s and then again after the disastrous 1891 famine, the Russian state became increasingly interested in managing the food supply in the Russian countryside. In an effort to halt further outbreaks of famine, imperial officials began to discuss the relationship between food and health. By the 1880s, local government officials began to collect data on peasants' food consumption habits to understand exactly how much food peasants needed to survive. Armed with this data, these officials sought to develop a consumption model applicable to all of Russia, which would indicate what types of foods needed to be produced and how much of this food could be sold. 107 By contrast, nomadic nutrition was far less well understood. The Kazakh steppe, like many other non-Russian parts of the empire, did not have zemstvos. However, the various statistical expeditions tasked with understanding how much land nomads needed to survive also collected limited data on nomads' consumption habits, which they sought to compare to those of standard, that is, settled households. In 1907, Kuznetsov found that Kazakhs in Kochetav had begun to consume less food. Individual consumption of meat and milk had declined dramatically in comparison with 1896, while individual consumption of grain had remained fairly stable. 108 Though Kuznetsov tried to explain these declines in meat and milk consumption by pointing to various inaccuracies in the data, he concluded, the nourishment of nearly half of the Kyrgyz population does not reach an average level. 109 Though Kuznetsov's data is taken from an area of intense peasant settlement, Akmolinsk province, during a year. 41. When parts of the Russian Empire suffered from famine, it hints at the various ways that Kazakhs' diet had begun to change. Overall, Kazakhs consumed less meat and milk, and as a result, grain had come to constitute an increasingly important part of their diet. Though some Kazakhs grew this grain themselves, most acquired it through trade with settled populations. Given the shift in the composition of Kazakhs' diet, it also seems likely that Kazakhs had begun to consume fewer calories overall. During the last decades of the Russian Empire, the Kazakh steppe's human and animal population grew dramatically. Over the course of 20 years, the number of people living in the steppe increased by over 2 million, with 3/4 of these new arrivals Slavic settlers. 110 In one decade, 1906 to 16, the number of livestock in the northern oblasts of the Kazakh steppe grew by nearly 3 million, an increase of 79%. In Akmolinsk province, the situation was particularly pronounced. Livestock numbers in the province increased 135% during that same 10-year period. 111 Several factors help explain this tremendous human and animal growth, including the Figure 1.3. A Kazakh woman preparing bauryursak, a dish made with ar. Pavlodar province, before 1917. Republic of Kazakhstan Central State Archive of Film, Photo and Audio Documents, Image #5 to 3511. 41. Influx of new peoples, Kazakhs' growing involvement in the livestock trade, and the relative absence of warfare on the steppe in comparison with the 18th century. 112. This rapid human and animal growth placed greater stress on the steppe's environment. With more livestock, pastures were being used far more frequently. Moreover, many settlers did not practice crop rotation. Once the fertility of a piece of land was depleted, they moved on to plow other areas, and soil exhaustion became a problem in areas of heavy peasant settlement. 113 Kuznetsov argued that the steppe's population increase had worsened the overall conditions of the region's water supply, everywhere the woods are thinning out, and with each year they are depleted more and more, threatening the deforestation of whole large areas and increasing the natural desiccation of bodies of water. 114 As the steppes animal population grew and these herds came into close proximity to one another, epizootics, large-scale epidemic outbreaks of disease among animal populations, became more likely. In 1890, officials in Akmolinsk province reported that thousands of livestock had died from Siberian anthrax and the plague. 115 In 1911, a large epizootic led to the death of over 1,000 head of cattle in USD Kamenogorsk, part of Semipalatinsk province. 116 By the early 20th century, the most striking phenomenon was a trend toward the settlement of the Kazakhs. Russian imperial officials noted the appearance of Jataka, poor Kazakhs without livestock. These Kazakhs could be found near areas of Russian settlement, where they worked as hired laborers. 117 In other cases, nomads began to maintain just two types of pastures, summer and winter, instead of a pasture for each season. With this decrease in mobility, pastoralists began to rely less on their yurts during the colder months. They constructed semi-permanent adobe dwellings, as well as shelters for their animal herds on their winter pastures. 118 In 1914, the Russian Empire entered World War I, beginning a nearly 10-year period of economic and social crisis on the Kazakh steppe. During this period, two distinct famines afflicted areas where Kazakhs migrated. From 1917 to 1920 a famine raged in Russian Turkestan, and from 1920 to 21 a famine hit the Volga and Ural River regions. 119 The latter famine was concentrated in European Russia, but it also came to encompass two Russian provinces with seasonal Kazakh populations, Orenburg and Astrakhan. Both of these famines were closely intertwined with the political turmoil of the period. In 1916, a massive revolt, sparked by an order to conscript the Muslim peoples of Central Asia for military labor battalions, broke out, and violence spread throughout Russian Turkestan and the steppe. 120 In February 1917, the Russian Empire fell, and by 1918, the steppe was plunged into civil war. 42-1. This turmoil upended economic relationships across the steppe. The beginning of World War I disrupted Kazakhs' livestock trade with European Russia, and the price for animals within the steppe began to fall. Brigades requisitioned Kazakhs' horses for the use of the Russian army. Due to fighting associated with the 1916 revolt, the grain harvest for Semi-Reki province in 1916 plummeted to half what it was in 1914. 121 Across Russian Turkestan, the effects of the revolt were then intensified by a massive ZHUT in the winter of 1916-17, which led to a 20% reduction in Kazakhs' herds, and a drought in the summer of 1917. 122 During the last decades of the Russian Empire, the cotton-growing areas of Russian Turkestan had become heavily dependent on shipments of grain from European Russia. But by 1918, the rail lines between Russian Turkestan and points north were blocked due to fighting, and much of the grain supply for Russian Turkestan was cut off. A newly formed Tashkent Soviet of Workers and Soldiers deputies assumed control over the food supply in Russian Turkestan, wielding food, particularly grain, as a means of control over the local population. The primary cause of both famines appears to have been forced grain requisitions, which were carried out by armed detachments. In each case, the effects of this policy were intensified by environmental phenomena, the ZHUT and drought in Russian Turkestan, and a drought in the Volga region in 1920-21. And in both cases, patterns emerged that would repeat in some fashion during the Kazakh famine of 1930-33. Large numbers of refugees, both from the Volga and Ural famine and from the Turkestan famine, flooded the city of Tashkent, on the rumor that the city, which would become nicknamed the City of Bread, had food. Encampments of starving people filled the city's streets. 123 Soon diseases, such as typhus and cholera, began to spread, and officials struggled to cope with this public health crisis. During the turmoil of the 1916 revolt, more than 300,000 nomads fled to China, many perishing as they escaped. Both crises exacted a particularly heavy toll on the region's economy. In 1931, Izmukhan Uramasov, then Kazakhstan's deputy party secretary, estimated that the republic's livestock numbers in 1923 were only 35% of their 1916 levels, with its sown field area for 1923 just 52% of its 1916 level. 124. Though Uramasov's calculation is anachronistic, the borders of Soviet Central Asia were not drawn until 1924. It gives some sense of the devastation of these years. Due to famine, violence, and refugee flight, Russian Turkestan's population dropped by more than 2 million people from 1916 to 1920. 125. The effects of this crisis on Russian Turkestan's nomadic population, Kazakhs and Kyrgyz, were particularly severe, as their herd numbers fell by 63% from 1917 to 1920. 126. The crisis of 1914 to 24, particularly the disruption to Kazakhs' seasonal migration routes and the loss of their animal herds, caused some Kazakhs to settle and others to reduce their mobility. 127. More generally, it accelerated a process. 43. Of Kazakh settlement first sparked during peasant colonization of the Kazakh steppe. 128. This reduction in mobility generally bore a close relationship to patterns of peasant settlement. By the 1920s, nomads who migrated year-round could be found only in areas that had few settlers, such as Transcaspia, populated by little horde Kazakhs. A minority of Kazakhs, perhaps less than 10%, had settled. The vast majority of Kazakhs continued to rely on the practice of pastoral nomadism. However, they had begun to shorten their migrations and supplement their practice of pastoralism to a greater degree than before with other activities, such as trade and agriculture. 129. The last decades of Russian imperial rule led to important demographic, economic, and environmental changes in the Kazakh steppe. On the most basic level, the Kazakh steppe, dominated by Muslim, Turkic-speaking peoples since the 15th century, gained a significant Slavic minority population. Though Slavic settlers continued to arrive and depart throughout the early Soviet period, the first Soviet census, tabulated in 1926, gives some idea of the enormity of the demographic shifts that occurred under Russian imperial rule. Kazakhs held a slim majority in their new republic, with Russian and Ukrainian settlers constituting the bulk of the remainder. 130. Due to the delimitation of international borders, there was now also a significant Kazakh minority in Xinjiang. As new lands were brought under cultivation during this period of intense peasant settlement, observers noted important ecological shifts, including the drying up of water sources and the exhaustion of soils. These new settlers also found that it was challenging to make the Kazakh steppe into an agrarian region. In a pattern that would continue into the Soviet era, periodic droughts, frosts, and changes in the soil made it difficult to ensure that there would be a stable harvest from year to year. Many Russian imperial observers had predicted that Kazakhs' pastoral nomadic way of life would disappear due to their encounter with the Russian Empire, but the vast majority of Kazakhs continued to practice some form of pastoral nomadism on the eve of Soviet rule. Historically, pastoral nomads in Central Eurasia had relied on various strategies to adapt to changing political or environmental conditions, and Kazakhs responded to the challenge of Slavic settlement by limiting their mobility, increasing the level of their trade with Russia, and renting out some of their pasture lands, among other shifts. Though this period marked a trend toward nomadic settlement, what Russian imperial officials referred to as semi-nomadism, the disappearance of nomadic life under Soviet rule was by no means preordained or inevitable. As the broader history of Central Eurasia reveals, forms of semi-nomadism in the steppe could be long-lasting and stable. Though some ecological, social, and political factors might 44.1 cause groups to settle, others might cause groups to nomadize, with semi-nomads or settled groups taking up nomadic life. 131. But in a crucial development, Kazakhs began to consume more grain, and they became increasingly tied to the networks of Russian traders that supplied this grain. It is also likely that they began to consume less food overall, making them more vulnerable to hunger. Many of these changes were magnified by the destruction of the period 1914 to 24, which saw Russia's entrance into World War I, the fall of the Russian Empire, and the onset of civil war. When the boundaries of what would become known as Soviet Kazakhstan were set in 1924, the region's economy was in a state of crisis, with agricultural yields and livestock numbers well below their pre-World War I levels. It is clear that the Kazakh famine of 1930–33 would not have occurred without the Soviet regime's radical interventions. But, as this chapter has shown, the legacies of Russian imperial rule must be considered an important contributing factor. This period set in motion crucial changes that would magnify the scale of the Soviet famine of 1930–33. When Moscow imposed heavy grain procurement requirements on the Republic as part of the first five-year plan, these procurements severed the grain trade networks that had become so important to Kazakh nomads' existence under Russian imperial rule. By the fall of 1930, parts of the Kazakh steppe began to suffer from famine. 45. The new Soviet Republic of Kazakhstan seemed an unlikely place for socialism to take root. It had been created from disparate parts in 1924 as part of a process known as the National Delimitation, whereby Moscow sought to create national territorial units across the territory of the former Russian Empire. The Republic's central region, the so-called Hungry Steppe, was arid and subject to frequent droughts, and it bore little resemblance to the more fertile landscapes of European Russia. The predominant economic activity in the Republic was not factory work or settled agriculture. Rather, it was pastoral nomadism, and with the national delimitation, the Republic had the Soviet Union's largest group of pastoral nomads, far outweighing other neighboring republics with large nomadic populations, such as Turkmenistan and Kyrgyzia. In the last decades of Russian imperial rule, large numbers of Russian and Ukrainian peasant settlers had settled the Republic's northern and southeastern regions, transforming parts of the steppe into an agrarian landscape. But communications and road systems in the Kazakh steppe remained very poorly developed. The best way to reach remote parts of the Republic was often an arduous trek by camel. Kazakh culture was primarily an oral rather than a literary culture, and illiteracy rates in the Kazakh AUL remained above 90%. For some, the idea of bringing socialism to this territory, a place dotted with camels and nomads, was absurd. A prominent Kazakh cadre Yuldanbek Kozanov went so far as to circulate a joke, "You can't get to socialism by camel." On one level, the joke was simply a humorous. 2. Can you get to socialism by camel? The fate of pastoral nomadism in Soviet Kazakhstan, 1921–28. 46-2. Dig at Moscow's outsized ambitions or a sarcastic remark by a disgruntled cadre. But on a deeper level, Kozanov's joke reveals that during 1921–28, a phase of Soviet rule generally known as the New Economic Policy, there were many unresolved questions about what the Communist Party's transformation of the Kazakh steppe would look like. Could you get to socialism by camel? Was nomadism compatible with socialist-style modernity? Or, by contrast, was a nomadic way of life incompatible with socialism? In much of the Soviet countryside, the period of NEP marked the beginning of a period of relative peace. Moscow ended its previous economic policy, war communism, in favor of a kind of market socialism. In addition to many other market-oriented changes, NEP replaced the brutal forced requisitioning of war communism with a tax in kind. Peasants were now permitted to keep their grain surplus and sell it on the free market. But many within the party believed that the policy was only a temporary concession. Ideologically, they saw the appearance of markets and private traders as phenomena incompatible with socialism. Remembering the history of peasant rebellion during the Civil War, they continued to look with deep suspicion on the Soviet peasantry. If the Soviet Union were truly to become a workers' state and overtake the West, the capitalist practices of NEP would need to be eliminated, and the peasantry shunted into collective farms. The scholarly literature on the NEP era has concentrated on the peasant question, or the issue of how the regime might incorporate a recalcitrant peasantry into the framework of the state. 2. But the case of Kazakhstan reveals that the NEP era was not defined by the issue of the peasantry alone. In Kazakhstan, like other parts of the Soviet East, Moscow confronted alien social groups, ranging from pastoral nomads to hunters and gatherers to fishermen, who were clearly not peasant in their orientation. 3. If the Bolsheviks struggled to fit the peasantry into their Marxist-Leninist worldview, then it was even less apparent where these groups might be placed in the Marxist-Leninist timeline of history. If the primary resource to be extracted from the peasantry was grain, then it was less clear what these regions, parts of which were characterized by severe cold, poor soils, or arid conditions, might produce. During the NEP era, the fate of Kazakh nomads, like that of the Soviet Union's peasantry more generally, lay undetermined, as experts and officials experimented with different policies and debated how best to integrate them into the state. 4. Initially, Moscow took a contradictory approach to the nomad question in Kazakhstan. Some programs, such as the 1921-22 land reforms, weakened the economic basis of nomadic life by altering land tenure systems. 5. By contrast, other initiatives worked with, rather than against, Kazakhs' mobile way of life. To improve their outreach to the republic's remote corners, Soviet activists migrated. 47. Seasonally with nomadic encampments, and a series of rulings reaffirmed animal husbandry as the major basis of Kazakhstan's economy. 6. Within the Republic's Commissariat of Agriculture, experts, such as agronomists, ethnographers, and geographers, many of whom had non-Bolshevik backgrounds, maintained that pastoral nomadism was the most efficient use of the Republic's landscape, and they warned that any attempt to settle the Kazakh nomads would result in catastrophe. Kazakh cadres also weighed in on the question of nomadism. Akhamet Bayt-Ursinov, a former member of Alish Orda, a Kazakh political party that had sided against the Bolsheviks during the Civil War, argued that Kazakhs already practiced communism in the AUL. By 1927-28, as economic policy across the Soviet Union began to harden, the idea that nomadism needed to be quickly eliminated throughout the Republic began to gain the upper hand. Those specialists who had argued that nomadism was the most productive use of arid parts of the Republic's landscape were thrown out of Krasnarkomzum and denounced as bourgeois. Bayt-Ursinov, like several other former Alish Orda members, was arrested in 1929. Experts now framed pastoralism as a fundamentally unstable means of production, pointing to the fluctuation in pastoral nomads' herd numbers during droughts, ZHUTS, or epizootics. Denouncing those who had predicted that arid portions of the steppe could not support settled life, officials proclaimed that a specifically socialist state could overcome the limits that the steppe's arid environment appeared to place on human activity. In concert with this shift, experts began a rereading of Kazakh history through a Marxist-Leninist lens. They proclaimed the backward practice of nomadism to be at odds with the regime's avowedly anti-imperial nationality policy, which pledged to support Kazakhs' development as a national group. Nomadism, they argued, impeded Kazakhs' development into a modern, Soviet nation. Fracturing Kazakhs' petty bourgeois consciousness required their sedentarization as a group. Experts began to harness the language of Soviet nation-making to reinforce the change in agricultural policy. Nomadism was denounced as both economically inefficient and culturally backward. By showing that alternate ideas about the fate of pastoral nomadism existed and at certain levels of the party state even predominated prior to the 1928 confiscation campaign, this chapter reveals that Moscow's assault on pastoral nomadic life was far from predetermined. The presence of this pro-nomadism strain within Soviet thought also stands in contrast to the policies of other states toward nomadic peoples during the same period, portraying nomadic life as unproductive. Experts in these states argued that settling pastoralists would reduce environmental degradation. 7. Nonetheless, this chapter finds that there were aspects of Kazakhs' practice of pastoral nomadism, including its distance from markets. 48.2. And tendency for frequent fluctuations in animal numbers, that brought this way of life into clear tension with the proposals for more rapid industrialization that began to circulate during the NEP era. The crackdown on heterodoxy that accompanied the shift away from NEP, in turn, made the ideas of the non-Bolshevik experts and members of the Kazakh intelligentsia who had supported pastoral nomadism much more vulnerable. By 1928, Moscow had disregarded their warnings. The regime launched the Buy Confiscation program, which targeted elites in several nomadic societies, including Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzia, and Buryat Mongolia. This campaign marked the beginning of the party's assault on nomadism and the unraveling of the cultural and economic basis of nomadic life. The chapter begins by examining the relationship between Kazakhs and the new Soviet state immediately after the end of the Civil War but prior to the creation of the Republic in 1924. It then turns to an analysis of Soviet Kazakhstan after the national delimitation, examining the efforts of the Republic's newly installed party secretary Philip Golashchikin to transform Kazakh society through a program known as the Sovietization of the Kazakh AUL. If the NEP era saw relative stability in much of the Soviet countryside, this period in the Kazakh steppe was marked by turmoil, as Moscow struggled largely unsuccessfully to establish a firmer foothold in the region. 8. Finally, it analyzes the various debates and programs that led the party to conclude that pastoral nomadism had to be eliminated. Kazakhs and the new Soviet state, 1921-25. In 1921, Red Army forces assumed a shaky hold over the Kazakh steppe. Soon after assuming control, Moscow faced two pressing questions: the issue of Soviet agricultural policy and the issue of Soviet nationality policy. Due to the disruption of the Civil War, the region was in the throes of an economic crisis, with livestock levels and sown field area well below their pre-revolutionary levels. Kazakhs, who had seen their lands undergo intense peasant settlement during the last decades of the Russian Empire, were particularly affected by this turmoil, and their animal herd numbers had plummeted. Not only did Moscow have to repair this agricultural crisis, a product both of the Civil War and intense peasant settlement under Russian imperial rule, but it had to develop an agricultural policy suited for the steppe's mixture of animal husbandry, practiced by nomadic Kazakhs, and settled agriculture, practiced by the peasants who had settled the Kazakh steppe during the last decades of Russian imperial rule. Moscow also faced the question of how to put its avowedly anti-imperial nationality policy, which aimed to support and promote certain non-Russian 49 groups, into practice. Several considerations had led to the development of Moscow's nationality policy. World War I was a critical moment in the spread and development of nationalism, as empires broke apart and activists wielded the language of national rights. During the Civil War, the Bolsheviks had utilized the language of nationality to distinguish themselves from the whites and win over non-Russian groups. Vladimir Lenin argued that the Bolsheviks would right the wrongs of their colonial predecessor, the Russian Empire, placing non-Russian minorities on equal footing with Russians. Moreover, ideologically, Lenin and others believed that nationalism was a necessary stage, a phase that all groups had to pass through on their way to becoming socialist. If Kazakhs and other non-Russian groups were to become socialist, then it followed that Moscow had to assist these groups in first reaching and then passing through this historical stage. With the national delimitation of Central Asia in 1924, Kazakhs and several other Central Asian nations would receive their own republics, and subsequent years would see efforts to develop national languages, cultures, and histories. 9 members of these new nations were enlisted as active participants in this nation-making project. Under a program known as Korenizatsiya, Moscow sought to diversify the ranks of each republic's bureaucracy with large numbers of native cadres. But while Moscow sought to promote these new Soviet nations, it also sought to control them. Native elites deemed to be bourgeois nationalists could be attacked or expelled from the party. The content of national groups also had to fit within certain parameters. To advance on the Marxist-Leninist timeline of history, for instance, Soviet nations had to be economically productive. 10. As part of this nation-making project, alternate forms of identity, such as clans or allegiances to a hereditary elite, would come under assault. In 1920-21, Moscow began one of the first attempts to put its nationality policy into practice in the Kazakh steppe, initiating a series of reforms aimed at returning key land and water rights to Kazakhs and other native peoples who had seen their lands undergo intense Slavic settlement under Russian imperial rule. 11. In June 1920, the Politburo began the process of land reform, authorizing steps to address the unequal relationship between Slavic settlers and the native population in the Turkestan ASSR. 12. This reform would lead to the forced expulsion of more than 30,000 Slavic settlers, the imposition of a ban on further Slavic settlement in the region, and efforts to redistribute these confiscated lands to Kazakh and Kyrgyz nomads. 13. In 1921, farther north in the steppe, separate decrees authorized the seizure of lands previously held by Ural and Siberian Cossacks in Semipalatinsk, Akmolinsk, Turgai, and Ural-SK provinces and awarded these lands to Kazakhs. 52. Through this program of Zemlyoustroistvo, or land reorganization, planners sought to encourage Kazakhs to abandon nomadism for a settled way of life. As well, Moscow anticipated that a sweeping reorganization of land use patterns would eradicate the influence of wealthy clan leaders, giving the regime a further foothold in the region. 14. In practice, however, efforts at land reform did little to address these goals. A plenipotentiary assigned to oversee land apportionment work in Semipalatinsk province observed, the specialists sitting in land apportionment bureaus thought about these decrees in their own ways, some even were determined not to carry them out. 15. Meanwhile, he noted, Kazakhs, peasants, and Samovaltsevy, hearing rumors of the coming reforms, quickly moved to seize good lands before the state could redistribute them. Despite a ban on further colonization of the Kazakh steppe, tens of thousands of Samovaltsevy continued to arrive, and officials with Kaznarkomzem struggled to halt the flow of illegal settlers. There were even more severe problems in Jitassu province in the Turkestan ASSR, a fertile region that had been the focus of intense peasant settlement and frequent outbreaks of ethnic conflict under Russian imperial rule, most notably during the 1916 revolt. In Jitassu, attempts to seize settlers' lands aggravated existing ethnic tensions, and violence between nomads and Slavic settlers erupted. In 1924, the All-Russian Central Executive Committee in Moscow created a committee to regulate land reform in Russian Turkestan. Due to the severity of ethnic conflict in the region, the committee began to investigate the possibility of forming 4 Slavic okrugi composed of Russian and Ukrainian settlers within Kazakhstan and placing these Slavic okrugi under the direct control of Moscow, rather than subordinating them to Kazakhstan. 16. Though the plan to create Slavic okrugi was later abandoned, Jitassu's economy was in ruins after the land reforms. From 1915 to 1920, the sown field area for Jitassu fell by more than 50% and livestock numbers declined by 70%. Both of these precipitous declines continued in 1921. 17. Mikhail Serafimuov, the head of this Moscow-based committee, blamed these shortfalls on Kazakhs' failure to adopt settled life, rather than the reforms themselves. Arable land, taken from the peasants and given to the native population, is empty, weeds are growing, as the native population is not used to agriculture and with their primitive methods they cannot farm a field of any significance. 18. A later report by Kazakhstan's party committee cited immense mistakes in the execution of the land reforms in Jitassu and noted that prices for grain in the region skyrocketed due to the reforms. Though Jitassu had previously been a grain surplus region, it now could not even feed its own population. 19. These failed land reform efforts were an early indication of the difficulties that Moscow would encounter in transforming this multi-ethnic region. They 51. Exposed clear tensions between the objectives of Soviet nationality policy and Soviet agricultural policy. Efforts to return lands to Kazakhs and address the wrongs of Russian imperial rule had served to deepen the region's economic crisis and aggravate ethnic conflict between Kazakhs and Slavic settlers. Moreover, efforts at land reform had not transformed Kazakhs in the manner that Moscow had originally hoped. Rather than abandoning nomadism for settled life, many Kazakhs had rented out the lands that they had been given to Slavic settlers, a long-standing practice by nomads during the Russian imperial era. Far from eradicating clans, a key feature of nomadic life, the land reform had appeared to have strengthened them. 20. The Sovietization of the Kazakh AUL in 1925, Galoshchikin, the Republic's party secretary and leader, arrived in the Republic's capital, KZYL-Orda, a small frontier town of about 20,000 people located in the southwest of the steppe, on the Orenburg-Tashkent railway line. 21. The appointment of a figure of Galoshchikin's stature was a sign of Moscow's increasing focus on Kazakhstan given the potential role that this immense, sparsely populated republic could play in supplying an emerging union-wide economic system. But it was also an indication of just how daunting Moscow considered this prospect to be. As the struggles over land reform had illustrated, there were challenges to implementing Soviet nationality policy in a republic with a recent history of intense Slavic peasant settlement, as efforts to promote Kazakhs invariably inflamed ethnic tensions. Moreover, the 1920-21 land reforms had highlighted that Moscow's hold over the region was tenuous at best. Galoshchikin's arrival in KZYL-Orda was an event for those who worked there. A Ukrainian, Mikhail Ryadnin, who would work closely with Galoshchikin as his personal secretary, remembered, "We only knew a little bit about F.I. Galoshchikin then, but that which we knew instilled in us a special respect for him." They had heard, he continued, of Galoshchikin's participation in the 1905 revolution, his relationship with famous revolutionaries such as Yakov Sverdlov and Stalin, and his role in the death of Tsar Nicholas II and his family. Of Galoshchikin himself, Ryadnin observed, "He was a rather strongly built grey-haired man of about 50, lively and unusually active, his blue, expressive eyes seemed to follow everything and observe everything. While thinking, he would stroke his pointed beard with his left hand from time to time." 22. When he arrived in KZYL-Orda, Galoshchikin came with an impressive resume of revolutionary credentials. He had joined the Russian Social Democratic Labor 52 Party in 1903. During the split of the RSDLP, he sided with the Bolsheviks, signing up when they were a tiny underground organization with pipe dreams of revolution. Following the Bolsheviks' dramatic seizure of power in October 1917, the party's rank and file grew dramatically, as opportunists and idealists alike joined up. Old Bolsheviks, or those with pre-revolutionary ties such as Galoshchikin, became a tiny group within the party, but they were widely revered for their early commitment to the revolutionary cause. Galoshchikin had completed a degree in dentistry but left this profession to join the Bolsheviks in 1903. He had a colorful early career as a revolutionary. He participated in the Revolution of 1905, and in 1909, he was arrested and exiled to Narymsk Krai. Galoshchikin fled his place of exile, returning to Moscow. In January 1912, Galoshchikin traveled abroad to the Prague Party Conference, where he was named to the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party. On his return to Russia, he was again arrested and exiled, this time to Toboleskaya Gubernia. Again, in 1913, he managed to escape his imprisonment. He was then arrested and exiled a third time, this time to Turukhansk territory, whereupon good fortune smiled upon him. In February 1917, the Romanov dynasty fell, and Galoshchikin was released. Galoshchikin's time in exile strengthened his connections to radical circles. He was exiled to Narymsk with several other Bolsheviks, including Sverdlov and Berta Perelman. Galoshchikin fell in love with Perelman, a seamstress who, like Galoshchikin, had joined the Bolsheviks in 1903. They married, remaining together until Perelman's death in 1918. 23 Goloshchikin also became close friends with Sverdlov, who would become one of the leading architects of the Bolsheviks' surprising seizure of power in October 1917. But it was during the Civil War that Goloshchikin would cement his legacy within the party. In June 1918, Lenin ordered the killing of Tsar Nicholas II and his family. Goloshchikin, then commissar of the Urals military district, traveled to Moscow to collect their death warrants. Goloshchikin returned to Ekaterinburg, where he, Sverdlov and others are rumored to have been in the small circle of party cadres who carried out Lenin's orders to execute the Tsar and his family. 24 After the end of the Civil War, Goloshchikin continued to serve in a number of important roles for the party, becoming a member of the party commission charged with overseeing Turkestan and chairman of the Samara Regional Soviet. Goloshchikin found his new posting a challenging one, and he highlighted these difficulties in a 1926 letter to Politburo member Vyacheslav Molotov in Moscow. He wrote that ethnic Kazakh exploiters, known as BI, held the real power in the Republic. The Soviets are fictitious. Real power is in the hands of the elders and the personal representatives of the Soviet, who are the agents and protégés of the BI. The BI reigns and subjugates all down to the communists in Figure 2.1. Philip Goloshchikin. Republic of Kazakhstan Central State Archive of Film, Photo, and Audio Documents, Image #2-914443. 54.2. The AUL, by the way, the connections of the BI spread further to the regional level party workers and even to the Republic level workers. Throughout the Republic, there had been little attempt to enforce Soviet rule. Goloshchikin concluded, lawlessness, arbitrary rule, bribery, theft, and concealment, especially in the southern regions, reign above all. The Russian sector of the population, except for its propensity for chauvinism toward the local Kazakh population, might be deemed no worse than in the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, he argued, although the situation was very different in the Kazakh nomadic encampment, the AUL, as a rule, there are no party workers. The AUL communist is technically and politically illiterate. Kazakhs are grouped by the clan principle and most of all listen to the BI and to the main group. No one educates them, no one organizes them. 25 In Goloshchikin's assessment, the party had barely penetrated nomadic life, and the socialist development of Kazakhs compared unfavorably with the Republic's Russian minority. At the Republic's Fifth Party Congress of Republic officials, only months before this revealing confession to Molotov, Goloshchikin had unveiled new programs and slogans that aimed to transform Kazakhstan. Under a policy known as Okerdnost, Kazakhs, as the Republic's titular nationality, would receive first priority in the distribution of land. Other nationalities would receive land according to when they had arrived in the steppe, with priority given to those who had arrived prior to 1918. In an effort to halt illegal colonization, settlers who arrived after 1925 would not be given land. 26 Famously declaring that October passed by the AUL, or that the Republic's nomads had yet to even experience the October Revolution, Goloshchikin proclaimed the Sovietization of the AUL. 27 This campaign would focus on initiatives to insert the party into the very fabric of nomadic life. It provided for the creation of local-level institutions, such as Soviets, police forces, and district courts, and the organization of AULs into population points, which would be known as administrative AULs. It also authorized further ethnographic studies of the Kazakh AUL, including investigations of land use patterns and clan relationships. A major goal of the Sovietization of the AUL campaign was the elimination of backwardness, which encompassed everything from the introduction of Western medical practices to efforts to reduce the influence of clans. At the Republic's Sixth Party Congress, Goloshchikin had argued that the party needed to bring spoons, knives, and forks to the AUL, to which other party members added the need for pieces of soap, stools, and chairs. 28 Through measures such as land reform, the taxation of wealthy clan leaders and the introduction of laws punishing those who incited clan warfare, the party sought to weaken powerful clans. The campaign also called for efforts to assist the representatives of weaker clans. 29 Though the long-term goal remained the eradication of kinship, the 55 regime sought to regulate clans through the system of tribal parity, bringing kinship allegiances more firmly under the party's control. 30 Though some elements of the Sovietization of the AUL campaign, such as land reform, sought to weaken the social and economic basis of nomadic life, other facets of the campaign, paradoxically, worked with nomads' mobile way of life. Under Golozhchikin's leadership, the party developed so-called mobile schools, where teachers migrated seasonally with their pupils. The party also deployed red yurts and red caravans. While traveling with nomadic encampments, activists with these programs disseminated party propaganda and educated nomads in Western medical practices. They also worked with nomads to raise the productivity of livestock breeding. Statisticians, meanwhile, went to enormous efforts to count the republic's nomads and accurately represent their locations on a population map for the first time. In its broad outlines, Kazakhstan's Sovietization of the AUL resembled the face-to-the-village campaign that Moscow had launched among the peasantry in the RSFSR in 1924. 31 Through extending the watchful eye of the state into the countryside, Moscow sought to minimize the threat of rebellion and disorder that groups such as peasants or nomads posed. Through these intrusions, the regime also sought to gather information about the groups that it governed, and it sent ethnographers and agronomists out into the countryside to study them. A series of poor harvests had heightened anxieties about the food supply, and Moscow sought to assess how goods such as grain or meat might reliably be extracted from nomads or peasants. 32 As part of the Sovietization of the AUL campaign, the 1920s saw a flurry of new studies of the Kazakh AUL. Statisticians with the Republic's Central Statistical Department worked to develop a population map of the Republic. 33 Ethnographers collected updated information on clan distributions and lineages. 34 During the winter of 1925-26, many of these same officials helped tally the first Soviet census. Some of the questions that these ethnographers sought to answer were not new. Some of these experts, such as V.G. Sokolovsky, had worked on Russian imperial ethnographic studies of the Kazakh steppe, but officials now critiqued these studies as outdated. Nomadic life had changed dramatically during the revolutionary period, and the party now needed answers to a far broader array of questions. 35 But these ethnographers confronted a problem. Nomads did not readily adhere to the categories or units of analysis that these experts used when studying the sedentary world. They began to debate the utility of applying these categories to nomadic life, as well as how the various features of nomadic life might be fruitfully measured and translated into statistics in a way that would be intelligible to planners like Golozhchikin. To begin the redistribution of nomads' pasture lands, for instance, a key component of the Sovietization of the AUL, officials needed to understand how much land a nomad used. Similarly, ethnographers began to debate the issue of optimum herd size, or exactly how many animals a given nomadic encampment needed to survive. As these scholars discovered, none of these questions had clear answers. Nomads undertook migrations rather than settling on a specific tract of land that might be readily measured through conventional units, such as hectares. The size of nomads' herds might vary widely, depending on the type of land that they migrated across and the occurrence of disasters, such as drought or ZHUT. Finally, there was also wide variation in the composition of nomads' herds. Some ALs might pasture cattle and sheep, while others pastured camels. Scholars now sought to understand if ALs should be given different allowances based on the types of animals that they pastured. 36 In most areas of the Soviet Union, scholars calculated, there was a roughly 1:1 ratio of cows to people. In Kazakhstan, however, that figure was 1.61 cows per person. 37 Did nomads really need all those animals? Could nomadic life be made more efficient? V.G. Sokolovsky, the head of the Republic's Central Statistical Department, began to critique the categories that his colleagues used to categorize Kazakhs. 57. Such as nomadic, semi-nomadic, or settled. Nomadic life had changed dramatically during the preceding decades, he argued, and many Kazakhs' practices did not fit easily into one of these three categories. Though ethnographers relied on certain metrics to decide who was settled or who was nomadic, such as the type of economic activity practiced or the distance of seasonal migration, these metrics rarely reflected the intricacies of steppe lifestyles, he concluded. A nomad who raised cattle might migrate every summer to a pasture only 5 to 10 versts away from his zimovka, or winter dwelling, whereas a settled farmer practicing grain cultivation might travel 25 to 30 versts each year to his summer pasture. 38 statisticians working to count the number of nomads in the Republic for the first Soviet census also encountered methodological problems. In European Russia, statisticians had frequently relied on a technique known as percent calculations, whereby census takers, rather than visiting every household, relied on local knowledge or the assertion by a regional official that, say, 100 households lived within a given region. Statisticians working in Kazakhstan, however, alleged that this methodology, which they termed derisively a kind of census by correspondence, was too unreliable, given wide variation in the size of nomadic households and a propensity for clan leaders fearful of further taxation to understate the size of their communities. Instead, statisticians proposed the selection of a handful of representative regions in the Republic, which would provide a basis for calculating the Republic's overall population. 39 These statisticians proposed to use this information to create the Republic's first comprehensive population map. According to the head of Kazakhstan's Statistical Commission Sokolovsky, there were only two existing maps that encompassed the Republic's territory and population, the first, a 40-verst army topographic map dated from the 1860s, while the second, a schematic 40-verst map had been drafted by the State Planning Agency. Neither took account of the tremendous population movement and settlement in the region during the revolutionary period. 40 More important, neither map gave any accounting of the location of the Republic's nomads, an indictment that Sokolovsky leveled in dramatic fashion before a crowd of assembled top party officials in KZYL-Orda. Displaying the most current map of the region of KZYL-Orda to his audience, he noted that were it not for the railroad line and the capital city of KZYL-Orda, onlookers would have the full impression of a steppe without human life. 41 In the map that Sokolovsky triumphantly displayed to his audience, some 80% of the region's population was missing. The region's population appeared to be exclusively settled and overwhelmingly from European Russia. But in reality, Sokolovsky interjected, some 15 to 20,000 Kazakh households resided in the province of KZYL-Orda, far outnumbering the population of the 58 town by the same name. The total and utter absence of the Republic's Kazakh population from maps was compounded by the fact that officials had no names for alls or groupings of alls, as they did for traditionally recognized units of settlement, such as towns and villages. To remedy this situation, Sokolovsky and other statisticians detailed plans to research and assemble a new 10-verst map, which would include the Republic's nomadic populations on a map for the very first time. The difficulty in mapping nomadic populations, Sokolovsky charged, came from combining understandings of nomadism with Western ethnographic methods for defining a population point. 42 Within the district of KZYL-Orda, there were 158 administrative alls, a category of administration that was neither a small town nor what ethnographers might define as a true population point. Rather, an administrative AUL consisted of several different alls located apart from one another. The radius, as well as location, of a particular administrative AUL was dependent on seasonal patterns of nomadic migration. In the absence of names, Soviet officials referred to administrative alls as well as alls numerically. For example, AUL number 1, located in administrative AUL number 2 of such and such district. 8, 10, or even 50 alls might make up an administrative AUL, while an individual AUL might have, on average, 5 to 15 households, each of which had a movable yurt or semi-permanent winter dwelling. Each AUL was deemed to constitute a population point, although even within an AUL the distance between individual yurts might be as much as 5 to 10 kilometers. On the ground, the regime struggled mightily to implement elements of the Sovietization of the AUL campaign. Many of its components, such as the organization of AUL Soviets, or councils, were difficult to implement in a mobile, dispersed population. Among the peasantry, village Soviets were supposed to serve as the crux of local-level party activism. In addition to fulfilling critical administrative functions for the party, the chairman of a village Soviet frequently assisted in the collection of state grain or meat procurements. For instance, they also served to channel enthusiasm and educate new recruits about the party. But in an AUL Soviet, party members might pasture many kilometers apart across a howling expanse of wind and snow. Several kilometers might separate households even within a particular AUL, and these AULs might be located many more kilometers from the administrative AUL center, where the Soviet would be held. Thus, simply spreading information about the party, let alone assembling an AUL Soviet, was a difficult prospect. 43 activists soon found that the geographic distances that separated communities within a given administrative AUL were not the only barriers to the formation of AUL Soviets. Communication, both among far-flung AUL Soviet members and 59. With regional and central level officials, presented a challenge. Earnest Republic-level activists studied how to improve party communication with AUL Soviets, yet central expectations for technical development in the AUL often hovered on the absurd. Questionnaires sent out to AUL Soviets were returned in some cases with an entirely unexpected answer. With regard to the question of radios, we don't have those sorts of people in the AUL. 44 activists with the Red Yurt program encountered many obstacles. Few of them spoke Kazakh, while only a handful of AUL members spoke Russian. One female activist from Moscow wrote of her disillusionment with the Red Yurt program, citing the Republic's vast distances, in the severe cold of winter. During these winters, to go across the barren steppe on foot for 20 to 30 versts is completely impossible. And by the way, at 5 versts, not everyone will venture to come. Winter then ended, spring came, and we again advertised the day of the delegates' meeting, and again no one came. 45 She concluded that the party was largely without strength among the Kazakh nomads. 46 Strategies for activism in the RSFSR proved largely useless in the steppe, she concluded, and work among the nomads called for very different tactics and knowledge. All the Kazakhs are so backward and uneducated that in this entire valley you will find only 2 to 3 literate people. Almost no one among them reads a newspaper. They have a very weak impression of the real face of Soviet power, but there is this: they have heard of Lenin. 47 In 1926, at a closed session of the Republic's Party Committee, officials discussed the difficulties that they had encountered in their efforts to Sovietize the AUL. One speaker noted, the pre-election campaign showed that there was no party influence at the moment of the elections in any AUL or in any Kazakh canton. The attempt to organize elections to the Communist Party, he concluded, revealed that Bays and kulaks were far better organized than the party's own workers. 48 Efforts to redistribute nomads' pasture lands had also been problematic. Activists had debated how they should measure the parcels of land and how to account for variations in land quality. Frequently, activists returned the next spring only to find that nomadic land use patterns had reverted to what they were prior to the redistribution, and the same clans retained control of the land. 49 The failures of the Sovietization of the AUL campaign highlighted the difficulties that the party faced in penetrating the fabric of nomadic life. The party had tried to encourage nomadic settlement by offering tax reductions to those Kazakhs who settled, but few adopted settled life. These categories, settled and nomadic, were themselves ambiguous, and party members themselves could not agree on what settled Kazakh life should look like. 50 The land redistribution campaign had not eliminated the influence of clans. By contrast, it 62 appeared to have strengthened them. At the 1926 meeting of the Republic's Party Committee, Galoshchikin expressed frustration with the results of the campaign. He warned that the party needed to take further steps to undermine the economic basis of kinship. Unless we get rid of the economic conditions of these clans, then these clans have their own interests, which will reveal themselves in some way. 51. The future of nomadism. During the first few years of Soviet rule, most experts associated with Kaz-Narkomzum maintained that nomadism was the best way of making use of arid regions of Kazakhstan. Like its parent institution, the RSFSR Narkomzum, the members of Kaz-Narkomzum tended to have suspicious pre-revolutionary ties. With the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917 and the development of a one-party state, state institutions such as RSFSR Narkomzum and Kazakhstan's Narkomzum became arenas where these specialists, now exiled from influential party posts, could influence agrarian policy. Faced with a severe shortage of educated personnel in their first years after taking power, the Bolsheviks were forced to rely on the expertise of these specialists even though they tended to see them as untrustworthy and bourgeois. 52. Within Kaz-Narkomzum, the economist and ethnographer Sergei Shvetsov became one of the leading proponents of the preservation of nomadism. Shvetsov had a long revolutionary pedigree. A former populist and zemstvo worker, he had been arrested and exiled to Siberia in 1878 for his involvement in revolutionary movements. Sometime after his release, he joined the Socialist Revolutionaries. After the October Revolution, Shvetsov, by then a member of the Right SRS, or anti-Bolshevik faction of the SRS, had tried to call the first meeting of the Constituent Assembly to order in 1918, but he was pushed away from the podium by Bolsheviks and left SRS. 53. Shvetsov soon left politics for scientific work, and he became one of the leading experts on the Kazakh steppe, heading a major scientific expedition to study the Kazakh AUL in 1926. In his major work, The Kazakh Economy in its Natural, Historical and Everyday Conditions, published by Kaz-Narkomzum in 1926, Shvetsov argued that nomadism was just as advanced as settled agriculture. The contemporary Kazakh economy should be seen as the most adaptable to the surrounding nature, as the most productive under the current conditions. 54. Rather than seeking to eliminate nomadism, the party should work to make it more productive, he contended. Offering an eerily prescient warning, he noted, the destruction of the nomadic way of life in Kazakhstan would represent not only the death of steppe livestock. 61. Raising and the Kazakh economy but the transformation of the dry steppe into an unpopulated desert. 55. Shvetsov and other experts grouped around Kaz-Narkomzum critiqued the idea that the far-reaching changes to nomadic life that had occurred under Russian imperial rule were part of a natural historical process, as nomadism evolved into settled agriculture. The scholar Evgeny Shemio-Polokansky challenged those who saw these changes, including a trend toward settlement and the emergence of markets, as the beginning of class differentiation among Kazakh nomads. What these specialists observed, he charged, was not class differentiation but rather the degradation of Kazakh households, as destitute nomads were forced to settle after colonists had seized their lands. In those places where sedentarization has taken place, the poor have not improved their position and the productive power of the country has not grown from this. 56. The party, he argued, needed to focus its efforts on repairing the wrongs of Russian imperial rule by building up animal husbandry, a practice that he deemed to be the best use of the republic's landscape. 57. These scholars offered several suggestions as to how the party might assist nomads. The huge herd losses that nomads regularly incurred during ZHUTS and droughts were of particular concern, and some experts proposed that the party take preventive measures, such as the organization of regional feed reserves. 58. Others suggested attempts to encourage nomads to move their winter pasture areas to more fertile lands or the construction of better winter dwellings for nomads and their livestock. 59. V. I. Skorospeshkin proposed introducing breeding programs to improve the quality of nomads' animal herds and deploying mobile units of veterinarians and zoologists who would migrate seasonally with nomadic encampments. 60. He staunchly defended the importance of livestock raising to Kazakhstan. One can talk about strengthening this branch, about creating a durable feed base, One can talk about the reorganization of agriculture in the AUL. But it is incorrect to pose the question of reducing the proportion of livestock raising in the AUL and in the economy of Kazakhstan. 61 In a 1928 article on livestock production in central Kazakhstan, another leading figure within Kaznarkomsomol, the economic geographer A. A. Rybnikov noted that the dry climate of several U.S. states, including Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana, was similar to the climate of central Kazakhstan. 62 Rybnikov, who had been active in populist movements in the pre-revolutionary period and had been briefly arrested for anti-Soviet activities in 1922, noted that Americans had developed large-scale livestock ranches in these Midwestern states, and he suggested that these U.S. ranches offered a useful model for the development of livestock production in Kazakhstan. 63 Through innovations such as the development of large-scale ranches, the regulation of seasonal pasture and water usage. 62 The procurement of winter fodder for livestock, as well as the construction of winter stables. He argued, Americans had increased and stabilized livestock production in a dry, cold climate. These techniques, he contended, made the practice of animal husbandry in the United States far less susceptible to the effects of droughts or cold snaps, phenomena that continued to provoke sharp fluctuations in livestock levels in Kazakhstan. 64 Others, such as M. G. Sirius, in a 1928 article on the question of a more rational direction of agriculture in northern Kazakhstan, used the example of the United States to warn of the dangers of extending the agrarian frontier farther south into the steppe. 65 The climate of the American Midwest resembled that of Kazakhstan, he contended. But he noted that farmers in the United States had battled a devastating series of droughts in recent years, and efforts to develop farming in these drylands had been much more costly and far less successful than American planners had originally anticipated. Sirius critiqued those who claimed that there was an enormous amount of free land suitable for agriculture in Kazakhstan. One cannot speak or dream of colossal reserves of free, virgin land which is ideally suited for growing wheat. This is a completely unrealistic dream. The natural historical conditions of the economy of northern Kazakhstan are so severe, that without an intense fight, without detailed study of every dot of land, it is completely inadvisable to develop new land for farming households. 66 Resuming a debate that had preoccupied members of the Kazakh intelligentsia during the last decades of Russian imperial rule, leading figures within Kazakh society also began to consider the future of nomadism. 67 In a 1919 article, The Kyrgyz and Revolution, Akhamet Bayt-Ursinov, who would become the head of the Republic's Commissariat of Education, took an aggressive stance against those who would portray the Kazakh AUL as backward. Kazakhs had no need to build communism, he argued. Due to the lack of class differentiation or private property in the Kazakh nomadic encampment, he maintained, Kazakhs already practiced their own distinctive form of communism within the AUL. 68 Other Kazakhs offered different perspectives. In a speech before the First Congress of the Republic's Teachers, Smak-ul Sajuakisov, a young Kazakh from Akmolinsk province with links to several former Alish Orda members including Bayt-Ursinov, argued that the sedentarization of the Kazakhs was ultimately the correct course. But he cautioned against carrying out nomadic settlement quickly, arguing that the process should take several decades. Settlement, he proposed, should begin in the Republic's north, where conditions for settled agriculture were more favorable, before gradually proceeding to the Republic's south. In these settlements, Kazakhs, he argued, could continue to practice animal husbandry, and Sajuakisov hastened to correct the idea that only agriculture could be linked to a cultured way of life. 69. 63. But by 1927, the tenor of the discussion surrounding pastoral nomadism began to shift. After a few years of initial success, NEP had begun to show signs of weakness. Livestock production had begun to decline, and grain production remained below its pre-war levels, despite 2 to 3% annual growth in the Soviet Union's population. 70 Additionally, there were two developments specific to Kazakhstan that had renewed debates about nomadism's future. The first was the beginning of construction of the Turkestan-Siberia Railroad in December 1926. Previously, the only direct rail linkage between Central Asia and Russia had been the Orenburg-Tashkent railway line, which cut through the western edge of the Kazakh steppe. Other cities within Kazakhstan were disconnected both from the RSFSR and from points farther south in Central Asia. Alternate methods of transportation were arduous. The 1,400-kilometer trip between Semipalatinsk, a city in Kazakhstan's northeastern corner, and Frunze in Kyrgyzia could take up to 70 days by camel caravan. 71 The Republic had few dirt roads or cars, and, during the spring mud and winter snow, these roads could quickly become impassable, a condition known as bezdorozy. Moscow heralded the construction of the Turksib Railroad as a way of alleviating the regime's dependency on foreign cotton. Once completed, the railroad would link the cotton-growing regions of southern Central Asia to markets in Russia and abroad. It would also cheaply transport grain from agricultural regions in Siberia and northern Kazakhstan to the cotton-growing regions of southern Central Asia. 72 But the prospect of connecting this once distant region to other markets raised the question of what goods other parts of the steppe should produce and how these products might be reliably extracted by rail. As Golozhkin himself noted in a letter to Gleb Krzyzanowski, the head of Gosplan, the Republic's potential in the area of natural resources and agriculture has now captured the attention of all the Union's organs, as they decide the importance of agricultural tasks. 73 The second major development, which was interconnected with the first, was a revival of the question of peasant settlement. In 1927, VTSIK formed another commission, with the backing of the Central Committee, to examine land politics in the Kazakh steppe. This committee was charged with investigating the question of peasant settlement, the setting of land norms, or how much land particular households would receive, and the issue of okerdnost, or Kazakh priority in acquiring land. The All-Union Resettlement Committee had proposed reopening settlement in Kustana Okrug and 4 Gubernii, as well as southern regions close to the Turksib, then already under construction. Through peasant settlement, the committee predicted that the sown field area would more than double in farming areas of the Republic and increase 16-fold in semi-farming regions. 74. 64-2. Increasingly, officials began to frame settled agriculture as more productive than pastoral nomadism. In a 1927 speech before Zemplan, the agronomist and economist A.N. Kelentsev declared, "It must be said that there is a colossal underutilization of natural resources in Kazakhstan, which is the result of a deficit of human energy. An influx of settlers to Kazakhstan," he concluded, "would dramatically increase the Republic's productivity." 75 Kelentsev allowed that nomadism was the most effective use of the landscape in those areas that received less than 200 mm of annual rainfall, but he argued that free land for settlers could be found in other regions of the Republic, such as Ural-SK province. 76 By 1928, under pressure from this VTSIK commission, Kazakhstan voted to repeal both okerdnost and the previous ban on immigration. 77 In an atmosphere of tightening ideological correctness, the non-Bolshevik background of many of the experts and members of the Kazakh intelligentsia who had supported pastoral nomadism made their ideas more vulnerable. At the Republic's Sixth Party Congress in 1927, those experts who had been in favor of developing nomadism, such as Shvetsov, Rybnikov, and Sirius, were thrown out of the Republic's Commissariat of Agriculture and accused of allying with Kazakh nationalists, such as Bate-U Arsenov, who had been expelled from the party in 1921. 78 When Sirius's article was published in the Republic's main agricultural journal Narodno Hozyayistvo Kazakhstana in 1928, the editors included a note critiquing Sirius for ignoring the clear and concrete directives of the party. They argued that future agricultural development in Kazakhstan should adhere to three principles: the progressive transition from a livestock-raising economy toward a more intensive form, the vigorous development of the grain economy, the incorporation of technical culture. 79. Though this note did not call explicitly for the elimination of pastoral nomadism, it hinted at it. And it signaled a shift away from a focus on livestock rearing toward a focus on grain production. Rybnikov, Shvetsov, Sirius, and other specialists who had advocated for the preservation of nomadism were now denounced for their capitalist approach to agriculture, and they were linked to the bourgeois policies of leading RSFSR Narkomzom experts such as Alexander Chayanov and Nikolai Kondratev. 80. Kelentsev was also arrested and linked to a fictitious counter-revolutionary party. 81. Though Shvetsov appears to have died of natural causes in 1930, Rybnikov and Chayanov became defendants in an elaborate show trial that took place in Moscow in the winter of 1930. After confessing to anti-Soviet activities, Rybnikov suffered a nervous collapse while in prison. He was eventually freed, but then was arrested again in 1937 and shot in 1938. 82. After being expelled from the party. 65. Bate Arsenov was tracked closely by the Soviet secret police. The authors of one secret police report described him as like a mosquito, biting the consciousness of the Kazakh people, and identified as one of the leaders of the Kazakh base. 83. In 1929, he was arrested along with several other Alish Orda members before eventually being released. In 1937, he was also shot during the purges. 84. We will return to the story of Sejuakisov in the next chapter, but he, too, would eventually be jettisoned for his non-Bolshevik connections and anti-party views. By 1930, Kaznarkomzom had been transformed by the expulsion of many of its leading members. An all-union Narkomzom commission devoted to the question of livestock raising in Kazakhstan now found it to be one of the most backward areas of Kazakhstan's economy. The committee critiqued nomadism for its primitive methods, its vulnerability to disasters, such as droughts, ZHUTS, and epidemics, as well as its entirely unorganized feed base and feed supply. The committee concluded that it is an unstable branch of the economy, which fluctuates dramatically in size and has a low quality of production. 85. Other scholars reached similar conclusions, declaring ZHUT to be a fundamental attribute of the nomadic economy, and they critiqued nomads for their failure to prepare feed reserves for their livestock during the winter. 86. As the tide began to turn against nomadism, experts scrambled to produce ideologically correct studies, which would provide the scientific backing necessary for the party's assault on nomadism. A 1930 study, Reasons for the Organization of the Settlement of Kazakh Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Households, developed for the Republic's Central State Executive Committee, explicitly compared the profitability of Russian and Kazakh households, finding that Kazakhs produced less profit from 1 hectare of land than Russians did. 87. Another study produced in 1930 for the Republic's State Executive Committee divided Russian and Kazakh households into 3 groups, according to the cost of the materials that these groups used for their work. In every category, the study found that a Kazakh household was less productive than a Russian household. 88. Neither of these studies indicated how the authors calculated the metrics, such as gross output and profitability, but they illustrate how nomadic life was increasingly becoming framed as economically unproductive. Experts now belittled the assertion that the environment might place certain limits on human activity. They announced a battle to reclaim the desert. Declaring a fight for the agricultural development of millions of hectares of desert and semi-arid land, these scholars critiqued earlier assertions that regions with an annual rainfall under 250 mm would be incapable of supporting settled agriculture. 89. Under socialism, Iaz Varyakov argued, swamps might be emptied, entire deserts irrigated, and even the lowest quality soil brought under. 66. 2. Cultivation. The ability of a specifically socialist state to conquer the environment demonstrates what little regard contemporary man has for the unconquerable powers of nature, he concluded. 90. Scholars now declared nomadism to be a culturally backward way of life, one incompatible with Kazakh's transformation into a Soviet nation. The ethnographer Alexander Donik proclaimed, "The debate is not about whether the nomadic economy is backward or not backward according to natural historical conditions, and it is also not about how long the nomadic economy will continue to exist, nor is it even about how the nomadic economy should evolve according to our wishes, rather it is that the adaptation of contemporary culture to nomadism cannot be done. Donick declared a mobile way of life to be incompatible with the development of various features of contemporary culture, such as schools, libraries, museums, telephones, telegraphs, electrification, a postal service, and the development of industry. If the party wanted to modernize Kazakhstan, he concluded, the Kazakhs would need to be settled. 91 experts began a rereading of Kazakh history, analyzing how pastoral nomadism might fit into a Marxist-Leninist understanding of the world. For Soviet scholars, existing Marxist-Leninist theory provided little guidance on how a revolution might occur among pastoral nomads. Karl Marx had originally proposed that revolution might occur in industrial societies, and Lenin, radically modifying many of Marx's ideas, had argued that revolution could occur among another more backward social group, Russia's peasantry. But neither Marx nor Lenin had given any indication about how and if a socialist-style revolution might proceed among an entirely different social group, pastoral nomads, and applying the tenets of Marxist-Leninist theory to pastoral nomads involved yet another radical modification of Marx's original ideas. Now party experts scrutinized Kazakhs through the lens of Marxist-Leninist theory, and they debated where nomads might fit into an eschatological timeline developed for use with settled societies. In this atmosphere of increased ideological correctness, this categorization of Kazakhs, whether it be capitalist, feudal, or something else, was crucial information. Only once Soviet experts had correctly identified pastoral nomads' proper Marxist developmental state could they identify the types of programs needed to modernize them, as well as the speed at which these programs might be implemented. While much earlier ethnographic work on the Kazakh steppe had seen nomadism as a kind of primitive social order, a society without classes, experts now began to claim that Kazakh nomads might be labeled as patriarchal feudal, a kind of intermediary state between a kin-based patriarchal society and a feudal society. 92 In an early stage of development, clan-based societies such as the 67. Kazakhs might well exist without distinction between rich or poor, but in the last phase of a clan system, clan-based conflict would increase and a society based on class distinctions would appear, these scholars maintained. In the Kazakh colonial AUL, Gabas Tokhzhanov argued that Kazakhs had entered feudalism during the 15th century, after the Mongol invasion and the domination of the Golden Horde had destroyed the foundations of a previous clan society without classes. Tokhzhanov, a Kazakh philologist who had studied in Moscow at the Institute for the National Economy named after Georgy Plekhanov, noted that feudalism among nomads was quite different from feudalism in Europe. 93 Tokhzhanov described the dominance of feudal sultans, a largely hereditary group, and feudal clan leaders among the Kazakhs. Moreover, he concluded, feudalism among nomads was largely based on a monopoly of cattle rather than a monopoly of land. Tokhzanov's findings were a key conclusion, as they provided an ideologically acceptable explanation for why efforts at land reform had failed to break up the influence of various Kazakh clans. This was the type of answer that Galashchikin had sought: to break up the influence of powerful clans, the party needed to strip wealthy nomads of their livestock rather than their land. This ideological justification would prove critical to the regime's campaign against rural elites in 1928. Tokhzhanov argued that the Russian conquest of the steppe in the 19th century had substantially changed existing patterns of feudalism among the Kazakh nomads. Noting the growth of seasonal markets where nomads and settled populations traded and, particularly the arrival in the steppe of cattle, an animal previously foreign to nomadic existence, he suggested that capitalism had begun to penetrate feudal life and that Kazakhs had progressed to an intermediate stage, which he deemed patriarchal feudal. Though Tokhzhanov acknowledged that the advancement of the patriarchal feudal stage varied regionally across the steppe, he cited evidence that even pastoralists that undertook long seasonal migrations, such as the Ate on the Mangyshlak Peninsula, engaged in practices that might classify them as capitalists, such as trading. 94. Yet over the course of this intermediate stage of patriarchal feudalism, Taksanov concluded, the Kazakh Bai has for decades striven to represent his class interests as if they were the interests of his clan, lineage, or AUL, and through all methods and means convince the Kazakh working class that he is not an exploiter but a benefactor, a protector of the rights and interests of the entire clan. 95. Taksanov and others thus sought to identify the nomadic equivalent of processes deemed exploitative in settled societies. Mutual aid practices among Kazakhs, for instance, were labeled as the nomadic parallel of Barshkina, a system of coerced, unpaid labor among the peasantry. 96. Recalling Stalin's formulation of Soviet national cultures as national in form, socialist in content, Taksanov. 68. 2. Declared Kazakh society to be clan in form, class in content. 97. Kazakhs might evolve into a people who were national in form only through the destruction of clan-based forms of affiliation, he argued. But if a class system had existed among the nomads since at least the 15th century, why had these populations not progressed farther along the Marxist trajectory of history? The answer, scholars concluded, was nomadism itself, which isolated Kazakhs and reinforced the exploitation of the Bai. 98. Nomadic life inherently fostered clan-based relationships, which in turn, led to abusive figures such as the Bai. The further socialist evolution of Kazakhs thus required a twofold process: first, the removal of the Bai, and second, the settlement of the republic's entire nomadic population. Labeling sedentarization the sharpest weapon in the class war in Kazakhstan, scholars pushed for an acceleration of party-sponsored efforts to settle the Kazakh nomads, predicting that settlement would help fracture the petty bourgeois consciousness of Kazakhs and result in the death of Bays as a class. 99. Can you get to socialism by camel? This was the question that Galashchikin, Kazakh cotters, ethnographers, and agronomists considered in the period 1921 to 28. They weighed how and whether nomadism might fit into socialist-style modernity. At issue were the region's particular environmental profile and the future direction of Soviet nationality and agricultural policies. The seeming foreignness of nomadic life came to invite and demand input and interpretation from a wide array of actors. This was a landscape and a population that did not have clear parallels in the Marxist-Leninist categories that the party imported from European Russia. Initially, the party pursued a contradictory approach to nomadic life in Kazakhstan. Some programs, such as efforts at land reform, aimed to weaken the economic basis of nomadic life, while other initiatives, such as mobile veterinary programs, sought to engage pastoral nomads and strengthen their practice of animal husbandry. At the level of policy, most experts within Kaznarkomsomol maintained that pastoral nomadism was the best use of the republic's landscape, while some Kazakh cotters, such as Bait-U Arsenov, critiqued the idea that nomadism was backwards, arguing that Kazakhs already practiced their own distinctive form of communism in the AUL. Like its predecessor, the Russian Empire, the new Soviet state struggled to transform nomadic life in the manner that it wished, and Kazakhs made various adaptations, including the rental of their pasture lands, to maintain their nomadic way of life. But as NEP began to disintegrate across the Soviet Union, those experts who had argued for rapid, rather than gradual, industrialization, began to gain the upper hand. Various features of Kazakhs' practice of pastoralism, including its 69. Distance from markets and the inevitable fluctuation in animal numbers, were in tension with plans for rapid industrialization. The idea that pastoral nomadism should be supported and intensified under socialism began to lose favor. The non-Bolshevik background of many of the experts who had originally promoted pastoral nomadism made their ideas doubly vulnerable, and they were thrown out of Kaznarkomsomol and denounced as bourgeois. Bait-U Arsenov was expelled from the party and later arrested. In a pattern that would continue during the coming confiscation campaign and through collectivization, policy-makers and other experts appropriated the language of Soviet nation-making to back up and reinforce the regime's economic objectives. Nomadism was declared a backward way of life, something incompatible with Kazakhs' development into a socialist nation. In 1928, the regime launched a campaign against rural elites in Kazakhstan and several other nomadic regions, marking the beginning of the party's assault on nomadic life. But this period of fluidity in the 1920s does reveal that Moscow received clear warnings about the environmental challenges of the steppe, before they were expelled from Krasnarkomsem. Shvetsov and others clearly articulated the risks of nomadic settlement in this drought-prone region. Contemporary Kazakhstani scholars have argued that the regime's failure to account for the environment was one of the primary reasons for the Kazakh famine. 100 But given Shvetsov's and others' warnings, as well as the broader history of the Russian Empire's troubled efforts to make the steppe into an agrarian region, which saw agricultural settlers endure ruinous droughts, frosts, and hunger, it seems clear that Moscow's approach to developing the steppe was more than just a failure to account for environmental factors. As the chapters that follow will show, Stalin and others on the Central Committee accepted the risk of catastrophe, knowing that Kazakhs might pay the heaviest price. In 1928, a group of 26 Kazakhs living in Semipalatinsk province sent an urgent telegram to Stalin. They wrote that their district, once a major livestock raising area, had become an empty desert devoid of animals. The growth and further management of our economy has become impossible, they concluded, noting that the devastation of their herds was a source of unending hardship and suffering. As the sorrow of these families suggests, every aspect of Kazakhs' lives as pastoral nomads changed as animal numbers plummeted in 1928. For Kazakhs, animals were an important source of food and a crucial means of transportation, used to ferry goods and people across the steppe. They relied heavily on animal products in the course of their seasonal migrations, using sheep's wool to form the felt sides of yurts, sheepskin to make heavy winter coats to withstand the steppe's bitter winters, and animal dung to fuel cooking fires. The exchange of animals was crucial to numerous social customs in Kazakh society, such as the payment of fines to another clan, the formation of political alliances between clans, and the payment of a bride price, made by the groom to the bride's family before marriage. In Kazakhstan, 1928 was known as the year of the Little October. That fall, the party launched the Buy Confiscation campaign, a program to appropriate livestock and property from wealthy Kazakh elites who were supposedly exploiting their kin members. The campaign targeted 700 of the richest and most influential beys. These individuals and their families would be sent to distant regions of the Republic or exiled from Kazakhstan altogether. The Republic's party secretary, Philip Galashchikin, argued that the Kazakh AUL, in contrast to the Russian village, had yet to experience the October 1917 revolution. This campaign would finally bring about a Little October, or an October-style revolution, expediting the process of class differentiation in the Kazakh AUL and inserting the party into the very fabric of Kazakh life. The Buy Confiscation campaign was part of the party's war on cultural backwardness, a project that had intensified across the Soviet Union by the late 1920s. This effort to transform culture had particular resonance in Central Asia, where everyday life and practices were very different from those in European Russia. For in its very design, the Buy Confiscation campaign was an assault on the cultural and economic foundations of nomadic life. It impoverished not only beys, the ostensible targets, but the many kin members who depended on their patronage and protection. With less livestock, it became far more difficult for Kazakhs to carry out their seasonal migrations, eat, find shelter, light fires, or make warm clothing. Even events such as marriage were fundamentally altered. Mukamet Shayakhmetov, a famine survivor, recalls his sister's Hamba's fear and shame as she and her fiancé were forced to get married under the cover of darkness without a proper marriage ceremony or the payment of bride price. Many of those named as beys belonged to the hereditary elite, and their expulsion from Kazakh communities led to a profound rearrangement of social hierarchies. In the preceding decades, Kazakh nomads had endured massive peasant colonization of the steppe, civil war, famine, and the imposition of Soviet rule. These events had made Kazakhs more vulnerable to hunger. In early 1928, a report by the Republic's Party Committee concluded that while agriculture had recovered from the devastation of the Civil War, production among nomadic households still remained 10 to 15% below pre-war levels. 6. However, in all these cases, Kazakhs had found a way to adapt their pastoral nomadic practices to altered political, ecological, and social circumstances. But the buy-confiscation campaign delivered a far more damaging blow to nomadic life, devastating herd numbers and ripping Kazakh society apart. By the end of 1928, Kazakhs' descent into hunger and, eventually, famine had begun. Many historians have implied that Moscow's assaults on particular ethnic groups were carried out largely by outsiders, such as Russians or officials sent from Moscow. 7. But as this chapter shows, the peculiarly destructive nature of the confiscation campaign was due to the fact that it was primarily carried out by insiders, rather than by outsiders. 8. In a strategy purposely designed to shatter old allegiances and sow violent conflict in the AUL, Moscow empowered Kazakhs themselves to make some of the most crucial choices, such as who should be considered a buy and how much property to take from him. This design, which invested local bureaucrats and communities with considerable decision-making. 72.3. Authority, would closely resemble later campaigns against the kulak, or peasant class exploiter, elsewhere in the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the program would bring more than 1,000 new Kazakh recruits into the bureaucracy, and it marked a massive escalation of the party's intrusion into Kazakh life. According to the new Kazakh leadership, in 9 provinces of the Republic, 3,488 meetings about the campaign were carried out, with a total of 290,796 participants. 9. The decision to rely heavily on Kazakh involvement was born of both practical and ideological necessity. On a practical level, the regime simply did not have the resources to transform this vast territory without considerable assistance from locals, a point that the failures of the earlier Sovietization of the AUL campaign had underscored. Moscow needed information that only Kazakhs could provide, such as who was a member of the hereditary elite and who was not. The assertion that Moscow relied primarily on outsiders to carry out attacks against Kazakhs rests in part on the assumption that the regime had a fully formed party-state apparatus in the Republic, a claim that the archival record for Kazakhstan in the 1920s simply does not bear out. On an ideological level, Soviet nation-making, or Kazakhs' transformation into a modern Soviet nation, was supposed to be participatory. Not only was Kazakh participation crucial to such tasks as the standardization of a national language or the creation of a national culture, but it was essential to moments of profound socio-economic national transformation, such as the buy-confiscation campaign. Only by mobilizing Kazakhs, rather than making them into passive agents of their transformation, could Moscow move Kazakhs forward into socialist-style modernity. As the extreme brutality of the confiscation campaign illustrates, the use of terror against national groups did not necessarily signal a turn away from the regime's nation-making policy. Rather, terror could serve as a way of consolidating national groups. Through the confiscation campaign, Moscow sought both to eliminate potential enemies in Kazakh society and to engage other Kazakhs more fully in the project of socialist construction. 10. The buy-confiscation campaign did fulfill elements of the regime's nation-building objectives. It brought large numbers of native cadres into the lower-level bureaucracy. The campaign forced Kazakhs to engage with the regime's terminology, and they began to wield class categories imported from European Russia, such as Bedniak and Seredniak. But at the same time, the campaign did not succeed in transforming Kazakh society entirely in the manner that Moscow wished. Many native cadres used the considerable flexibility given to them by the regime to manipulate the campaign in accordance with their own interests. On hearing rumors of the impending confiscation campaign, some Kazakhs slaughtered their livestock herds or sold their animals to prevent them from being confiscated. Though 73. The regime had developed a new system of borders, the confiscation campaign highlighted what little ability the regime had to enforce them, as Kazakh nomads fled to neighboring provinces, other republics, and to China, for fear of expropriation. This chapter begins by examining several questions. How did Moscow conceive of a bai? What kinds of characteristics did this figure have? And what resemblance, if any, did this portrait of the bai's system of exploitation bear to the actual cleavages in Kazakh society? It then turns to how the program of confiscation was developed, looking at how two leading Kazakh Qadrs, Smakyul Sajuakisov and Oraz Zandasov, responded to this assault on their own society. It then examines early efforts to implement confiscation in Semipalatinsk province, an episode that became known as the Semipalatinsk affair, before turning to the confiscation campaign itself. The figure of the bai. Soviet scholars argued that the exploitative practices of bais or bipoliofeudali, as they were sometimes known, had prevented Kazakhs from adopting settled life. Examining the history of the Kazakhs under Russian imperial rule, they claimed that Kazakhs had suffered from a system of double oppression. The colonial policies of the Russian Empire had repressed the Kazakh nation, while the exploitative actions of bais, many of whom worked for the Russian imperial state, had served to perpetuate nomadic life and the backward influence of Kazakhs' clans. 11. Kazakh society, these scholars concluded, had reached a state of historical development that might be characterized as patriarchal feudal, midway between feudalism and capitalism. To help the Kazakh AUL catch up to the Russian village, reach capitalism and eventually socialism, party activists needed to remove the most wealthy and powerful bais, thereby allowing the Bedniak and the Seredniak to assume the central roles in the AUL. The Russian term bai was derived from the Kazakh word for wealthy, and this figure, as imagined by Soviet scholars, had certain general characteristics. A bai, like his counterpart in the Russian village, the kulak, was well-to-do. This wealth was primarily held in livestock. By one estimate, bais constituted 6% of the Kazakh population, but they controlled 50% of the republic's livestock. 12 to tend their herds, bais relied on unpaid labor from a vast network of relatives. These relatives performed chores necessary to the maintenance of nomadic life, such as pasturing the bai's animals or milking his horses and camels. They did not perform these chores willingly, scholars argued. Rather, these 74.3 relatives were coerced into doing so by a system of kinship ties that facilitated and strengthened the bai's economic oppression. Many bais were believed to be the leaders of particular clans or members of the Kazakh aristocracy. 13. A bai might also associate with mullahs, or Islamic clerics, and read the Quran. However, a willingness to exploit others, both economically and through ties of kinship, and a firm opposition to Soviet power were seen as more crucial to a bai's identity than his religious beliefs. 14. While the figure of the bai was associated with these general characteristics, the label of bai, like the label of kulak, was ambiguous, shifting, and frequently contested. 15. It meant different things to different people at different times. The question of who was a bai and who was not a bai depended on who was being asked to judge. Ultimately, the category of a bai could include almost anyone who was Kazakh, and over the course of the collectivization campaign, the list of those identified as bais would come to include clan leaders, former Russian imperial officials, members of the hereditary elite, poor Kazakhs who had lost their livestock, and a number of Soviet officials. The uncertainty surrounding the exact definition of the term was purposeful, and it contributed to the fraying of the fabric of Kazakh society. However, the portrayal of Kazakh nomadic life as embodied in the figure of the bai grossly misrepresented Kazakhs' everyday existence. Kinship underlay social and political functions crucial to nomadic life. Typically, each Kazakh knew his or her ancestry back at least 7 generations and, on meeting another Kazakh for the first time, would recite this genealogy. These exchanges offered a window onto a stranger's biography and history, and they served as a kind of passport that structured relations between individuals on the steppe. 16. Kazakhs practiced a form of exogamy, and genealogical ties also played a role in adjudicating marriage practices. If a man and a woman shared a common male ancestor within 7 generations, they were not supposed to marry. 17. Kinship also served important economic functions. Using kinship, various lineages claimed the right to graze certain pastures at particular times of the year. In other cases, members of a given descent group were obligated to help a kin member in need of assistance, such as providing animals after a particularly severe winter. Within Kazakh society, distinctions in status were usually based on factors such as descent, age, or intellect rather than economic wealth. 18 clan elders were generally selected due to their leadership ability, military skill, or legal acumen, and they played an important role in mediating disputes between clans and resolving differences within their own communities. A Bey served as a kind of nomadic judge, the administrator of customary law, known as adat, while an exikal selected routes and dates for Kazakh seasonal migrations and oversaw the pasture lands. Both were chosen from the black bone, or 75. Commoner, strata of Kazakh society, and the positions that they held were not necessarily hereditary. 19 Kazakhs also had allegiances to a separate aristocratic stratum known as white bone. 20 members of this noble estate included the Khans, the leaders of the hordes, the sultans, sons of Khans, and a group known as Tur, the descendants of the sultans. By the 19th century, many Tur had become the rulers of individual clans. All three of these groups were Chinggisids, or populations that claimed descent from Chinggis Khan. They had rules of descent and kinship distinct from commoners, and unlike the clan elders, membership in this noble estate was hereditary. 21 Finally, a separate caste of elites, known as Kozas, served as important religious figures and mediators in Kazakh society. Kozas claimed descent from the family of the Prophet Muhammad. Like the Chinggisids, the Kozas adopted laws of descent distinct from commoners. Within Kazakh communities, Kozas oversaw a number of religious functions, including conducting Islamic rituals and overseeing Islamic education. 22 Russian imperial rule did provoke important changes in the system of social stratification. Under a form of indirect rule, many Chinggisids retained their privileged position, becoming intermediaries for the Russian Empire. But their influence in Kazakh society began to wane. Traditionally, the Khans had legitimate the elite status of other Chinggisids, but as the steppe came under Russian imperial rule, St. Petersburg eliminated the position of the Khans. Chinggisid status in Kazakh society was also challenged by the emergence of commoners. Taking advantage of opportunities for trade with the Russian Empire, they began to control large amounts of land and livestock. By the end of the 19th century, resources were becoming increasingly concentrated in the hands of these individuals, and the factors that determined social status in Kazakh communities began to shift, with economic position competing alongside background and social status. 23 Soviet scholars pointed to these wealthy individuals as proof of the arrival of capitalism in nomadic society, but the position of these stockholders was not quite so straightforward. They did not own the livestock that they pastured, nor did they ordinarily seek to accumulate wealth. Rather, they held this livestock communally, serving as the patron and protector of their relatives. Their animals, which were marked with the brand of their clan, were regularly redistributed and reallocated among kin members. During times of crisis, kin members would turn to each other for assistance, such as the loan of animals. Livestock numbers could be highly volatile due to drought, disease, ZHUT, or raids by neighboring clans. Herd numbers could fluctuate dramatically over the course of a single season, quickly transforming a wealthy Kazakh into a poor one, and these mutual aid practices represented an important adaptation to the challenges of life on the steppe. 24. 76-3. Divisions within Kazakh cadres on the future of the Kazakhs. Perhaps no group within the top levels of the republic's bureaucracy understood the destruction that the confiscation campaign would wreak on Kazakh society better than Kazakh cadres themselves. 25 Although most Kazakhs remained nomadic on the eve of the confiscation campaign, a small number had settled and entered institutions of higher education. Most had graduated from what were known as Russian native schools. First founded in the Kazakh steppe beginning in the 1840s, these institutions offered education in Russian, as well as instruction in Kazakh using a modified Cyrillic script. A far smaller number of Kazakhs attended Muslim schools, where they received a traditional Muslim confessional education. Most members of this educated Kazakh elite came from the Middle Horde, and a number of them had studied in Semipalatinsk, Kazakhstan's largest city, located in the northeastern corner of the steppe. 26. To fill the ranks of the republic's bureaucracy, Moscow drew from this educated Kazakh elite. But due in part to the scarcity of literate cadres, the number of Kazakh cadres had remained small, particularly at the republic level. In 1926, the Communist Party in Kazakhstan had 31,910 members, with 11,634, or 36.5%, of these members being Kazakhs. 27. At the republic level, only 158, or roughly 16%, of the 1,036 nomenklatura, or high-ranking positions, were occupied by Kazakh speakers. 28. The dearth of native cadres, particularly at the republic level, meant that many of the officials making crucial decisions about the republic's future did not always have detailed knowledge of nomadic life. It also meant that the regime, at least initially, had to forge an uneasy alliance with some Kazakhs who had once held decidedly anti-Bolshevik views. The partnership between the Bolsheviks and the members of a native political party, Alish Orda, which had sided against the Bolsheviks during the Civil War, was one of the most prominent examples of this pattern. Alish Orda had been formed after the October 1917 revolution, when a group of secular, Russophone Kazakhs, many of whom had originally sympathized with the Liberal Constitution Democratic Party, declared an autonomous Kazakh state. The party's political platform included greater Kazakh autonomy, the extension of universal voting rights, and the separation of church and state. As civil war enveloped the steppe, members of Alish Orda initially partnered with the whites against Bolshevik forces. But by 1919, they surrendered to the Bolsheviks, and many of their supporters, including Alikhan Bokakhanov and Akhamet Bayt-Ursinov, assumed important roles within the Bolshevik Party. 29. Though younger, more radical Kazakh cadres opposed to Alish Orda bitterly decried their incorporation into the party, Moscow initially tolerated the presence of many Alish Orda members. Pre-revolutionary allegiances, such as ties to Alish Orda, and kinship played a role in determining the particular fault lines among native cadres, but ideological differences, particularly the question of how to promote national goals within a socialist context, also divided the small group of Kazakhs in the upper circles of the republic's bureaucracy. 30. Smakul Sajuakisov, a young Kazakh who was married to Bokakhanov's daughter Elizabeta, became one of the most vocal and eloquent critics of the regime's approach to promoting Kazakhs. Though Sajuakisov maintained close ties to Alish Orda, he also worked closely with Bayt-Ursinov. During Bayt-Ursinov's time at the Commissariat of Education, he engaged deeply with Marxist-Leninist theory. He wrote several articles on cooperatives, and he critiqued the regime for its continuing reliance on Kazakhstan as a source of raw materials and its failure to build factories in the republic. He rose quickly through the ranks of the party, becoming the republic's Commissar of Enlightenment, the editor of the republic's major Kazakh-language newspaper, in Bekshir-i-Kazakh, and even meeting with Stalin in March 1926. 31. In a strident 1922 article, What the Kazakh People Need, Sajuakisov outlined his view of what Soviet nationality policy should mean. He argued for 78.3. Further representation of Kazakhs in the Soviet bureaucracy. Non-Kazakhs can't do our work for us. This isn't because they wish us ill, but because they don't know our language and traditions. 32. He critiqued those who would see his ideas as insufficiently communist. Rather, Sajuakisov argued, his fight to secure equal rights for Kazakhs fit neatly within communist ideals. Striving for equality is not nationalism. Rather, striving for equality is the natural characteristic of those who are destitute. 33. Becoming a communist, Sajuakisov contended, should not mean forgetting one's national traditions, and he critiqued the appearance of communists in sheep's clothing. 34 But Sayjuakisov's vocal critique of the regime's failure to assist Kazakhs, as well as his connections to Alish Orda, made him vulnerable to attack. In a 1924 article, I am forced to respond, Sayjuakisov struck back at those Kazakh cadres who would label him a nationalist. Calling him a nationalist, Sayjuakisov concluded, was simply a way for these native cadres to prove themselves as more communist than others. 35 Other Kazakh cadres, such as Ali Bai Zankaktai, who in 1915 became the first Kazakh to join the Bolsheviks, chose other methods of ensuring their own survival. Zankaktai regularly wrote to Stalin to update him on the activities of Sayjuakisov and the intricacies of various divisions among Kazakh cadres, a method perhaps of ensuring that Zankaktai himself remained above reproach. 36 The exact fault lines among Kazakh cadres depended on who was being asked to define them. It was not exactly clear what labels such as right or left, which were used to indicate differences in ideological approaches among cadres in the Soviet Union's West, would mean in the Kazakh context. Leon Trotsky, who spent time in exile in Alma-Ata in the 1920s, noted that the regime regularly sought to manipulate factions among native cadres, through cleavages that were both real and imagined. 37 The project of sowing these divisions, he concluded, was made easier by the relatively recent arrival of communism to the steppe. In general, it seems that because of the low level of social differentiation in the milieu itself, the ideological groupings among the communists must be inevitably fluid and unstable in character. This makes it easier than ever to label someone a member of a right or left faction. Administrators who sought to shore up their leftist reputation, Trotsky noted, would discover pro-Kulak deviations in backward regions. 38 On his arrival in Kazakhstan in 1925, Galashchikin identified three major factions of Kazakh cadres. The first was led by Seitkalai Mendyshev, the chairman of Kazakhstan's Central Executive Committee, the second by Yuldanbek Kozanov, a former editor of Alish Orda's newspaper who had risen to become Kazakhstan's second secretary whom we met in the previous chapter, and the third by Sayjuakisov. 39 Galashchikin referred to these divisions as gruppirovka, or factionalism, which he defined in the following way: in many places it means that there is not a committee that leads but a leader. Affairs are conducted according to this leader, not according to the directives of the party committee. 40 The national delimitation of 1924 had played an important part in creating these factions, Galashchikin argued, as the Kazakh regions in the former Turkestan ASSR, previously the base of support for Kozanov, had been added to the steppe region. Kozanov and Sayjuakisov, bourgeois nationalists on the right, were now engaged in a bitter power struggle, he concluded. 41 At the Republic's Fifth Party Congress in December 1925, Galashchikin accused a number of high-ranking Kazakh cadres of creating a bloc, what he termed the August Alliance, which supposedly opposed his leadership of the Republic and sought to block his every move. 42 He began a radical rearrangement of the hierarchy, firing two influential Kazakh cadres, Kozanov and Mendyshev. Kozanov and Mendyshev were exiled to posts in Moscow. Several officials were brought in from the RSFSR, including Nikolai Ezhov, who took Kozanov's place as the Republic's second secretary. The addition of Ezhov to the Republic's ruling circle brought crucial revolutionary experience. Ezhov, like Galashchikin, had joined the Bolsheviks prior to 1917, and he had previously served as the party secretary. 83. Of Semipalatinsk province in the Republic's north. While his tenure in KZYL Orda would be brief, Ezhov moved to Moscow in February 1926. He would support Galashchikin's efforts to bring the Republic more firmly under Moscow's control. 43 Some years later, Ezhov would later rise to a position of great prominence, becoming the head of the secret police during the height of Stalin's Great Terror. Though tensions over the Republic's course continued to erupt, most notably, at a November 1926 Moscow meeting of non-Russian delegates to the sessions of the Russian and All-Union Central Executive Committees, where Kozanov and the chairman of the Republic's Central Executive Committee, Zalao Mingbeev, critiqued the slow pace of indigenization and industrialization in the Republic. Galoshchikin was able to push through a resolution condemning Kozanov's and Mingbev's actions at the Krai Committee Plenum. 44. In December 1926, Galoshchikin wrote to Stalin, Molotov, and Stanislav Kozier in the Central Committee to update them on the progress of integrating Kazakh cadres into the party. He noted that more than 20 Kazakh cadres had made speeches to condemn Kozanov, Sejuakisov, and Mingbev at the plenum. These speeches, he suggested, were not simply the actions of one group fighting against another. Rather, they revealed the growth of Kazakh cadres, their desire to move on from factionalism, their closeness to the party and assimilation into it. 45. Mikhail Ryadnin, Galoshchikin's personal secretary, noted that Galoshchikin approached his duties in Kazakhstan with considerable intensity. Galoshchikin was demanding, sufficiently stern, and brusque. 46. He was quick to lose his temper, Ryadnin observed, and he might interrupt meetings with a shout. Galoshchikin worked long hours, and he expected the same from those he supervised. Ryadnin recalled that he might just get home from work when the phone would ring. This meant that F.I. Galoshchikin had gotten some sort of idea and I would be given a new task. Inevitably, Ryadnin would have to return to the Kraycom headquarters or Galoshchikin's apartment for further work that evening. 47. Occasionally, Galoshchikin would soften, encouraging Ryadnin to go see a movie with his wife or take a vacation at the sanatorium. But even then the Republic's party secretary was apt to forget his promises, leaving Ryadnin's wife alone at the movie theater and Ryadnin, with some resignation, to return to the office. 48. But while Galoshchikin could be demanding, there is no evidence that he held a specific animus against Kazakh cadres, as some Kazakhstani scholars have claimed. 49. Galoshchikin sought to jettison those native cadres who appeared to challenge his authority, such as Kozanov, Mendyshev, and, eventually, both Mingbev and Sejuakisov, but he also worked to cultivate close contacts with others who could assist him in enforcing the party's rule, such as Oraz Isiv, who 81. Would serve as the chairman of the Republic's Council of People's Commissars from 1929 to 1938, and Izm Ukonke Uramisov, who would serve as the Republic's second secretary from 1929 to 1931. As Galoshchikin himself argued during a speech at the Republic's Fifth Party Congress, there was a danger in becoming too close to the Kazakh intelligentsia, but also a danger in dismissing them entirely. To adopt a purely negative attitude to the Kazakh intelligentsia is incorrect. We need to attract them to professional work. But this does not rule out a fight with bourgeois nationalist ideology. 50. Though Sejuakisov remained in the party, his conflict with Galoshchikin and other Kazakh cadres would come to a head over the buy-confiscation campaign. At the Republic's Sixth Party Congress, which took place in Kzyl-Orda in November 1927, Galoshchikin began a discussion of expropriation from wealthy Kazakh elites. After Galoshchikin had spoken for more than 7 hours, Sejuakisov, a man more than 2 decades Galoshchikin's junior, came to the podium. I personally am not in agreement with the opinion of Comrade Galoshchikin, Sejuakisov declared, noting that he objected to Galoshchikin's assertion that social relations in the AUL had remained unchanged since the 1917 revolution. Galoshchikin, Sejuakisov argued, had unfairly singled out the Kazakh AUL alone for expropriation. In short, our class politics in the village and in the AUL should be the same. It is incorrect to carry out one type of politics in the Kazakh AUL and in the Russian village carry out another. We should try to dominate not only the Kazakh bai but also the Russian kulak. 51. In January 1928, immediately following the Republic's Sixth Party Congress, Sejuakisov published a widely circulated article, on nationalities and nations, in the Soviet Union's major party journal, Bolshevik, which openly criticized Galoshchikin and detailed the party's failures in dealing with the national question in Kazakhstan. In Sejuakisov's opinion, continued resistance within the party apparatus itself rather than the supposed backwardness of eastern republics such as Kazakhstan explained the slow pace of indigenization. 52 other Kazakh cadres, such as Oraz Zandasov, offered an entirely different view of confiscation. Born in the Almaty region, Zandasov was one of the few elder horde Kazakhs in the party during its early years. He had been opposed to Alish Orda, and he became a Bolshevik party member in 1918. Educated in Moscow at an agricultural academy, Zandasov moved easily between Russian and Kazakh circles. He was perfectly bilingual in Russian and Kazakh, and he was renowned for his skills as an orator. He was married to a non-Kazakh, Fatima Zandasova, a Tatar from Tashkent. 53 In a May 1928 article, A New Stage in the Resolution of the National Question, in Sovetskaya Steppe, the Republic's major Russian-language newspaper, Zandasov argued that major strides had been made in addressing national inequalities, or Kazakhs. 82.3. Position as an oppressed nation. Kazakhs, he concluded, now needed to turn their attention to a more urgent question of national transformation, that of the fight for liberation from social oppression. The economic might of the Bai was so strong, he concluded, that the Aul poor remained in a position of semi-slavery that preserved patriarchal clan ties. He called for efforts to liquidate this semi-feudal relationship. 54 On the conclusion of the Republic's Sixth Party Congress in November 1927, Galashchikin pushed through a resolution calling for a confiscation campaign against wealthy Kazakh elites over the objections of Sejuakisov and several other Kazakh cadres. In May 1928, the Presidium of the Republic's Party Committee passed a resolution that declared Sejuakisov, Kozanov, and Mingbeev to be part of an anti-party deviation. The resolution critiqued Sejuakisov and other members of the group for their opposition to confiscation, their incorrect understanding and mechanical application of Korenizatsiya, and for bringing AUL leaders under their sway. 55 Party literature linked the theories of Sejuakisov to those of Batu Arsenov, who had been denounced for his contention that Kazakhs already practiced their own form of communism in the AUL. 56 A series of purges, first in 1928 and then again in 1930, removed dozens of prominent native cadres, many of them former Alish Orda members, from positions of authority. Though these purges did not target Kazakh cadres exclusively, they affected them disproportionately, particularly as the number of high-ranking Kazakh cadres was so small. 57 In this atmosphere of heightened suspicion, the criteria for the advancement of native cadres began to shift. Ryadnin, Galashchikin's personal secretary, recalled that Elkai Ernazarov, a Kazakh from Sirdarya province who replaced Mingbeev as the chairman of the Republic's Central Executive Committee, obtained his new position as chairman not through any particular skill, but rather due to the fact that he appeared not to be allied with one group or another. His qualification was that he was not part of one Grupperovka, that he didn't belong to any of the Grupperovkas. And at this time this was very rare among Kazakh workers. 58 As for Zandasov and Sejuakisov, their careers went in opposite directions after the Republic's Sixth Party Congress, a sign of how Soviet nationality policy was shifting by 1927 to 28. After Sejuakisov's censure, Zandasov assumed Sejuakisov's position as the Commissar of Enlightenment. He took on a leading role in the confiscation campaign, publishing articles explaining expropriation in the Kazakh language press. 59 Zandasov served on the party committee that oversaw confiscation and acted as a plenipotentiary for confiscation in the Jitassu region. 60 Later, he would go on to help found some of the first Kazakh universities. He also became the first director of Kazakhstan's National Library. In 1938, he was killed in the purges. 83. Sejuakisov, by contrast, lost his post both as the Commissar of Enlightenment and as the editor of the Republic's main Kazakh language newspaper. He was sent out of the Republic in late 1927 to a posting as the rector of the Kazakh Pedagogical Institute in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. He was fired from this post in Tashkent after just a few months and sent to Moscow, where he became a student at the Moscow Institute of Railroad Engineers. 61. In the fall of 1933, while working on the construction of the Moscow-Donbass Railroad, Sejuakisov fell ill. He died in a Moscow hospital at the age of 32 or 33 in December of that same year. 62. Both men sought to play a major role in the shaping of a specifically Soviet Kazakh identity, but they understood the means by which Kazakh society should be developed and the direction that this should take quite differently. 63. Zandasov's view, which now gained favor, called on Kazakhs themselves, guided by Moscow, to initiate a radical socio-economic restructuring of their own society. Only this type of intervention, Zandasov concluded, would allow Kazakhs to catch up to the Russian village. Sejuakisov, by contrast, rejected such violent means of developing Kazakh society from within, particularly when the Russian village was not treated similarly. He pushed for further development of cooperatives as a more gradual means of transforming economic relations in both the AUL and the village. In his view, some of the greatest impediments to the promotion of Kazakhs as a group were institutional lingering resistance within the bureaucracy to indigenization, as well as insufficient financial support from Moscow rather than within Kazakh society itself. The Semipalatinsk affair. While Sejuakisov, Zandasov, Galashchikhin, and others debated the regime's campaign against the economic crisis in the Republic and across the Soviet Union more generally was deepening. Bad weather had resulted in a smaller than expected grain harvest, and economic planning magnified these initial crop failures. Through a misguided state pricing policy, peasants began to hoard relatively underpriced grain and sell more lucrative animal products and so-called technical crops, such as sugar beets, cotton, and sunflowers, to the state, and the supply of grain available for state purchase began to fall short of the urban population's needs. Fears of war and capitalist encirclement added to the overall sense of emergency and appeared to give credence to Moscow's claims that enemies lurked within. In January 1928, Stalin traveled to southern Siberia, one of the Soviet Union's major grain-producing regions, and called for coercive measures to resolve. 84.3. The grain crisis. On January 20, while in Novosibirsk, Stalin sent a telegram to Galashchikhin in which he angrily condemned the dramatic rise in grain prices in northern Kazakhstan and adjacent Siberian regions, arguing that it threatened to further undermine state procurements. 64. Within the Republic, Galashchikhin and Nikolai Kubiak, who would shortly become the People's Commissar of Agriculture of the RSFSR, toured crucial northern grain regions and began to organize troikas, which would oversee grain procurements. 65. In the northern grain regions that Galashchikhin and Kubiak had toured, as well as in southern Kazakhstan, the situation was worsening due to a series of droughts and ZHUTS in 1927-28. In January 1928, the Secretary of the Southern Jiangsu Province wrote to the Central Committee to detail the province's disastrous economic position. Information from just 3 districts indicated that more than 10,649 head of livestock had died that January, and he detailed efforts to pasture some of the region's livestock in neighboring Kyrgyzia, where the grasses had not suffered as much from drought. A number of districts in the Jharkhand region, he continued, had begun to literally starve. 66. There were also reports of drought and ZHUT in Syr-Darya province. As Kazakhs in Syr-Darya flooded regional markets with livestock that they could no longer pasture, the prices for animals plummeted, while the price of grain skyrocketed. 67. In the northern province of Semipalatinsk, there were widespread instances of starvation and pillaging, as well a massive drop in livestock levels due to a ZHUT. 68. Though he was aware of the drought and ZHUT, Stalin introduced temporary measures, Articles 107 and 62 of the Soviet Legal Code, to arrest those deemed to be hoarding grain, an approach that would later come to be known as the Ural-Siberian method. 69. These measures were applied with particular force in Siberia, Kazakhstan, and other grain surplus regions in an attempt to resolve the grain crisis and funnel grain to cities and work sites. As Moscow began to privilege the city over the countryside, the pressure for grain intensified across Kazakhstan. In Akmolinsk province, many households saw their taxation rates rise several-fold, as plenipotentiaries levied taxes without any regard for the means of the household to pay them. 70 in Jiangsu province, where districts were already suffering from hunger due to drought and ZHUT, the grain procurement plan was raised from 200,000 to 300,000 poods, an increase of 50%. Additional party cadres were deployed to strengthen grain procurements in the regions. 71 The intense pressure for grain provoked other eruptions of violence. Though the confiscation campaign would not officially begin until August 1928, local officials in Semipalatinsk province, operating under the orders of the Politburo, anticipated its start and began to requisition livestock, grain, and other goods from Kazakhs using threats, beatings, and coercion. The choice of Semipalatinsk province for a violent assault on Kazakh society was not accidental. Located on 85. The territory of the Middle Horde, Semipalatinsk province was an important region for Moscow, both strategically and economically. Under Russian imperial rule, Russian and Ukrainian peasants had flooded the province, transforming it into a major grain-producing region. The province also shared a long, porous border with Xinjiang, the region of China to the east. By the early Soviet period, Xinjiang had become an important trading partner, and Moscow introduced regular ferry service along the Irtysh River, which connected Semipalatinsk with Xinjiang. 72 The province's major city, also known as Semipalatinsk, played a significant role in Kazakh culture. Under Russian imperial rule, it became known as a major center of Islamic learning within the Russian Empire, one that was rivaled in importance only by the cities of Kazan and Orenburg. 73 A number of leading Kazakh literary figures, including the poet and philosopher Abaikyu Unanbiev and the novelist and playwright M. Mukhtar Ozov, had studied in the city. By the Soviet period, the region had become known for rebellion, as well as outbreaks of lawlessness and disorder. During the Civil War, the province had been the primary power base of Alish Orda. In the 1920s, members of various guerrilla networks, known as Basmachi, set up encampments in Semipalatinsk province and other border regions, using their proximity to China to cultivate connections with Turkic-speaking groups in Xinjiang. The province also became one of the focal points for construction of the Turksib Railroad. Thousands of unskilled laborers from Russia, many of whom came illegally, moved to the city of Semipalatinsk in search of work, and the arrival of this new, rootless population sparked tensions with the city's existing communities. As the region's economic position worsened, violence broke out. In May 1928, thousands of these workers gathered in the city square to loot cooperatives and state stores. 74 In another incident, Russian laborers engaged in a mass beating of thousands of Kazakhs employed as laborers on the Turksib Railroad. 75 In the spring of 1928, after receiving more than 3,000 complaints from Kazakhs affected by grain and livestock requisitions, the Politburo initiated an investigation into the brutality, which had become known as the Semipalatinsk affair. This investigation, which was headed by Alexei Kiselev, secretary of the Central Executive Committee of the RSFSR, found that this outrage had specifically affected the Kazakh AUL, not the Russian village. 76 Bureaucrats deployed arbitrary methods of levying fines and deciding whose grain and livestock would be confiscated. A plenipotentiary comes to the AUL, assembles the village soviet, and decides who has what amount of livestock. They do not bother to count. We received complaints that Kazakhs living 200 versts away had their livestock counted in this manner. 77 Among the lower levels of the party, there was the impression that one could impose as many fines as one wished and not be punished for this. 78. 86 3. The population had been terrorized, the commission found. Approximately 423 households with 22,000 head of livestock had fled across the province's borders to China. 79 Overall, the commission estimated that 8,592 households in the province had been affected by the violence. 80. The report concluded, in a word, the province, as we observed it over the course of several months, has been destroyed from all points of view economically, politically, all sorts of economic relationships between the countryside and the city have been destroyed. 81. Though Kiselev chastised the Republic's Party Committee, finding that some of its members had encouraged the early start of the confiscation campaign, the primary blame for the affair was placed on the province's Party Committee, particularly the province's party secretary Isaac Becker, who was fired from his job. 82. Grievance committees began work to return property and livestock to those affected by the violence, but these efforts proceeded haltingly. 83. The dynamics of violence in the Semipalatinsk affair eerily foreshadowed the official confiscation campaign. In Semipalatinsk province, the regime sent out ethnic Kazakh plenipotentiaries into various regions and districts to conduct confiscation. There these plenipotentiaries worked in coordination with AUL Soviets, or meetings of party members from a given AUL, to determine who would be named a by. These plenipotentiaries were under intense pressure from the province's party committee to collect grain and livestock. Kiselev concluded, plenipotentiaries in the localities were given directorial mandates, which could not help but create the impression among local cadres that confiscation needed to take place at all costs and under any conditions. 84. But while the province's party committee insisted that these plenipotentiaries collect large amounts of grain and livestock, the exact instructions for how to conduct confiscation were kept vague. A later report on confiscation in the Chingistaysky district observed, there are no exact figures for the year in which the district underwent confiscation. Reports on confiscation were not filed, were not examined because with regards to confiscation there were no limits. 85. Thus, in its very design, this campaign in Semipalatinsk, like the coming official confiscation campaign, anticipated and implicitly sanctioned excesses. It also allowed and encouraged Kazakhs themselves to make crucial determinations, such as who would be considered a by and who would not, as well as how much property and livestock to confiscate from a given individual. 86. In some cases, this meant that plenipotentiaries banded together with the communities whose supplies they were supposed to confiscate against the incursions of the regime. In Karkarolinsk region, the region's party committee reported that both AUL communists and district workers had come under the influence of the Akov clan, which organized efforts to hide livestock. In a telegram to the province's party committee, they wrote, "We ask that the Akovs be sent out of the boundaries of 87. The region as a socially dangerous element." 87. Semipalatinsk province officials responded by calling the region's measures insufficient. They ordered the creation of a temporary Piaturka to oversee confiscation, with several strong party workers from the regional level, and they instructed the region's party committee to redouble its efforts to bring members of the poor, preferably of the Akov clan, into the party. 88. In other cases, officials reported that communities eagerly embraced the campaign against the by, as well as the categories provided to them. But while party experts had predicted that an attack on the by would weaken clan ties, the campaigns often served to maintain or even strengthen the salience of kinship. A plenipotentiary reported on confiscation in Ayagusk district, which had two rival clans, the Begyubak, controlled by Nurakamet Maldibeev, the son of an influential clan leader Birikbal Maldibeev, and the Barleybai, a clan that, although it was more populous than the Begyubak, lacked the resources of the Begyubak. Members of the Barleybai clan had voted unanimously for the exile of Maldibeev, the plenipotentiary noted. He observed, "In this way, the poor are active when they can see a real gain from Soviet power. For example, when there is not an influential representative from a particular clan among the poor. Then these poor expropriate a member of that clan. The poor are not only against bays from another clan, but they are against bays of their own clan. For example, in a meeting where the population comes from the Barleybai clan, they voted for the exile of their by in the presence of this very by." 89. Though some Kazakhs eagerly adopted the regime's categories, it was a different matter to get them to forge new linkages, such as class bonds with members of the poor from different clans. The plenipotentiary continued, "The downside of all this activity is that the active poor do not want to get help from the poor of another clan. In this instance, clan pride takes first place." 90. The confiscation campaign interacted with and at times strengthened existing relationships, such as kinship. But it also created new fissures within Kazakh society, as when some accused others of violating Kazakh customs, such as barak, a tradition of harmony in the AUL. The plenipotentiary for the Ayagusk district detailed such a case. The Bedniak Huzani from Maloayaguskoy AUL said that the poor from Srednoayagiskoy AUL are already not Muslim, or they wouldn't have handed over such a person as Maldibev. But the Maloayaguskoy AUL Kazakhs are still Kazakh. They didn't break the Kazakh barak and they decided not to hand over one by. Furthermore, the active members of 88.3. The poor cannot get on with the passive members of the poor, and therefore, in the meeting, a passive Bedniak, falling under the influence of a Bai, begins to defend one or another Bai, but the activist Bedniak begins to prove that it is absolutely necessary that this or that Bai be exiled. A debate begins, the debate turns into a fight, and the fight begins to take on a clan character. 91. As the plenipotentiary's account reveals, the campaign itself had begun to drive a wedge into the heart of Kazakh society, opening up a debate about what it meant to be Muslim or Kazakh. The orders to start the campaign against the Bai in Semipalatinsk early came directly from the Politburo. As Stalin later noted in sly fashion, "In the Politburo we decided to confiscate the Bai just a little bit for the sake of the Bedniak and Seredniak herder." 92. An investigation into the violence was begun only once the effects of the campaign, particularly the flight of large numbers of people to China and the precipitous drop in the province's livestock numbers, threatened to undermine the regime's long-term economic interests. 93. Indeed, some of the very same tactics that drew the Kiselev Committee's ire during the Semipalatinsk affair, such as beatings, coercion, and excessive fines, would be redeployed on a far larger scale during the official confiscation campaign later that same year. This time, there would be no official investigation from Moscow and little promise of restitution to those affected. 94. Moscow sought to utilize the Semipalatinsk affair to achieve several goals: to collect grain to resolve the grain crisis, to neutralize the resistance of grain growers, as in other grain-growing regions of the Soviet Union, and to strike a blow against those members of the Kazakh intelligentsia who posed a political threat. Becker, for instance, corresponded with party secretaries in the regions about the progress of efforts to arrest particularly influential individuals. 95. Though members of the Kiselev Commission protested the outrages that had taken place in Semipalatinsk, the actual steps that the Commission took to address the wrongs of the campaign were half-hearted. Becker, the affair's villain, was fired from his posting, but his supposed punishment was light. From 1928 to 1930, he enrolled in the Communist Academy in Moscow, where he took courses in Marxism-Leninism. In 1932, he returned to Kazakhstan, becoming party secretary of Karaganda province during the height of the famine. He was then promoted to important posts in Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, before he died of an unknown illness in a Moscow hospital in 1937. 96. The Semipalatinsk affair foreshadowed many of the features of the famine itself. Due to the enormous pressure for grain, local Qatars forced Kazakh nomads, a population that consumed grain but did not ordinarily grow it, to 89. Meet onerous grain requisition requirements. 97. To fulfill these requisitions, Kazakhs flooded markets with their livestock. 98. The effects of drought and Zhut, which destroyed much of the province's feed base, further propelled the sale of livestock, as Kazakhs sought to offload animals that they could no longer feed. In a feature characteristic of pastoral famines, the terms of trade for livestock worsened, grain became very expensive, while animals were relatively cheap. 99. With the start of the official confiscation campaign later that same year, the crisis in Kazakh society would continue to deepen. The official confiscation campaign. In the fall of 1928, the official confiscation campaign began. 100. The confiscation decree targeted those stockholders from the native population whose social or economic influence hindered the Sovietization of the AUL and who relied on a semi-feudal, patriarchal, or clan relationship to perpetuate their rule. 101. Limited areas of the Republic were excluded from the confiscation campaign, including areas where land reforms were still ongoing, as well as the remote Ate province due to the specific conditions of its household development. 102. Characterizing Semipalatinsk province as riddled with beys, who have considerable ties to party workers in Kazakhstan and in Moscow, Galashchikin successfully argued for the province, which was still struggling to recover from the destruction of the Semipalatinsk affair, to be included on the official confiscation list. 103. Thus, even as the Kiselev Commission was investigating how to offer restitution to those affected, Moscow was preparing to hit the province with a second devastating blow. The Central Committee in Moscow set the broad outlines of the campaign, authorizing an assault on no more than 700 of the Republic's most malicious beys. 104. The secret police then calculated the number of beys that would be found in each province. Two different types of bey households would be pursued during the campaign: large livestock holders and semi-feudals, with a target of 600 households set for the former category and a target of 100 households for the latter category. 105. The category of semi-feudal encompassed those individuals who had belonged to previously privileged groups, such as the descendants of sultans and khans, and former Russian imperial officials. The primary criterion for the other category, large livestock holders, was wealth, as measured by the number of livestock a bey household owned. Under a new classification scheme, which was developed to facilitate and strengthen the party's hold over the steppe, all of the Republic's majority Kazakh districts were categorized. 93. As either nomadic, semi-nomadic, or settled. 106. The criteria for determining a large livestock holder differed by district type, with members of nomadic districts allowed to have the most animals before they were categorized as a bey household. A household in a sedentary district, for example, could have up to 150 animals before it was declared a bey household, a household in a semi-nomadic district 300, and a household in a nomadic district up to 400. 107. The process of determining exactly who was a bey involved many different levels of the party-state apparatus and sectors of Kazakh society. Plenipotentiaries with the secret police assembled profiles of potential candidates for confiscation, listing their activities, affiliations, and economic assets. Using these materials, the Republic's Party Committee compiled a list of individuals who would be targeted. This list was forwarded on to provincial party committees, who proposed additions or subtractions to the list to the Republic's Party Committee. 108. Once the list was drawn up, more than 1,000 plenipotentiaries, all of them Kazakhs, were sent out into the districts to oversee the confiscation campaign. There they worked closely with district-level confiscation committees, as well as committees composed of members of the poor, to conduct expropriation. Once named as a bey, an individual and his family members would be stripped of the vast majority of their livestock and property, with these goods earmarked for distribution to members of the poor and collective farms. 75 beys and their family members were slated to be exiled outside the Republic, while the remaining beys and family members would be sent to provinces within Kazakhstan far from their place of origin, a strategy that ensured that these families would be cut off from the networks of kin members who could assist them. 109. Though this classification scheme and chain of command gave the campaign an appearance of legality, the bey confiscation campaign, even in its very design, invited disagreement, discord, and excesses. The Republic's Council of People's Commissars reserved the right to confiscate particular households as large livestock holders even if they did not meet the threshold for their particular type of district. 110. At the district level, plenipotentiaries and committees operated with little oversight, and they regularly took property and livestock from households that were not on the official confiscation list. 111. Due to the sheer number of state and party agencies at every level of the bureaucracy involved in confiscation, many of them with differing agendas, disagreements frequently surfaced. It was not uncommon for the fate of a particular bai to be the subject of a lengthy tug of war among regional, provincial, and republic-level officials. 112 The blacklists for confiscation changed frequently, as various sectors of Kazakh society sought to influence the campaign. 113 After reviewing the list for Semipalatinsk province, the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, Nimet N. Yermakov, insisted that two more names, Muzita Maldabiv, known 91 in all quarters, and Kabdai Bizkiev, a prominent bai who has a large household both in the steppe and in the city, be added. 114 A secret police report sent to Galashchikin noted that a whole group of relatives of the right wing of the party had ended up on the list, including the relations of Gabas Tokhzanov, who had replaced Sejuakisov as the editor of Inbekshir-i Kazakh, and Bekadar Aralbiev, the former secretary of the Republic's Central Executive Committee. These party workers were working furiously to halt the exile of their relatives, at the same time as the left wing of the party, led by Sakin Sifalin, was maneuvering to keep these names on the list in order to pick up the political prestige of their opponents. 115 It was also not exactly clear what some of the campaign's key terms, such as household, would mean when applied to Kazakh society. In their daily life, pastoral nomads relied on an extended network of relatives, one much larger than the nuclear family. Should all these relatives be considered part of the same household? Such designations were crucial, as the addition of several relatives and their livestock to a household could cause that household to become classified as a bai household. In a letter to a party commission, Izm K. Uramisov argued that bais utilized the labor and resources of a wide range of family members, such as stepmothers, grown-up sons, stepchildren, nephews, adopted children, and stepbrothers. All these family members, he argued, needed to be considered part of the same household. 116 Similarly, Zanadar Sejuakisov, the plenipotentiary for confiscation in Sirdarya province, urged a party commission charged with reviewing petitions from individuals who felt that they had been wrongly categorized as a bai to keep in mind that the number of people in a family exceeds standard norms. 117 In an effort to address the practice of falsely putting together people and calling them a household, the chairman of the Republic's Council of People's Commissars, Nimet N. Yermakov, sent around a telegram to provincial committees. He wrote, "There have been instances, where due to this approach 45 to 60 people have been combined into one family, even though they have never met in their lives." 118 But despite N. Yermakov's warning, exactly what constituted a household was never clearly defined at either the republic, provincial, or district levels, a situation that gave local bureaucrats latitude to implement the campaign in the manner that they wished. The question of how to define a household had significant implications not only for the individual accused of being a bai but also for the many family members who faced impoverishment and exile. In a telegram sent to the provinces, Ernazarov, the chairman of the Republic's Central Executive Committee, ruled that women who sought a divorce from their bai husbands and the daughters of bais who wished to get married would not be exiled. Instead, they might remain 92-3. Where they lived, and these ex-wives would receive a portion of the bai's property. 119 This strategy was designed to tear Kazakh families apart, and indeed many families faced heartbreaking choices. In Sirdarya province, Zanadar Sejuakisov found that the phenomenon of fictive divorces had taken on a mass character in Sirdarya province, as these women sought to find a way to ensure the safety of their family members. 120 The confiscation campaign, as well as a military draft of Kazakhs that same year, served to reduce the number of men in the AUL. Those accused of being bais were almost exclusively men, and in the absence of their husbands, many women assumed a leading role in efforts to defend bais. 121 Shayakhmatov, the famine survivor, remembers how the courtrooms were filled exclusively with female defendants, including his mother, who had been summoned to court to respond to charges that her husband was a bai. His mother, like the other defendants, was sentenced to 2 years house arrest, with little semblance of a trial. 122 With many of the adult men in Kazakh society under arrest or in exile, women were also often the only people left to chronicle the sheer terror of life in the Republic during the fall of 1928. In a petition sent to Moscow, Zianab Mamtova sought the release of her husband, a former Alish Orda member, Soviet official, and school classmate of Oraz Zandasov. She also described the violent expropriation of another man, Sadik Jerdektovkanov, who lived in the same district. The members of the committee undressed him until he was nearly naked, she wrote. They bound up his mouth and pressed a revolver to his chest, demanding that he tell them where he had livestock and whether it had been hidden willingly and so on. When it was clear that Jerdektovkanov had no more livestock than what had already been confiscated from him, she continued, they beat his naked back with a whip and he began to bleed. His pregnant wife, arriving on the scene and seeing the pools of blood, died of a heart attack. 123 The archives are full of letters of protest to Stalin, members of the Central Executive Committee of the RSFSR, or Republic-level officials from those individuals arrested as Beys and their relatives. Though it is unclear if any of these protests were ever successful, these letters illustrate how Kazakhs had begun to use the categories that the regime had provided. 124 In her petition, Mamtova is careful to highlight her husband's lower-class origins, proclaiming him to be the son of an ordinary Kazakh bedniak. She also noted her husband's ancestry, in an attempt to illustrate that her husband was not from a powerful clan. My husband comes from an impoverished clan, Shu, from the tribe Naiman. 125 In another case, an individual in Semipalatinsk province detailed his Tatar ancestry in an unsuccessful attempt to prove that he was not Kazakh and thus should not be subject to confiscation. 126 To Ragul Ibragimov, the son of the well-known 93. Kazakh writer Abaikyu Unanbeev, went to elaborate lengths to downplay his family's noble origins. Though Abaikyu Unanbeev was the son of a sultan, Q Unanbey, Ibragimov argued that a sultan was simply an ordinary official. The confiscation decree, he contended, applied only to the descendants of Khans and Agajultans, a group he claimed functioned as the Khan's officials. 127 These letters also testify to the extreme hardship that these individuals and their families faced in exile. Elderly relatives of those named as Beys, including 85-year-old grandparents, faced deportation. 128 In a petition, Ibragim Mamanov wrote that he and his family had no livestock or farm equipment in their place of exile. No one would employ them because they were known as deportees. He predicted, here we, with our small children, are practically doomed to a hungry death. 129 Ibragimov detailed similar destitution, noting that he had been sent nearly 6,000 kilometers from his home, Semipalatinsk province, to Sirdarya province. In Sirdarya, he had no means to support himself or his family. Ibragimov's case was never reviewed, and in 1934, he died in Chimkent, his place of exile. 130 Party documents from the period detail a way of life that was unraveling as activists plundered families. In a series of telegrams, An Yermakov and Ernazarov noted many instances where everyday household items, such as carpets, dresses, and linens, had been confiscated. 131 In an indication of the campaign's effect on members of the Kazakh hereditary elite, officials ruled that items such as ancient Arabic or Persian manuscripts, clan charts, and gold and silver dishes, should be confiscated and given to the Republic's Central State Museum. 132 Though much of the expropriated livestock was designated for collective farms, many activists simply appropriated the best animals for themselves. In other cases, Shayakomitov recalled, activists rounded up livestock and herded them into pens. They were left there, largely forgotten, without any shelter or food. As winter began, these animals, the very basis of Kazakhs' way of existence as nomads, began to perish in massive numbers, and officials conscripted locals to bury the rotting carcasses before epidemics broke out. 133 Seeking a way to evade confiscation, some Kazakhs fought back. They redistributed their livestock among their relatives or sold or slaughtered their animals. In some cases, the relatives or supporters of those who were confiscated exacted revenge, and those activists who had discovered bays paid for this action with their lives. 134 But the most common response to confiscation was flight, a strategy that pastoral nomads often used in case of unfavorable political or environmental conditions. Kazakhs fled to Kyrgyzia, Siberia, or across the border to China. 135 Moscow had set up a new system of internal borders in the Republic in late 1927, creating village Soviets, districts, and provinces. But the regime had little ability to enforce these borders, and Kazakhs regularly fled from one province. 94-3 to another to evade confiscation. 136 Even after their arrest, many of those named as bays took flight, disappearing into the sands around Lake Bakhash as officials attempted to escort them through the steppe to their place of exile. 137 In a letter to the Central Committee on conclusion of the confiscation campaign, Galashchikin argued that the Serednyak has become the central figure in the AUL. 138 The party heralded the confiscation campaign as a fundamental moment in the shaping of the Kazakh bureaucracy. The weight of the work for confiscation fell primarily on the shoulders of the Kazakh part of the organization. Plenipotentiaries' commission agitators were recruited wholly from Kazakh communists. 139 Galashchikin, however, acknowledged that there were shortcomings to the campaign, particularly the failure to reach the confiscation targets for livestock. The object of confiscation livestock is easy to move around, easily dispersed, and easily sold in bazaars and markets. 140 He detailed that the party had confiscated 144,474 head of livestock, fulfilling the plan of 225,972 animals by only 64%. 141 Party documents offer some insight into the types of people who were arrested as bays. Of the 696 bays who were expropriated, 73% were classified as semi-nomadic, while roughly 18% were settled and 8% nomadic. 142 of the 12 provinces that underwent confiscation, the largest number of bays were uncovered in Sirdarya province, followed by Alma-Ata province and Ural-SK province. 143 According to official statistics, the bays that were arrested fell into the following categories: Russian imperial officials and the descendants of Khans, exekals, and beys, mullahs and religious officials, and former Alish Orda members and functionaries. The remaining bays were classified as large stockholders, who were anti-Soviet elements in the AUL. 144 These statistics illustrate how the composition of Kazakh society began to change in the aftermath of the confiscation campaign. Though Alish Orda had drawn support from a number of Kazakh tribes, its position was the strongest among educated Kazakhs from the Argan tribe of the Middle Horde. 145 The attack on Alish Orda therefore dramatically reduced the number of Argans in the upper levels of the party. Most of the individuals in the category of Russian imperial officials and the descendants of Khans likely belonged to the hereditary white bone elite, and the campaign struck a particularly devastating blow against this sector of Kazakh society. By contrast, very few people from the religious elite, only 8, appear to have been arrested in the course of this particular campaign. The single largest category was that of large stockholder by. That fact, as well as the sheer number of livestock confiscated, hint at the broader repercussions of the campaign on Kazakhs' pastoral nomadic way of life. Given the number of bays identified during the confiscation campaign, the 95 total number of those deported may have exceeded 10,000. But it is important to note that several people who belonged to the groups that the regime claimed to target were not arrested. Sanzaris Fendiarov, Atur, continued in his work as the rector of Kazakh State University and the Kazakh Pedagogical Institute. 146 Mukhtar Ozov, who would become Soviet Kazakhstan's most famous writer, was not imprisoned until 1930, despite the fact that he had been a participant in the Alish movement and was, by many accounts, a Kozak. 147. In a letter to Galashchikin written after Ozov's arrest in 1930, secret police officials argued that Ozov, who had once clearly expressed bourgeois nationalist positions, had begun to abandon them. Based on this shift, as well as the lack of Kazakh literary cadres, Ozov, they contended, should be released from prison and permitted to study at the V.I. Lenin Central Asian State University in Tashkent. 148. By 1932, Ozov was released, and he would embark on a distinguished literary career. 149. In other cases, those who carried out the campaign were themselves members of the groups that the campaign claimed to target. Though Karim Tokhtabev had been a part of the leadership committee for Alish Orda in Turgai province, he became a member of the Kraykom Commission for Buy Confiscation, which oversaw the parameters of the campaign and mediated disputes over the fate of particular individuals. He also served as the Kraykom plenipotentiary for confiscation in Semipalatinsk province, where the party's major assault on Alish Orda took place. According to secret police reports, as a plenipotentiary in Semipalatinsk, Tokhtabev played a role in shielding a particular clan, the Tabuktinse, from confiscation. 150. In subsequent years, Tokhtabev continued to serve in crucial roles in the Republic's bureaucracy. From 1929 to 1931, he was the Republic's Commissar for Agriculture and, from 1931 to 1933, he was the Republic's representative before the All-Union Central Executive Committee in Moscow. In the fall of 1933, he was arrested, and he died in exile in the city of Voronezh in 1936. 151. As the cases of Tokhtabev, Ozov, and Esfendi Arif illustrate, the category of a buy might be broadened to suit the regime's needs, but it also could be narrowed when politically necessary. 152. In his influential book, Seeing Like a State, the scholar James C. Scott examined the failures of several state-sponsored social engineering projects, including collectivization in the RSFSR. His work emphasized that local, practical skills, or savoir-faire, could serve as a corrective to the failures of authoritarian state planning, what he calls high modernism. 153. But the case of Kazakhstan's Little October would seem at odds with Scott's conclusions about authoritarian state planning. In its very design, this state-sponsored social engineering project invited and 96.3 encouraged local involvement, instead of excluding it. The Central Committee and the secret police set the broad outlines of the program, but Kazakhs themselves were entrusted with carrying out its crucial features. As this chapter has shown, Kazakhs' involvement ultimately shaped both the character of the campaign and the scale of the violence. In this case, local know-how did not serve as a corrective to the failures of authoritarian state planning. Rather, it made it worse, and the confiscation campaign began to unravel Kazakh society from within. For Moscow, many elements of the Little October were a success. The campaign achieved a partial social revolution in Kazakh society, neutralizing the resistance of enemies such as Alish Orda and members of the white-bone aristocracy, such as Khans, sultans, and Tur. The ranks of the Soviet bureaucracy began to fill with black-bone commoners, a marked shift from Russian imperial rule, when Kazakh interlocutors with the Russian imperial state generally belonged to the white-bone strata. The participation of Kazakh plenipotentiaries in the confiscation campaign gave them a role and a stake in the regime's programs. Through the confiscation campaign, Moscow began the first steps to assemble the local-level party and state bureaucracy that would be needed to carry out collectivization. But there were several unanticipated consequences of the buy confiscation campaign that would foreshadow some of the problems of collectivization itself. In many areas of the Republic, there was almost no local-level bureaucracy, and Almaty struggled to direct the campaign or even obtain accurate information about the course of events. To evade confiscation, large numbers of Kazakhs entered into flight. Rather than serving as the first step in sedentarizing Kazakh society, the confiscation campaign actually served to increase, rather than decrease, population movement throughout the Republic. Due to the disruption of the campaign, livestock levels began to plummet, beginning a decline that would only accelerate during the collectivization campaign that would begin in the winter of 1929–30. 97. In late 1929, the Central Committee authorized the launch of a pivotal element of the first five-year plan, forced collectivization. In 1927–28, a severe shortage of grain on state markets had highlighted long-standing tensions within the regime's economic policy, the new economic policy, which relied on individual peasants to market their grain to the state. By the close of 1929, a confluence of other factors, including economic choices, international developments, domestic politics, and ideological considerations, had finally tipped the scales in favor of forced collectivization. Once Stalin abandoned NEP and introduced the first five-year plan, a far-reaching program to transform the Soviet state. Industry would be built on the back of agriculture. Through collectivization, the Soviet state sought to assume control of the food supply and boost its production. Grain would be sold abroad for hard currency, which would finance the massive industrial projects considered to be a hallmark of socialism. Both meat and grain would be funneled from the countryside to feed the growing ranks of hungry urban workers. The transformation proposed for Kazakhstan was to be one of the most dramatic, the settlement of the Kazakhs, the Soviet Union's largest group of pastoral nomads and the Republic's titular nationality. Continuing and accelerating the assault on nomadic life begun with the campaign against Kazakh elites in 1928, Moscow proposed to settle and collectivize Kazakh nomads simultaneously, what the Republic's Party Committee referred as sedentarization on the basis of full collectivization. 2. Kazakhstan was to 4. Nomads under siege. Kazakhstan and the launch of forced collectivization. 98-4. Become a pioneer, the first area of the Soviet Union with a large nomadic population to undergo widespread sedentarization. 3. Nomadic settlement, it was believed, would free up additional lands for grain cultivation, enabling a dramatic expansion of the Republic's sown field area, and Moscow began to send thousands of additional agricultural settlers to the Republic. 4. Paralleling a global shift toward producing meat for the market, Moscow proposed to collectivize Kazakhs' animal herds and shunt them into immense state farms, which would cover a total area of more than 45 million hectares. 5. Giant combines located near Kazakh railheads would process the livestock that these state farms produced, enabling goods such as meat, hides, wool, and dairy products to shipped easily by rail to other parts of the Soviet Union. 6. Kazakhstan, party experts maintained, would become a meatpacking center to rival Chicago. Officials argued that the settlement of the Kazakhs would have immense economic benefits. Grigory Igrenko, the Deputy People's Commissar for Agriculture, claimed, the transition of the Kazakh population to a settled way of life will automatically free up large land surpluses, which could be used partially for resettlement but mainly for state farm construction. 7. The Republic's Party Committee predicted that the Republic's sown field area would jump from 4 million to 16 million hectares over the course of the first five-year plan. 8. The language of Soviet nationality policy, which sought to consolidate groups such as the Kazakhs into modern, socialist nations, served to further legitimize and reinforce the importance of this economic shift. Izmukhan Ku Ramasov, a Kazakh who served as Galashchikin's deputy, argued that the settlement of the Kazakhs, what he euphemistically referred to as the reconstruction of the Kazakh AUL, was not in opposition to the Republic's economic development. Rather, he urged party members to remember that one flows from the other. 9. But as the first five-year plan began, the orderly, enlightened sedentarization promised under the auspices of the Republic's newly formed Committee for the Sedentarization of the Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Kazakh Population quickly foundered. Instead, Moscow pursued Kazakhs' impoverishment, the loss of their animal herds and status as nomads, and their incorporation into the state. Activists began to collectivize nomadic regions, levying dizzying grain and meat procurements on these areas. At the same time, the Republic's party committee began to pursue denotization through other routes, criminalizing a range of practices essential to the maintenance of nomadic life, such as Kazakh slaughter of animals during the wintertime or their ability to migrate across borders to seasonal pastures. In the winter of 1931-32, areas of the Soviet Union with large peasant populations, most notably Ukraine and the Volga, Don, and Kuban regions, 99. Experienced terrifying famines due to collectivization. But in Kazakhstan, famine assumed a different pattern, striking several parts of the republic by the summer of 1930. This chapter traces the steps that provoked the outbreak of famine and then its escalation into a regional crisis by the end of 1931. As this chapter shows, there was not one single cause of the outbreak of famine in Kazakhstan. Though collectivization was the most important factor, this assault hit a society weakened, first, by massive peasant settlement of the Kazakh steppe under Russian imperial rule and, second, by the seizure of livestock from rural elites during the 1928 confiscation campaign. In the summer of 1931, a drought in the steppe worsened the disastrous effects of collectivization, deepening Kazakhs' descent into hunger. There is no evidence to indicate that Stalin sought to deliberately starve the Kazakhs. But in Kazakhstan, as elsewhere, Stalin anticipated that some loss of life during collectivization would further the regime's larger political and economic goals. Disregarding the history of the Russian Empire's troubled efforts to make the steppe into an agrarian region, as well as the repeated warnings of experts about the risks of agriculture in the drought-prone environment, the Central Committee pushed forward with nomadic settlement in the hopes of achieving fantastical grain yields. As disaster began, the production of grain, not the preservation of the Republic's livestock herds, became the clear priority, and Central Committee members accepted the idea that Kazakhs might suffer the most from this choice. The Central Committee received news of Kazakh suffering at several key points throughout 1930 and 1931, but several factors, including the stereotype that Kazakhs, as nomads, had an abundance of livestock, meant that the pressure on the Republic for grain and meat remained largely unabated throughout 1930 and 1931. In an act of extreme cruelty, Moscow began to send additional groups, including special settlers and Gulag prisoners, into the Republic as famine broke out. Kazakhs were expelled from their land to make room for these new arrivals, and the presence of these additional groups increased the overall pressure on the Republic's food supply. Though Moscow anticipated that nomadic settlement would provoke hunger, the regime did not foresee the sweeping scope of the crisis. The Central Committee launched the project of collectivization in the Republic with a bureaucracy insufficiently developed to supervise the process. Rather than serving to consolidate the party's hold over the steppe, collectivization exposed and, in some cases, exacerbated the fragility of the party's hold over parts of the steppe. Though bent on eradicating nomads' practice of long-distance animal herding, Moscow struggled to develop a system of animal husbandry that could take pastoral nomadism's place, and massive herd losses, which imperiled the Republic's status as the Soviet Union's major livestock base, quickly mounted throughout 104. 1930 and 1931. By the winter of 1931-32, with their livestock numbers in ruins, Kazakh nomads entered into desperate flight, and the famine began a new phase, as Moscow sought to halt the exodus of the Republic's population. The outlines of the campaign. Kazakhstan's status as a mixed economic zone, a region where both peasants and pastoral nomads lived, was reflected in its position in the Soviet Union's overall collectivization drive. A large section of the Republic, primarily northern grain-growing areas that had significant populations of Russian and Ukrainian peasants, was part of the first group of regions in the Soviet Union to undergo full, or complete, collectivization. 11. This initial group, the Soviet Union's declared grain surplus regions, was slated to complete collectivization by the spring of 1931. 12. The remainder of the Republic, which included most of its nomadic regions, was scheduled to be collectivized at a slower pace, and this area would complete the transition to collective farming only at the end of 1933. Officially, The project of sedentarization, like collectivization, was to unfold in stages. The first Kazakh nomads to be settled would be those who lived in the grain surplus regions at the forefront of the republic's collectivization drive. In 1930, 84,340 households in these areas, approximately 20% of the republic's nomadic population, were scheduled to be settled and collectivized. 13. Following the principle of sedentarization on the basis of full collectivization, Kazakh nomads in other regions of the republic would be sedentarized as the collectivization drive advanced in subsequent years. 14. Once settled, Kazakhs would be employed on collective farms or redistributed to work on various industrial projects. But these elaborate plans for the republic's transformation were hastily developed. Under pressure from Moscow to proceed quickly with collectivization, the Republic's Party Committee placed certain districts in the first wave of collectivization despite the fact that members of this committee openly admitted that they knew nothing about the conditions for agriculture in these districts. Only after the completion of the first collectivization drive did Oraz Isiyev, the chairman of the Republic's Council of People's Commissars, raise the question of studying the environmental profile of the Republic's constituent districts. 15. Similarly, though there was a general sense that grain, alongside with meat and dairy products, constituted an important part of many Kazakh herders' diets, there was no concerted effort to understand this shift or to ensure that it was reflected in state planning for the first 5-year plan. 16. In 1928, an official in Petropavlovsk Okrug had sounded an alarm. He wrote that the Republic's State 101 Statistical Commission was underestimating the amount of grain that Kazakhs now consumed. To say the least, we have gone blindfolded past the socio-economic processes that have taken place in the AUL in recent years. Out of 7 Kazakh districts in Petropavlovsk Okrug, there are no longer any purely nomadic districts, only one district remains semi-nomadic. From this we can determine that the norms for the Kazakh population should, on an annual basis, begin to coincide more closely with that of the settled population. 17. But there is no evidence to indicate that this official's calls for change were ever heeded. Under pressure from the Central Committee to move forward quickly, the Republic plunged headlong into collectivization. Finally, the Central Committee itself received yet another warning about the risks of developing the Republic's drought-prone environment just before collectivization began. In 1928, Moise Frumkin, then the deputy director of the Soviet Union's Commissariat of Finance, alerted the Central Committee to the dangers of constructing state farms in areas such as Kazakhstan that had variable rainfall patterns and periodic hot, dry winds. The production of grain in these conditions can give excellent results, but in individual years one should expect the ruin of a significant portion of the harvest. 18. But the Central Committee paid no heed to Frumkin's prediction, accepting that the rewards of a few years of good harvests in these lands were worth the risk of a disastrous year. When drought struck, as it did in the summer of 1931, Kazakhs would have to make up the grain shortfall, a development that would accelerate their descent into hunger. The first collectivization drive. In theory, the massive collectivization drive launched in Kazakhstan in the winter of 1929-30 would draw and build on the Republic's limited network of existing collective farms while dramatically intensifying the battle to liquidate the Bai and the Kulak. Prior to the 1929-30 drive, the most common type of collective farm in the Republic was a TOZ. In a TOZ, the simplest type of collective farm, members carried out agricultural labor jointly, while retaining the ownership of farm animals and most tools. But many of these collective farms existed only on paper, and previous efforts at collectivization had proceeded almost exclusively among the Slavic peasantry rather than among the Republic's Kazakh population. 19. 102-4. In some respects, the 1929-30 collectivization campaign in Kazakhstan followed the pattern of collectivization common to most of European Russia, as massive numbers of peasants, often far above the targets set, were violently forced into collective farms in the winter of 1929, only to rapidly exit them by the spring of 1930. As elsewhere in the Soviet Union, activists in Kazakhstan had been given almost no instructions on how collectivization should proceed, and work proceeded chaotically. Some peasants were thrust into massive, unsustainable collective farms, while others found themselves in an artel, a type of collective farm where work animals and tools were confiscated and owned collectively. 20,000 Kulak households in regions of full collectivization were targeted for deportation to remote regions of the Republic. 21 By March 7, 1930, officials with RSFSR Narkomzem claimed that 40% of all households in Kazakhstan had been collectivized, a dramatic overfulfillment of plans for collectivization in the Republic by more than 150%. 22 Meanwhile, the project of sedentarization, which the Republic's Party Committee heralded as the main project of socialist construction in Kazakhstan, quickly foundered. 23 The major committee entrusted with carrying out the work, ASEDCOM, which had been created in January 1930, had a complicated structure. It coordinated the work of a dizzying array of Republic-level state agencies. From the People's Commissariat of Agriculture to the People's Commissariat of Health to the People's Commissariat of Enlightenment, which were to carry out the elements of a planned sedentarization, including identifying suitable land and building roads, wells, housing, schools, and hospitals for newly settled groups. Though officials had estimated that this work would cost a princely sum more than 318 million rubles, organizers allotted less than 12 million rubles in state budget funds to the project of sedentarization. Instead, they declared that sedentarization would be financed largely through the resources of the population itself, a particularly ironic turn of events given that many party experts had emphasized the poverty and indigence of nomadic life as a reason for settlement. 24 Without financial or organizational muscle, the project of planned sedentarization languished. As of May 1931, ASEDCOM still did not have any data on the progress of sedentarization from 30 out of the 65 districts where it was supposed to take place. Nimet Sergeybekov, the vice chairman of ASEDCOM, concluded, partial investigations have shown that almost no work goes on there. 25 In Gurev district, the district sedentarization committee failed to complete any work in 1930. When work was finally begun in April 1931, most of the nomads slated to be sedentarized had fled, and out of 500 households only 69 could be found to be settled. 26 In a 1931 letter to Iseev, Sergeybekov complained bitterly about the lack of progress. Questions of sedentarization are 103. Not given serious attention, he wrote. Not one of these organizations actually knows how work for sedentarization in the regions is going. 27 When efforts at nomadic settlement began, they quickly exposed the challenges of extending the agrarian frontier into remote regions of the Republic. Previously, many nomads had drunk from streams or wells as they migrated. But settled life demanded that a supply of fresh water be located nearby. To settle the Kazakh nomads, Moscow needed to construct a vast network of wells in the Republic's arid regions. Yet irrigation projects were woefully underfinanced. Karim Tokhtabev, the head of the Republic's Commissariat of Agriculture, estimated that it would cost 4.48 million rubles just to construct the wells needed to supply newly settled groups, while the All-Union Narkomzem had allocated only 1.17 million rubles for irrigation projects in Kazakhstan in 1931 more generally. 28 In other cases, district sedentarization committees, under pressure from Alma-Ata to move forward quickly, did not even survey the lands that they had designated as settlement points, a practice that Sergeybekov lambasted as the drafting of socialist cities in the sand. 29 Frequently, Kazakhs found that their new homes were located in swamps, in ravines, or on Solanchuk soils unsuitable for cultivation. The meager financing allotted to the project of sedentarization and ASEDCOM's complicated structure encouraged inter-institutional spats. In the Republic's newspapers, authors denounced various commissariats for their self-interested behavior and failure to move forward with the project of settlement. 30 officials with ASEDCOM critiqued commissariats for understanding nomadic settlement only in its most simplified form, as the construction of a home or the apportionment of land. As a result, they don't understand the stakes in order of priority, that sedentarization is a complex of socio-economic events for the fundamental reconstruction of nomadic households. 31. Furthermore, ASETCOM officials found, no one seemed to understand what they should do with these households once they were settled. Not one commissariat, CRE, or provincial organization has a clear impression of what they will do in connection with the transfer to settled life of nearly 90,000 Kazakh households. 32. But while ASETCOM was struggling to begin work, a different type of sedentarization was taking place. The rapid collectivization of nomadic regions and the plundering of nomads' animal herds. Despite the directive to collectivize in stages, many of the Republic's nomadic regions were collectivized just as quickly as settled areas. Though this was not the planned sedentarization that the party had touted, it served the same purposes, the creation of surplus land and the funneling of resources, such as labor and animals, to the state. The slogan, sedentarization on the basis of full collectivization, which emphasized speed at all costs, underpinned and legitimized this assault on nomadic life. In Chulkarsk 104-4 district, a majority Kazakh region that did not have a single collective farm as of February 1930, the provincial party committee decided to collectivize 55% of the district and create 7 large state farms. An official in Chulkarsk detailed a chaotic scene, as nomads' animal herds were rounded up. It should be noted that on the question of collectivization in nomadic regions, workers do not have any instructions. District and even provincial workers do not know how to approach collectivization in livestock raising districts on a practical level. The plenipotentiaries working in the ALs, who, by the way, are very poorly instructed, know only that everything needs to be collectivized, that they should collect the livestock, but as to what else to do no one can answer this question. 33. In Sirdarya province, the orders given to district activists were so staggering: the creation of 4 state farms with 80,000 head of sheep each in Sarisuisk district and 4 state farms with 100,000 head of sheep each in Talas district, that a later investigation led by the Secretary of the Republic's Central Executive Committee Abdallah Asilbekov found that these plans, these numbers, were constructed without any consideration of whether they could be fulfilled. Noting the total absence of any housing for the collective farm members or any shelter for the sheep, Asilbekov remarked dryly, "It is difficult even to say that these numbers were taken from the air. Because when you take numbers from the air, you at least think about it and wonder whether the numbers fit." 34. In Ukraine, the RSFSR and other grain-growing regions experienced party members and workers from Moscow and other industrial centers, known as 25,000 ERS, after a central committee decree calling for 25,000 workers to be sent out to supervise collectivization, assumed a leading role in the process, working to train local cadres. 35. Kazakhstan received 1,200 of these urban activists, but few, if any of them, appear to have conducted collectivization in the Republic's nomadic regions. 36. Instead, collectivization in nomadic districts was overseen by plenipotentiaries selected by provincial party committees. In his investigation, Asilbekov signaled out Comrade Safonov, a plenipotentiary sent to organize collectivization in Talas district, as a fairly typical example of this group. He was a poor Kazakh, who had only just been promoted prior to his departure for Talas. He was semi-literate, and on his arrival in the district he warned that he was a new recruit who understood very little about the question of collectivization. 37. Service as a plenipotentiary became a path to advancement for many young, upwardly mobile Kazakhs of modest means. One of the most famous Kazakhs to serve as a plenipotentiary was Shapik Shokin, who later became president. 105. Of Kazakhstan's Academy of Sciences. During much of his childhood, Shokin's family lived in poverty, surviving off the income from just one dairy cow. His father died from pneumonia when Shokin was just 6 years old. 38. In 1930, when Shokin was still a teenager, a provincial party committee selected him to become a plenipotentiary in the confiscation campaign that accompanied collectivization. Shokin recalled, Like many others, I reacted with delight to the sign of the party's trust, when I was chosen for the Brigade of Plenipotentiaries. 39 Jokin was assigned to conduct confiscation in Chubartovsk district, an area far from his birthplace of Bayanaleskay district. This disorientation was purposeful, Shokin remembers. They sent us that far away, apparently, because in these places, which were unknown to many of us, we did not have relatives, friends, or even acquaintances. 40 Shokin's service as a plenipotentiary earned him high praise from his superiors. He was offered a post as the party secretary of Chubartovsk district but declined it, enrolling instead in the V.I. Lenin Central Asian State University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. 41 Plenipotentiaries and other local officials were encouraged to conduct collectivization as rapidly as possible, a strategy that encouraged lawlessness and excesses. Galim Akhmedov, a famine survivor, recalled that the behavior of many activists followed the principle of a Kazakh proverb: if you give someone your hair to cut, then they will take off your head instead. Activists overfulfilled procurement plans, whipping and beating populations into submission. 42 In Aksuisk district, a provincial official found, local cadres ruled arbitrarily. Chatter, they ride around from AUL to AUL, it seems to me, occupied mostly with shady dealings. The situation with the district's activists was not better. In their words, they are for the cause, but in their deeds they corrupt it. None of these 150 activists carry out any work. 43 In Karkarolinsk district, an official with the State Inspectorate Commission observed, on entering the cause, an ordinary collective farm member gives over everything, and he is only left the right to work steadily and starve. The activists in the collective farm distributed livestock and grain without any supervision, and they might beat or shoot a collective farm member simply because they didn't like the looks of him. In one AUL, cause activists threw dozens of people out of the collective farm. Half-dressed and left without shelter in the middle of winter, those expelled from the farm lost their toes due to frostbite. 44 The trauma of collectivization was particularly hard on elderly Kazakhs. Mukamet Shayakhmetov, a famine survivor, remembered that activists lifted his sick grandmother out of bed, seizing her mattress, bed coverings, and shawl. 2 days later, she died from the shock. 45. 106-4. Very often, plenipotentiaries found that there was no party bureaucracy in the nomadic regions that they had been instructed to collectivize. The problem was particularly acute at the AUL level, and some plenipotentiaries improvised, making the bureaucracy up themselves. In the worst case, himself gathers together several people, calls them activists, and during the meeting these activists put together a plan of action. 46 In other cases, an AUL bureaucracy existed, but it bore little resemblance to a workers' state. Speaking of the 15th AUL in Ilyich district, the chairman of the Republic's Central Executive Committee Nazarov found that the wife of a mullah had been brought into the party and made chairman of the collective farm. The chairman of the AUL Soviet operated on the basis of arbitrary administrative rule, bringing to justice anyone who dared file complaints about his leadership. The party cells exist officially, Nazarov concluded, but for all practical purposes they don't carry out any work. 47 When new Kazakh collective farms were formed, some looked quite different from what Moscow might have envisaged. Officials had urged the creation of international, or multi-ethnic, collective farms, arguing that new settlers from Figure 4.1. Threshing on a Kazakh collective farm, Pavlodar Province, 1930s. Republic of Kazakhstan Central State Archive of Film, Photo, and Audio Documents, image #53660. 107. European Russia could help Kazakhs adapt to settled life, and Kazakhs could teach settlers the local language and customs. They had also pushed for the creation of collective farms composed of several different clans, claiming that this would reduce the salience of kinship to Kazakh life. 48 But activists ignored these directives. In some cases, farms were formed according to clan ties, irrespective of whether that clan was the only one in the district or not. 49 In these so-called clan collective farm members appropriated state resources, including machinery and other agricultural equipment, rather than using them to produce grain and other goods to return to the state. 50 In this sense, some Kazakh collective farms served to maintain some of the very features of Kazakh culture that Moscow sought to eliminate. 51 The party had touted the collective farm as a site for communal work and socialization, but many Kazakh collective farms challenged the understanding of what a collective farm was supposed to be. Some consisted of no more than 10 to 20 Kazakh households, all residing in yurts. These households could be as much as 2 to 3 kilometers away from one another, and the overall radius of some Kazakh collective farms approached 90 kilometers. In some cases, collectivization did not lead to Kazakh sedentarization. On so-called nomadic collective farms, Kazakhs continued to carry out their nomadic way of life, albeit in the form of a collective farm. In Sari-Suisk district, the district center and all its party Soviet organizations nomadized together with the population, in the winter and in the spring, living in tents. 52 members of the Republic's Collective Farm Union urged the party to renew its efforts to assemble mixed, rather than single clan, collective farms, and they decried the existence of these false collective farms. 53 But the most important consequence of the first collectivization drive was the Kazakhs' impoverishment. Kazakhs lost their herds because they were forced to deliver them to the collective farm, but they also lost their animals because they sold them to meet onerous grain procurement quotas. Though the environmental conditions in most nomadic regions were not conducive to growing grain, these districts and the collective farms were nonetheless given fantastical sowing plans. Karmachynsk district had no farm equipment, no water, and no suitable land, yet it was given a sowing plan of 9,000 hectares. 54 In Bakhash district, a nomadic region that had no settled agriculture, district officials had taken on a procurement plan of 10,000 poods of grain and 15,000 poods of seeds. Without means to grow this grain, Kazakhs were forced to purchase it. Ernazarov wrote, a sheep was exchanged for 15 funts of grain, a cow for 1.5 poods, a mare for 2 poods, a camel for 3 poods, and a good horse for 4 poods. In this way, the Kazakh stockherder in the district was forced to exchange his last cow for grain to fulfill the orders of the 108-4 local organs. 55 The district overfulfilled its procurement plan, but at a terrifying price, the destruction of Kazakhs' animal herds. Not all livestock were requisitioned or sold, some Kazakhs drove their herds across district or provincial borders to elude the grasp of the state. Zaid Iannikashev, a famine survivor from Bayanal in Pavlodar province, remembers that his father urged the family to slaughter their livestock, believing that it was better to eat it ourselves than give it to the dogs. Once a wealthy household, the family retained only one gray mare, which they hid in the mountains, fearing further waves of repression. 56 Animal slaughter was a method of evading state confiscation, but it was also a means of survival. Previously, many Kazakhs had obtained grain through trade with Russian and Ukrainian peasants in the republic's north. Collectivization severed these networks, eliminating an important element of the Kazakh diet. Without grain, Kazakhs were reliant on the meat from their dwindling herds to survive. Eventually, Akashev's family was forced to slaughter this mare, their sole remaining animal, to endure the winter. As the threat of hunger and theft intensified, Akashev's father held guard over the meat from the mare with an axe. 57 Even when animals made it to the collective farm, herd numbers plummeted quickly. For nomads, mobility was a strategy, a way of finding sufficient grass and water for their herds in the arid conditions of the steppe. During the steppe's bitter winters, they sought out sheltered pastures for their animals. Bringing their herds in 1928, the total number of livestock in the Republic was estimated at 37.5 million, the most of any Soviet republic. Into the collective farm system was a massive undertaking, requiring the construction of winter stables, the provisioning of water and fodder, and the inoculation of animals unaccustomed to living in close quarters against various diseases. 58 Pointing to the herd losses that nomads sustained during droughts or ZHUTS, a range of party experts had declared pastoral nomadism to be a fundamentally unstable means of production. Yet in the environmental conditions of the steppe the party struggled mightily to develop a stable form of animal husbandry that could take pastoral nomadism's place. In the state Farmovsevod in KZYL district, 3,852 animals perished in just 1 month. Of these animals, 560 were sheep that died during one particularly frigid night, while another 176 sheep died from smallpox. In Samarsk district, the state farm could not account for the location of 9,000 cows. Due to the lack of winter stables and the failure to prepare fodder for the remaining animals, there were instances of massive livestock deaths. 59 Faced with the threat of disease and without means to feed the animals that they had confiscated, activists began to slaughter Kazakh herds. 109. En masse. This butchery often took place in remote locations distant from railway lines. Without transport or storage facilities for the meat, animal carcasses rotted under the open air, becoming breeding grounds for disease. 60 Livestock numbers began a precipitous decline in 1930. In 1931, an investigation by VTSIK Secretary Alexei Kiselev found that the Republic had lost more than 70% of the livestock it had in 1929. As herd numbers plunged, the entire rhythm of life in the Kazakh AUL began to change. Shayakomitov called, an eerie silence hung over the AUL, there was no mooing, bleating or neighing. 61 A similar silence reigned in the collective farms of Aksuisk district. An official from Almatinsk province found, the Kolkhoz Zolaman of the 16th AUL Soviet has 140 households, but it does not have even one cow. Not only are there no horses, but there are no sheep or goats. In the entire Kolkhoz, there is not even a watchdog. The Kolkhoz Berlik of the 15th AUL Soviet has 5 half-living horses, the Kolkhoz Orkan has 210 households, but it has only 3 work animals and no other livestock. He continued, if you take any collective farm the work animals have been lost, stolen, or destroyed. Out of 500 horses that the province gave the district, all of them have been eaten. 62 Though Kazakhstan's livestock drop was perhaps the most dramatic, herd numbers in other areas of the Soviet Union with significant nomadic populations, such as Buryat Mongolia and Kyrgyzia, also plummeted as a result of the first collectivization drive. Far from improving the efficiency of animal husbandry, collectivization was destroying a crucial economic resource, livestock. On February 20, 1930, in an effort to halt this decline, the Politburo issued a ruling, on collectivization and the battle with kulaks in economically backward national districts. The ruling urged local officials to proceed cautiously in livestock regions, carrying out further preparatory work before beginning collectivization. But it offered few concrete policy changes save those focused on correcting the behavior of nomadic peoples, an approach that implied that nomads themselves rather than the party's own directives were to blame for the herd losses. 63. Cross-border migration and animal slaughter were strategies, responses to the threat of collectivization. But they were also part of the nomads' everyday repertoire of economic practices. Many Kazakhs traversed the Sino-Kazakh border during their seasonal migrations. During the late fall, Kazakhs slaughtered a portion of their herds, preserving this meat for use during the winter, a practice known as sagam. This practice ensured that Kazakhs would have food during the winter when their animals produced little milk, and it saved them from pasturing additional animals during the lean winter months. But with this ruling, the Central Committee began to blur the distinction between the everyday and the extraordinary, criminalizing a wide range of practices essential to the functioning of nomadic life. Officials were authorized to carry out raids, including the confiscation of livestock and property, from nomads trying to emigrate across the border with the goal of driving across livestock, while the secret police was ordered to strengthen border patrols in nomadic regions. 64 Local authorities were authorized to take decisive measures against the slaughter of livestock in nomadic regions. 65 officials in Kazakhstan now portrayed Sogom as a criminal act, effectively eliminating the Kazakhs' primary source of food during the winter time. 66 This assault on nomadic life deepened levels of popular unrest. During the first 6 months of 1930, more than 80,000 people in the Republic took part in uprisings, with some individual rebellions reaching 3,000 participants or more. 67 Throughout the Soviet Union, unrest and chaos connected with the first collectivization drive spread. In a March 2, 1930, Pravda article, Stalin issued a retreat, suspending forced collectivization throughout the Soviet Union. Rather than critiquing the brutal methods that he chose, Stalin blamed the destruction of collectivization on local cadres who, he claimed, had become dizzy with success in their eagerness to overfulfill targets and collectivize large swaths of the countryside. Though it was Moscow that had encouraged the rapid collectivization of backward national regions, Stalin now chided local officials for mechanically transplanting collectivization to these areas, writing, "In determining the speed and methods of collective farm development, careful consideration must be given to the diversity of conditions in the various regions of the USSR." 68 In much of the countryside, forced collectivization was temporarily halted, and peasants rapidly exited collective farms. In Kazakhstan, by contrast, collectivization rates continued to climb even after the release of Dizzy with Success, exceeding 51% by April 1930. 69 A meeting of the Republic's Party Committee meeting on March 21, 1930, determined that the directives on distortions in the collective farm movements have still not penetrated the party mass. The committee concluded that the party lacks strength in the regions, even. 111. Several provincial workers cannot in fact ensure that the directives of the party are carried out. 70 When Republic-level officials ventured out to investigate why collective farms in some nomadic regions had not yet disbanded, they brought along armed detachments of the OGPU. 71 By May 1930, collectivization rates finally began to plunge, yet this prolonged period of collectivization accelerated the decline of the Republic's livestock numbers and deepened the Kazakhs' suffering. 72 At the Republic's 7th Party Congress, held May 30 to June 6, 1930, in Alma-Ata. Party cadres acknowledged that the first collectivization drive had exacted a particularly heavy toll on nomadic regions. Following Stalin's call for a differentiated approach to collectivization, cadres at the Congress now eagerly criticized those who had rapidly collectivized nomadic districts. But as Galashchikin noted, many of those present at the Congress were guilty of the very crime that they now accused others of committing. Look at yourselves, comrade leaders. You wrote that collectivization is going very well in nomadic and semi-nomadic districts. The Kazakhs' impoverishment, Galashchikin argued, was a direct result of the particularly brutal manner with which collectivization had been implemented in nomadic regions. When you collected grain from non-sowing households, what were they to do? How did they exchange livestock for grain? When in several places they collected wool, when they forced them to shear the sheep in the winter time, didn't the sheep die from this? 73 By the summer of 1930, parts of the Republic had begun to starve. A secret police report noted that in areas of the Republic food difficulties had taken on the character of a mass famine. In 3 northern provinces, 109,809 people were starving, while in 24 districts in other provinces unknown numbers of people were suffering. 74 In a letter circulated among several Central Committee members, Galashchikin warned of an extremely difficult situation with regards to the consumption of grain in rural regions, and he noted instances of death, severe illness, and swelling due to hunger. 75 In a sign of the Republic's distress, more than 100,000 Kazakhs fled to the Middle Volga region. Arguing that these new arrivals had disrupted grain procurements and created conflicts with the local population, Molotov urged Galashchikin to take measures to halt their flight from the Republic. 76. The first 5-year plan and the ATE. But within this immense republic, which was roughly the size of continental Europe, patterns of hunger differed. In the remote Mangi Shlak Peninsula of western Kazakhstan, collectivization was not the most important trigger of 112 hunger. Rather, the Ade, the primary clan in the region, began to starve in 1929, prior to the first collectivization drive, due to a combination of drought, ZHUT, and various party interventions. 77 This region, which was known as the Ade Okrug from 1928 to 1929, was regularly referred to as the most backward of all of Kazakhstan's provinces. 78 It illustrated many of the challenges that the party faced elsewhere in the republic, such as the struggle to develop a reliable lower-level bureaucracy, communicate with far-flung regions and understand and develop the arid landscape, albeit in their most extreme form. For much of the 1920s, the Mangi Shlak Peninsula was under only nominal Soviet control, and the party's initial attempt to integrate the region under the first five-year plan would lead to the eruption of massive rebellions. When it was assembled in 1928, the Ade Okrug occupied some 345,000 square kilometers, significantly more than the state of France, yet it had a population of only 190,000 people. 79 It included the Mangi Shlak Peninsula, which jutted out into the Caspian Sea, as well as the massive, rocky uplands of the Ust Yurt Plateau. Travel to the region was arduous. Due to the lack of roads, a trip from the neighboring province of Aktyabinsk could take more than 20 days by camel. The area had a particularly harsh climate, winters were bitter, and soils in the region were poor. Neither the peninsula nor the plateau had running water on their surfaces, and the Ade utilized a far-flung system of wells. A party report concluded, fresh water is found so infrequently in the province that the Ade are accustomed to drinking fresh water with salt, as the natural taste of fresh water has the same effect on them that we would have from tasting a bowl of unsalted soup. 80 Due to these environmental features, as well as its overall isolation, the Mangi Shlak Peninsula was largely unaffected by the waves of peasant settlement that had transformed other areas of the steppe under Russian imperial rule, and Ade province was almost exclusively Kazakh. 81 In a 1928 study of the Ade Okrug by the Kazakhstan Central Executive Committee concluded that the Ade's nomadic practices were distinct, finding that the term nomadic should not be understood here in the same manner in which it is understood in other provinces of Kazakhstan where there is a nomadic population. 82 In contrast to other nomads in the Kazakh steppe, the Ade migrated year-round rather than setting up seasonal encampments. A strategy designed to maximize their use of the region's scarce water supply. Over the course of a single year, a migratory encampment could cover a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers. 83 The Ade pastured sheep, as well as a special breed of one-humped camels, which were particularly prized for their endurance. They traded these animals with the Russian Empire and the Kavan Khanate, exchanging them for grain. 84 But herd numbers in the Mangi Shlak region were particularly volatile. During a ZHUT, or a late spring frost, the Ade regularly lost 35 to 40% of their herds. During a particularly severe ZHUT, their herd losses could approach 80%. 85. Figure 4.2. An AUL, with the herdsman on the right. Kumdoil, the river UIL. Ade. Photo by S.I. Rudenko in Kazakhia, Antropologicheski Okerki. Spornik 2, 91. 114.4. The severity of the Ade's herd losses had made them an object of particular fascination for Soviet agronomists and scholars, who saw the Ade as emblematic of the instability and low productivity of nomadic life. 86 But the harshness of the region's climate, particularly the scarcity of water, raised questions about the limits of Soviet power to overcome environmental constraints. By the eve of the first five-year plan, officials had begun to refer to the republic's most arid regions as Central Kazakhstan. 87 The territory of Ade province, the agronomist V. N. Simovsky concluded, was Central Kazakhstan in Central Kazakhstan, or the most arid part of a very arid region. 88 Though Simovsky's depiction took some liberties with geography, it conveyed the challenges that the party faced. In 1929, a party report found that there was literally nowhere to settle in Ade province, with the exception of a small number of oases which were already overpopulated. The region's limited water supply made the cultivation of hay, key to the stabling of animals, impossible. The report concluded that the entire territory of the province was not suited for sedentarization due to the features of its soil, climate, and hydrology. 89 Both the Russian Empire and the new Soviet state had struggled to gain a foothold in the Mangi-Shlak Peninsula. In 1928, state officials conceded that the 1917 revolution had barely touched the region. 90 For most of the 1920s, the Mangi-Shlak region was synonymous with the name of one man, Tobaniyaz Alniyaz-Uli. Alniyaz-Uli had a noble lineage. He was the descendant of Kona Batyr, a member of the Ade clan who had fought against the Kavan Khanate. Under Russian imperial rule, Alniyaz-Uli had served as a bey, as well as a canton administrator. Later, he sided with Bolshevik forces, becoming the chairman of the Ade Youth Revolutionary Committee. 91 But his ancestry and pre-revolutionary ties, as well as the overall authority that Alniyaz-Uli enjoyed among the Ade soon brought him under suspicion. The OGPU reported that the Ade referred to Alniyaz-Uli as their Khan and that under rule, not one party or Soviet measure was carried in the former Ade Youth without the permission of Alniyaz-Uli. 92 In 1924, Alniyaz-Uli was brought to court in Orenburg and removed from his position as chairman of the Youth Revolutionary Committee. 93 While no longer a Soviet official, Alniyaz-Uli still exerted an outsized influence over Mangi-Shlak's affairs. A number of officials sent from Alma-Ata lasted no more than 10 days in the region before returning home. 94 In one particularly notorious incident, Shavdan Iraliev, the vice-chairman of the province's Central Executive Committee, fell off a boat and drowned in the Caspian Sea under mysterious circumstances. And Alniyaz-Uli was later linked to his death. 95 Due to the weakness of the party's hold over the province, Ade province was excluded from the 1928 by-confiscation campaign targeting rural elites. In 1928, a party report on the early Soviet period in the Mangi-Shlak Peninsula concluded, during this time, the party was utterly unable to manage the work of the Soviet organs of power. 96 But by 1929-30, as the first five-year plan accelerated, Alma-Ata redoubled its efforts to strengthen its hold over the region. In June 1929, Alma-Ata dissolved the Ade Okrug, distributing its constituent parts to Aktyabinsk province and Gurevsk province, in an attempt to break up the power of the Ade clan. 97 That same year, the Migration Bureau, a kind of small-scale precursor to Ossetcom, determined that several thousand Ade along with other households in central Kazakhstan would need to be resettled and sedentarized due to the crisis state of their households. 98 The economic position of the Ade had worsened, but this was in part due to the party's own interventions. In 1927, the province had endured a drought, which was then followed by a ZHUT in 1928. Due to the 1928 by-confiscation campaign as well as intensified grain procurements in the republic's northern provinces, the Ade had been unable to trade their livestock for grain, an important part of their diet. By the spring of 1929, some 60,491 Ade, roughly a third of the province's population, were starving. 99 In search of relief, thousands of Ade fled to Turkmenistan, a territory that many of them regularly traversed during their yearly migrations. The Migration Bureau's interventions were an assault on the Ade's way of life, an attempt to incorporate a troublesome group that had largely eluded the grasp. 116.4. Of both the Russian Empire and the new Soviet state. Under the auspices of the Migration Bureau, those Ade who had fled to Turkmenistan would be returned to Kazakhstan. The border between the two republics would now be closed, cutting off the Ade's access to southern seasonal markets and pasture lands. Those Ade brought back from Turkmenistan as well as other groups of Ade targeted in the initial wave of sedentarization would be sent to labor deficit regions, including Sirdarya province, the shores of the Aral Sea, and parts of Aktyabinsk province. 100 officials concluded that the Ade had a particularly high number of bays, and by households were scheduled for removal and deportation as part of the sedentarization process. 101 eventually, in one of the most dramatic population rearrangements planned for any region of the Republic, the entire population of the province was slated to be resettled and sedentarized, with those Ade remaining in the province to be moved near sites of irrigation. 102 But the Migration Bureau's efforts only increased the chaos in the Mangishlak region and furthered the Ade's impoverishment. Though 2,000 Ade who had fled to Turkmenistan were scheduled to be settled in Sirdarya province, only 240 households were sedentarized. The rest fled back to Turkmenistan. No housing and little food had been prepared for those who remained, and 35 of them died. 103 Those Ade slated for resettlement in Aktyabinsk province refused to move and threatened plenipotentiaries with violence. 104 By December 1929, an OGPU report detailed the emergence of counter-revolutionary bands in the Mangishlak Peninsula, armed with weapons left by white forces during the Civil War. According to the report, bays, former Tsarist officials, and even several party members were part of the bands, and the participants demanded the restoration of the Ade Okrug. 105 Alni Yazuli was reported to have led 350 Ade households across the border to Turkmenistan, where he had gathered together a group of 60 armed men. 106 In the fall of 1930, Alni Yazuli and several of his followers were captured and shot to death by a troika of the OGPU. 107 By early 1931, the Mangishlak Peninsula had erupted into a state of open rebellion. The party's initial attempt at integrating the region had failed. Repression continues in 1931. Across the rest of the Republic, repression continued. In March 1930, Galoshchikin had pleaded with Stalin for a reduction in the Republic's meat procurements. He argued that fulfilling these procurements would mean the slaughter of some 30 to 35% of the Republic's herds, endangering future sowings. 117. As well as the growth of the herd. 108 But by July 1930, the Secretary of the Central Committee, Pavel Postashev, warned that the supply of meat to Moscow had nearly collapsed. He ordered that the pressure on Kazakhstan and other regions that supplied the city with meat be intensified. 109 Kazakhstan soon became the major meat supplier to both Moscow and Leningrad. 110 In the last 3 months of 1931, as the Republic's herds dwindled to just 30% of their 1929 levels, the Republic was slated to deliver 59,500 tons of meat to Moscow and Leningrad, more than twice that of any other region or republic. 111 The persistent yet erroneous belief on the part of many Central Committee members that Kazakh nomads continued to harbor enormous amounts of livestock contributed to this pressure. After touring 2 majority nomadic regions, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia, in January 1931, Anastas Mikoyan, the People's Commissar for External and Internal Trade, concluded in a cable to the Central Committee, in reality, there is a tremendous quantity of unaccounted livestock. 112 While officials in Moscow and Leningrad dined in comfort on Kazakhs' animal herds, the Republic's Party Committee, under pressure from Moscow, instructed district secretaries to redouble their efforts to uncover even more livestock. They authorized mass campaigns to find livestock that had been hidden or driven into the mountains and deserts, and they promised rewards to collective farm members who found any animals. 113 Though Kazakhstan's economic position was far worse than Leningrad's, Galoshchikin, under pressure from the Central Committee, promised to send an additional 15,000 head of cattle to Leningrad due to the city's difficulties. Noting that this livestock would have to be rounded up from the Republic's remote regions, he asked for additional materials and experienced cadres from the RSFSR to reinforce efforts to confiscate cattle and drive them toward the railway lines. 114 The Mangishlak Peninsula endured particularly brutal livestock procurement campaigns. 115 After the temporary retreat of Dizzy with success in the spring of 1930, collectivization rates accelerated again in 1931, skyrocketing from 32% in January to 68.9% in December. 116 The Republic's Party Committee encouraged activists to push Kazakhs from a looser form of collective farm, the TOZ, into a more restrictive one, the artel. 117 The purpose of this assault was twofold: it produced more meat for city dwellers' dinners at the same time as it impoverished the Kazakhs, facilitating the loss of their status as nomads and their incorporation into the state. Stripped of their herds, the Kazakhs could no longer carry out their seasonal migrations. In theory, Kazakhs were supposed to be supplied with additional grain to compensate for the loss of their previous food base, their animal herds. But the Republic's third secretary, Lev Roshel, admitted that this project was going very 118-4 badly, as various agencies squabbled about who had failed to supply Kazakhs with adequate amounts of grain. 118 Moreover, many nomadic regions were still being asked to deliver grain. In the fall of 1930, during a heated exchange with Molotov at a Central Committee meeting on grain procurements, Roshel had cautioned that the pressure for grain on nomadic regions could not be the same as on European regions. Any increase in the Republic's share, he argued, would come at the expense of the sedentarized Kazakh population. 119 Nonetheless, in March 1931, Nikolai Shvernik, an emissary of the Politburo, toured Kazakhstan, concluding that there was considerable amount of grain to be found in remote regions of the Republic. 120 On July 1, 1931, Stalin sent Galashchikin an angry telegram, informing him that he would hold him personally responsible for the delivery of 64,000 tons of grain from the Republic's remote regions. 121 Faced with Stalin's wrath, Roshel quickly began to demand more grain from the regions. In a telegram to Aksuisk district, a majority Kazakh region, he ordered the delivery of 200 tons of grain within 5 days, warning, "The Kraykom will consider the slightest delay in the fulfillment of the plan as your personal deliberate desire not to fulfill the task of the party." 122 But by mid-July 1931, much of Kazakhstan, particularly its northern grain-growing regions, was suffering through a terrible drought. The northern city of Semipalatinsk, for instance, received just 4.2 millimeters of rain in June 1931 and 3.4 millimeters of rain in July 1931, when on average the city tended to receive somewhere between 30 and 40 millimeters of rain in each of these months. 123 Writing from Aktyabinsk, where he had been sent by the Kraykom to survey the state of grain procurements, Roshel detailed, "In the steppe, there is a truly unbearable heat, the ground is literally groaning for moisture. Later sowings like wheat, oats, and millet as a rule have not developed." 124 By the close of July 1931, several leading members of the Kraykom wrote to Stalin and other Central Committee members to tell them of the impossibility of fulfilling the Republic's grain procurement plans due to drought. 125 Frumkin's prediction that the Republic's variable weather patterns would result in intermittent poor harvests had come to pass. In the logic of Stalinist planning, neither Moscow nor the weather could be to blame, the Republic would have to make up the grain shortfall. But even as the harvest failed, Moscow sent more people into Kazakhstan, increasing the competition for food. By 1931, Kazakhstan had become one of the major destinations for special settlers, kulaks who had been forcibly exiled from their home communities during the preceding month's collectivization drive. From 1930 to 1931, a total of 261,227 special settlers were deported to Kazakhstan under the auspices of the OGPU. 126 Most of these deportees came from outside the Republic, primarily from European Russia. 119. Although internal deportees, or those kulaks and beys resettled within the Republic itself, constituted a small group within the special settler category. 127 in 1930, the first wave of special settlers were sent to work in fish production on the banks of the Aral Sea, while subsequent arrivals in 1931 were slated to work in wheat, cotton, or coal production at various sites within the Republic. 128 The vast majority of special settlers arrived in 1931, even as it was clear that the Republic's economic position was worsening. Nikolai Boldyrev, sent with his family to Kazakhstan, recalls, "They dumped us out of wagons, without any water or food, into the dry Solanchuk steppe 10 kilometers from the mining city of Karaganda, which was just beginning to be built." He continued, "With the exception of feather grass and thorns, there was nothing." 129 special settlers sent to the Aral Sea suffered grievously for lack of potable water. Zoa Alexeva, who was sent there with her family, remembers the onset of famine in 1930, "They fed us badly, and many died." 130 Compounding the chaos and desperate struggle for survival ongoing inside the Republic, some 150,000 people, escaping dekulakization in Siberia, had fled across the border into Kazakhstan in 1930. 131 But even in the midst of this human misery, Moscow continued its relentless focus on industrial development. In August 1931, the Central Committee declared that the Karaganda coal basin in Kazakhstan would become one of the Soviet Union's most important producers of coal. 132 Previously, a number of special settlers had toiled in Karaganda's mines, but this announcement promised a dramatic escalation in Karaganda's size and scope. To feed the growing number of workers at Karaganda, Moscow needed to ensure that a ready supply of food was located nearby. In 1931, the Moscow founded the Karaganda Corrective Labor Camp, stationed near the Karaganda mines, and prisoners began to be sent to Karlag from all over the Soviet Union. Once at Karlag, prisoners focused primarily on agricultural labor, growing crops and tending livestock to feed those who worked in the mines. While Kazakhs could starve, coal mine workers could not, and the arrangement highlighted the regime's prioritization of industry at all costs. By December 1932, Karlag had 10,400 prisoners. 133 In the intervening years, Karlag would grow, becoming one of the Soviet Union's largest and longest-lasting corrective labor camps. 134 To expand Kazakhstan's corrective labor camp system and the special settler program, Moscow began to seize Kazakh pasture lands and resettle Kazakhs in other areas of the Republic. In May 1930, the Republic's Council of People's Commissars transferred 110,000 hectares in Karkarolinsk province, a majority Kazakh region, to the jurisdiction of the OGPU. 135 As hunger increased throughout the Republic in 1931, starving Kazakhs sought to return to Karaganda, Damish Ermakova, the wife of Temirbek. 124. Zurjanov, who would serve as the Republic's Commissar of Enlightenment from 1933 to 1937, recalled that starving people dragged themselves with their last strength to Karaganda. She continued, "It was several tens of kilometers to Karaganda, and many did not survive the rigors of the trip, they fell and died right along the road." 136 As Ermakova's anecdote illustrates, Kazakhs had descended into a state of extreme suffering. Even Karaganda, a center of forced labor, appeared to offer a greater possibility of finding food than the arid regions of the steppe into which starving Kazakhs had been cast. With the onset of the first five-year plan, Moscow laid siege to nomadic life. Collectivization, as well as debilitating grain and meat procurements, facilitated the Kazakhs' impoverishment and the loss of their animal herds, the basis of their nomadic way of life. To destroy nomadic life at its roots, officials began to criminalize a range of nomadic practices. Though officials heralded the benefits of planned sedentarization, the freeing up of land, resources, and labor, and a dramatic increase in the Republic's agricultural productivity, efforts to carry out this initiative quickly fell apart. As famine took hold in the winter of 1930-31, Moscow took steps that deepened the level of human suffering in the Republic. The regime sent more people into the Republic and seized the nomads' lands for these new arrivals, even though elaborate plans to resettle the nomads living on these lands had yet to be implemented. Proceeding in part on the basis of a stereotype of nomadic abundance, the Central Committee prioritized the interests of industry over providing any relief to starving Kazakhs. In trying to categorize the regime's intentions with regards to collectivization, scholars have typically separated out the weather as an independent variable, something that the regime could not control. 137 others, focusing on collectivization prior to the outbreak of famine in the Soviet Union's West, have argued that the regime's failures in the period 1929–32 can be attributed to the Soviet regime's inability to understand, anticipate, and respond to the natural environment. 138 But this chapter, by contrast, puts the question of environmental factors in a different light. It stresses that the Central Committee had clear information about the risks of nomadic settlement and the possibility of a drought. Focused on increasing the production of grain, the Central Committee accepted the possibility that some Kazakhs might suffer as a result. But while Moscow had anticipated hunger, the disaster also had many unexpected consequences for the regime. The Republic's local and district-level bureaucracy proved to be insufficiently developed to supervise the process of collectivization. Parts of the Republic were only nominally under Soviet control. Livestock. 121. Levels began a precipitous drop, as the regime struggled to develop a system of animal husbandry to take the place of nomadism. Relying on a classic pastoral nomadic strategy, flight, Kazakhs began to escape to neighboring republics and to China. By the end of 1931, the famine had entered a new stage, becoming a widening regional crisis that Moscow would struggle mightily to manage. In October 1930, just before the winter's snow would make long-distance travel impossible, 40 families, composed of Kazakhs and Dungans, as well as an individual from European Russia, gathered together from different border districts in an attempt to flee Soviet Kazakhstan. Their journey would take them to the east, into barren, uninhabited stretches of steppe, and finally into the Ili Valley, in the Chinese province of Xinjiang. In preparation for the arduous trek and perhaps in anticipation of the fact that they might never again return to their homes in the Soviet Union, these families would have taken along their most valuable possessions, including horses and camels. Smaller livestock, sheep, goats, and perhaps cattle, which could not move quickly across the rugged terrain, would either have been sold or slaughtered prior to departure. Their journey would end, it was hoped, in a part of China closely linked to eastern Kazakhstan by geography, culture, and kinship. Though difficult, the route chosen was well traveled. It had been used for centuries by pastoral nomads engaged in regular, seasonal migration. However, this particular trek was to end quite differently than planned. As the group approached the Chinese border, a band of pursuers, who had been following them since they left the border town of Tikili, opened fire. 9 families managed to flee, while the others were either killed or captured. A summary of the incident by a state oversight agency, the Republic's People's Commissariat of the Worker Peasant Inspectorate, noted that secret police. 5. Violence, flight, and hunger. The Sino-Kazakh border and the Kazakh famine. Officials stationed in the region offered conflicting reports on the incident. Most OGPU officials identified the pursuers who had opened fire on the nomads as state border guards. One official noted that 18 people, including 3 children and some women, were killed, while another noted that 19 people, including 3 children and 4 women, were shot. Although one of these officials maintained that weapons, specifically, 3 rifles and 1 saber, had been confiscated from the families, all of the OGPU officials interviewed pointed out that the families had failed to put up any resistance to their assailants. Summarizing the reports of OPGU officials that detailed the pursuit of those who fled and the accompanying violence, the NKRKI report continued, according to the materials that we have in Karadal district, notes that, first of all, there was no resistance on the part of those fleeing. Second, that among those killed, there were many members of the poor, and third, among the living, several women and children were raped. And fourth, there was looting of those killed and those who remained alive, so it is necessary that we examine this affair more closely. 5 subsequent inquiries by additional local OGPU officials served to corroborate that those killed included poor people and those of modest means. A doctor, after examining the women and children, confirmed that many had been raped. 6. This incident, which became known as the Karatal affair, was only one instance of a much broader pattern of harrowing violence along the Sino-Kazakh border in the early 1930s. Newly opened archival collections in Kazakhstan, many holding secret police reports, correspondence between regime officials, and dispatches by members of the Soviet consulate in Xinjiang, bring to light a largely unknown fact: thousands of people seeking to escape increasingly desperate economic conditions in Kazakhstan were shot and killed in 1930-31 while trying to flee to China. 7. Between 1928 and 1933, a far greater number of people, perhaps as many as 200,000, successfully crossed into Xinjiang. 8. The flight of these families was prompted by the particularly disastrous repercussions in Kazakhstan of Stalin's first 5-year plan, which sought to settle and collectivize the pastoral nomadic Kazakhs simultaneously. By late 1930, large numbers of people in the Republic had begun to starve, parts of the Republic had erupted into open rebellion, and Kazakh nomads had entered into desperate flight. Relying on their knowledge of seasonal migration routes, as well as historic connections between the Kazakh steppe and western China, starving Kazakhs thronged passages across the Republic's border into Xinjiang. As efforts to halt this exodus, as well as lure Kazakhs back from Xinjiang, failed, the regime responded with violence, using terror as a method of policing this remote borderland. This violence was a reflection of both the region's general lawlessness and the regime's desperation in its struggle to transform 124.5. The embattled republic into a modernized state. Through a particularly violent enforcement of border controls, authorities in Moscow hoped to halt the republic's economic losses, particularly the massive outflow of labor and work animals to China. This brutality also reflected the regime's struggle to implement its nationality policy or consolidate selected groups into cohesive, defined nationalities in this complex borderland. Seeking to eliminate existing markers of identity, officials used border controls to sever problematic cross-border linkages, such as ties of kinship or religion. The language of nationality policy, which stressed that nationality was linked to territory, reinforced the idea that cross-border migrations should be seen as threatening. Rather than conceding that the policies of the first 5-year plan, including collectivization and high-grain procurements, were to blame for this exodus, authorities in Moscow invented enemies. Though networks of rebellion did exist alongside the peaceful cross-border migrations of pastoral nomads, officials now recast all cross-border traffic as the machinations of foreign spies and rebels. These brutal measures led to the deaths of thousands, ruptured many long-standing connections between the two regions, and increased tensions with the Republic of China. Popular rebellion. The conflict on the Sino-Kazakh border was part of a broader pattern of unrest throughout the Republic, which began in 1929. That year, the OGPU, with assistance from Red Army detachments, put down 3 major uprisings in the Republic, each involving several hundred participants. 9. By early 1930, as collectivization began, unrest in Kazakhstan, like other parts of the Soviet Union undergoing rapid collectivization, spread. The OGPU recorded 8 major rebellions in the Republic that year, many involving thousands of insurgents. 10 rebels, relying in part on stockpiles of weapons left by white forces during the Civil War, successfully seized control of a city in the Republic's south, Suzak, and a city in central Kazakhstan, Irgiz. On assuming control, the rebels returned confiscated property, released prisoners from local jails, and destroyed grain depots. Others fought to reopen mosques closed during the regime's campaign against Islam or to free religious authorities. The Mangi-Shlak Peninsula in western Kazakhstan, where the regime had struggled to gain a foothold for much of the 1920s, saw some of the fiercest fighting. There were 15 separate armed conflicts in the peninsula from 1929 to 1931, involving a total of 15,000 rebel participants. 11 As fighting continued, the peninsula began to empty out, as thousands of Kazakhs fled to Turkmenistan. Across the republic, the spread of unrest was marked by 125. A dramatic escalation in the use of violence, which both sides appear to have employed to frighten or demonstrate strength over their opponents. Upon seizing control of Suzak, rebels reportedly cut off the heads, hands, and ears of local party workers. 12 In other cases, OGPU officers and district officials were reputed to have drunk the blood of those that they shot. 13 Most of the uprisings in the Republic originated in nomadic areas, which endured some of the harshest grain and livestock requisitions during the first wave of collectivization. But grain and livestock procurements do not appear to have been the only cause of unrest. In the Republic's south, which was closer to the holy sites of Central Asia, religious factors appear to have played an important role. Protesters demanded the reopening of mosques closed as part of the regime's campaign against Islam. 14 The party's own district or AUL bureaucrats were frequently themselves participants in the unrest, joining forces with the rebels to fight against Red Army forces. Due to the total dissolution of the regime's local-level bureaucracy in these areas, the OGPU was often the party's sole informant on the course of events in rebel-held regions. Many rebel leaders had a similar profile to Tobani Yazalni Yazuli, the outlaw who ruled the Mangi-Shlak Peninsula as his own patrimony for much of the 1920s. They claimed noble lineages and had served as Volochysk administrators under Russian imperial rule. 15 In other cases, the leaders of uprisings were religious figures who had a history of conflict with the Soviet regime. Ilyas Ishan, who claimed descent from the Prophet Muhammad, organized uprisings in the Karakalpak Autonomous Oblast, and incited disturbances among the Ate. Ilyas Ishan's father, Idrisjan Kutlukojev, known as the Karakum Ishan, had led a massive uprising against Soviet power in Ural SK in 1919. According to OGPU reports, during the 1920s the Karakum Ishan enjoyed immense popularity and authority in religious circles stretching from the Kau to Kazakhstan proper to the territory of the former Republic of Khwarezm. 16 With his death in 1927, Ilyas Ishan assumed his father's legacy and religious influence. Numerous environmental factors favored the rebels. V. Popov, an OGPU officer who assisted efforts to put down unrest on the Mangi-Shlak Peninsula in 1930-31, recalled the difficulty of neutralizing rebellions in remote areas. Though some OGPU officers had cars, the motors of their cars filled with sand when traveling through dusty regions. When they tried to pursue the rebels on horseback, their horses did not have sufficient strength to keep pace with the hardier breed of horses kept by the rebels. 17 Many insurgents had a detailed knowledge of the region's water supply, crucial information given the scarcity of water in arid outposts. On leaving an encampment, Popov recalled, rebels would poison the wells to prevent Red Army forces from following them deeper into the steppe. 18 Due to the difficulties of travel across the steppe, the OGPU occasionally relied on a 126-5 tactic adopted by other states with nomadic populations. They used planes to gather intelligence, scouting the size and location of rebel bands from the air. 19 The planes then bombarded insurgents with machine gun fire. 20 Ethnic tensions do not appear to have been the primary cause of the revolts, but the unrest sharpened ethnic conflict in the Republic. Most of the participants in the uprisings were Kazakhs, while the OGPU or Red Army forces deployed to end revolts were overwhelmingly from European Russia. Warning that such conflicts drawn along ethnic lines were politically disadvantageous to the party's work in the region, OGPU officers urged wider use of the Red Army's sole Kazakh cavalry division to make such assaults on rebel bands more effective. 21 In Mangi-Shlak, where most of the participants in the unrest belonged to the Ate clan, Alma-Ata tried a different tactic. The leaders sent party members from the Ate clan to the peninsula to resolve the conflict. Tsetkali Mendeleev, the Republic's People's Commissar of Enlightenment, attempted to negotiate with the rebels and halt the flow of people to Turkmenistan, while Tolstoy Aliyev headed the Kazakh cavalry division that fought against the insurgents. 22 Ultimately, their efforts would come to fruition. The Mangishlak uprising was finally put down in late 1931, becoming one of the last major revolts in the Republic to be subdued. 23 The conflict in the Republic intensified. The mass migration of people first put into motion by hunger, starving people fled advancing Red Army forces, as well as attempts by rebel leaders to levy taxes on them or conscript them for service in rebel armies. 24 Rebels sought refuge in remote areas of the steppe or fled to neighboring republics. This vast sea of people on the move was a mixed group, encompassing nomads carrying out their normal seasonal migrations, refugees seeking relief from hunger, and rebels searching for hiding places from Red Army attacks. But by 1930, Moscow had to come to frame all mobility in the Republic from any of these groups as threatening. And in Kazakhstan and elsewhere in the Soviet Union, perhaps no form of flight was perceived as more threatening than flight abroad. It raised the specter that borders might be penetrated from the other side, by foreign agents and spies seeking to incite rebellion in the Soviet Union and encourage greater numbers of people to leave. Scholars of the Western Soviet Union in particular have shown how the Bolshevik regime adopted a carrot-and-stick policy in the borderlands during the first five-year plan. 25 officials in Moscow offered special dispensations and benefits to border districts while threatening tougher measures, including intensified efforts to identify and expel class enemies. 26 As collectivization shifted into high gear in late 1929 and early 1930, security concerns mounted, and the Soviet Union's western borderlands, including those with ethnic groups belonging to 127. The titular nationality of a bordering country such as Poles and Latvians, came under additional scrutiny. In March 1930, Moscow ordered the removal of thousands of Poles from the western borderlands to the Soviet interior. 27 But in Kazakhstan by late 1930, the situation along the border was both more desperate and more volatile. 28 Massive uprisings had broken out in both Kazakhstan and Ukraine by this period, but in Kazakhstan, rebels used the political instability in Xinjiang to seek cover, regroup, and plan additional attacks. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of starving people began to seek relief in Xinjiang, and containing these peaceful refugees, an itinerant population accustomed to seasonal migrations with their herds, in the Soviet Union presented an entirely different challenge from controlling sedentary populations in Ukraine and Belarus. Moreover, when nomads fled Kazakhstan, they took their livestock with them. The departure of large numbers of people was itself a very worrisome political and economic development, but the loss of increasing numbers of animals needed for plowing and transportation dramatically impeded Soviet efforts to transform agriculture. Interconnected lands. Although the Sino-Kazakh border was to become one of the Soviet Union's more violent outposts during the first five-year plan, the extent of the bloodshed in this part of Central Asia during the early 1930s marked a departure in the region's history. The lands of eastern Kazakhstan and the territory that would become known as Xinjiang had long been linked by geography, bonds of kinship, religion, and trade. Distance and enormous natural barriers in the form of deserts and mountains served to isolate Xinjiang, particularly its border with Kazakhstan, from the Chinese heartland. Several valleys in Zungharia, Xinjiang's semi-desert northern region, provided unimpeded access to the Kazakh steppe. The Emin Valley led on to central Kazakhstan, including the city of Karaganda, while the Irtysh Valley opened up the direct route to one of Kazakhstan's few cities, Semipalatinsk. The fertile Ili Valley was also easily accessible from Kazakhstan and the west, while largely isolated from the rest of the Chinese province by the Tian Shan and the Buro-Horoshen mountains. Xinjiang was located in a particularly important geographic position. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, it became a prominent theater in the Great Game, or the strategic rivalry between the British Empire and the Russian Empire for supremacy in Central Asia. By the early 20th century, Xinjiang bordered 7 different states or Soviet republics: Russia in the north, Mongolia in the east, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzia, and Tajikistan in the west, and Afghanistan and India in the south. The geographer Owen Lattimore famously dubbed Xinjiang the pivot of Asia for its strategic position. 29 The Sino-Kazakh borderlands were a complicated intermixture of ethnicities and lifestyles, Muslim and non-Muslim, nomadic and sedentary. 30. Turkic-speaking Muslim groups, recognized by both regimes as Uyghurs and Kazakhs, populated the Kazakh Xinjiang borderlands in large numbers. 31 These parts of Central Asia, including Xinjiang, were historically considered part of Turkestan, a term used to distinguish the territories of the Turkic-speaking nomads from those of Persian speakers farther south. Later, a distinction arose between Russian Turkestan, the territories controlled by the Tsar to the west, and Chinese Turkestan, the lands held by the Qing dynasty to the east. 32 Xinjiang was a majority Muslim province, where Muslim groups, such as the Uyghurs, greatly outnumbered Han Chinese settlers. Under Tsarist and Qing rule, inhabitants on each side of the border had remained intimately connected with people of the same religion on the other side by means of various networks. The Sufis and scholars of Semipalatinsk, an important center of Islamic education in the eastern Kazakh steppe, were linked with the communities of Chinese Turkestan. 33 Jadidism, an Islamic modernist reform movement that arose in the Russian Empire, flourished in Xinjiang due to the influence of Muslim Tatars. 34 With the rise of the Republic of China and the Soviet Union, networks of pan-Turkic nationalism helped create a sense of unity that defied national borders. Members of the guerrilla Basmachi movement of Soviet Central Asia also cultivated ties in Xinjiang and often sought refuge there. The various cross-border groups might be mapped as follows: Kazakhs made up a national majority on the Soviet side and an important national minority in Xinjiang. Uyghurs were the majority population in Xinjiang and a national minority in small parts of Kazakhstan. Various other groups, including Kyrgyz and Dungans, populated both sides of the border in lesser numbers. Slavic settlers and small numbers of Siberian Cossacks also inhabited these regions. Additionally, several Kazakh clans also had a significant cross-border presence. 35 Throughout the early period of Soviet and Republican Chinese rule, numerous counter-revolutionary movements spilled over into Xinjiang and eastern Kazakhstan. Throughout the 1920s, bandits from the Basmachi, a pan-Central Asian guerrilla group, fled across the border into Xinjiang, as well as to Iran and Afghanistan, where they continued to cultivate contacts with groups in Soviet Central Asia. 36 Xinjiang itself was ruled by a succession of warlords, who often chose to align the province more closely with the Soviet Union than with the Chinese government. One of Xinjiang's more colorful warlords, Zheng Shike, welcomed Soviet advisors into his government and granted the Soviets economic concessions to Zungharia's mineral wealth. In the 1930s, movements of pan-Turkic nationalism began to emerge in Xinjiang, and by 1933, separatists declared a short-lived East Turkestan Islamic Republic. 135. During 1932–34, much of Xinjiang was in open rebellion. Soviet military intervention on behalf of Zheng Shike, however, helped crush these rebellions and restore warlord rule. 37. Cross-border flight begins. The 1881 Treaty of St. Petersburg formally demarcated the border between Russian Turkestan and Chinese Turkestan. 38 groups that had freely crisscrossed the boundary between the two states were forced to declare loyalties and curtail their migration. Nonetheless, communities living on one side of the new division or the other continued to steal across the border to flee repression or unfavorable economic conditions. The guards who policed the borders might have on occasion overlooked such activity, especially when the arrival or departure of a particular group was considered desirable. However, both Russia and China sought to assert control over border traffic, at times seeking the extradition of certain groups deemed to be living on the Russian or Chinese side. The first major cross-border flow during this era began with the closure of the border in 1881, when some 50,000 Dungans and Uyghurs fled Chinese Turkestan and Qing rule and settled in Semireki. 39 from 1912 to 1914, as Russian and Ukrainian settlers from European Russia poured into the Kazakh steppe, thousands of nomadic Kazakhs fled to the Ili Valley in search of pasture. 40 St. Petersburg sought the repatriation of many of those who fled, but Beijing insisted that the number of repatriates could not exceed 6,000. Beginning with the revolt of 1916 in Central Asia and continuing into the Revolutionary and Civil War eras, large numbers of communities living in Central Asia fled one revolutionary regime, what was to become the Soviet Union, for another, the nascent Republic of China. 41 hundreds of thousands of Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Dungans, and Slavic settlers took flight from Russian Turkestan, while White Army officers set up camp in Kulja, just over the border in the Ili Valley, where they plotted reprisals against the Soviet government. 42 During 1925-28, pastoral nomadic groups continued limited cross-border migrations. By early 1928, however, large numbers of people began to flee Kazakhstan once again due to the rumors of the coming confiscation campaign against Kazakh elites. According to party statistics, 423 households, with 22,000 head of cattle, from Semipalatinsk province fled to China, most well before violence began. 43 OGPU officials stationed in the border districts kept detailed lists of those arrested while trying to cross into Xinjiang and the amount of livestock confiscated in the process. 44 officials expressed surprise that the majority of those who fled could not be considered Bays but rather were members of the poor. They maintained that cross-border kinship networks, as well as the exploitative influence of Bays, had contributed to these departures. In the version of events presented by Galashchikhin and other Soviet officials, Bays coerced fellow kin members to flee, while foreign agents engaged in smuggling. 45 While relatively small in number, there were nonetheless enough refugees from Semipalatinsk to worry party members. Although the loss of resources was bad enough, top party members expressed concern about the broader political impression of flight, especially that of Kazakhs from their own autonomous republic to China. 46 At a time when the Soviet state was promoting formerly oppressed nationalities, such as the Kazakhs, the readiness of so many people from these ethnic groups to flee across the border to their brethren and put themselves at the service of Asian China was an unintended and frustrating outcome. 47 In response, party members discussed, but never implemented, the creation of a buffer zone along the Kazakh border to Xinjiang. 48 As in the case of the 1916-20 wave of flight from revolutionary Russia, officials tried to lure these groups back to Kazakhstan. Under an amnesty program, Kazakhs and Slavic settlers were allowed to return from Xinjiang, with their cattle, through February 19, 1929. 49 But despite the considerable attention given the Sino-Kazakh border during the investigation into the flight from Semipalatinsk, by 1930, as attempts to accelerate the first five-year plan within Kazakhstan intensified, flight from the autonomous republic reached a critical stage. Borderland populations began to disappear. A steady flow of people from the border districts into China continued, as entire Als vanished overnight. In the Xisan district, some 1,238 households left for China in 1930, nearly one-third of the population. 50 According to incomplete party data for the three border districts of Semipalatinsk province, in 1930 alone, border guards halted some 2,481 households trying to flee with enormous collections of livestock. 51 In Kagan district, worried officials noted that 600 households had relocated in mountains near the border, where they waited for the arrival of spring to cross into China. 52 According to incomplete OGPU figures, 15,302 people fled in 1930 and 36,985 in 1931. 53 This new wave of cross-border flight, Soviet bureaucrats noted, was primarily a problem among ethnic Kazakh and Uyghur communities. 54 The predominantly Kazakh border districts were losing people with increasing rapidity. Here, we have many instances of even the flight of collective farm workers. Even the collective farm as a whole under the leadership of its chairman, while in neighboring Russian border districts no movements of outmigration were reported. 55 Even AUL Soviet leaders and Komsomol members were fleeing to China, especially. 132 5. The Kazakhs, followed by Uyghurs. 56 Astonished state officials found themselves always one step behind the next surge of flight. A secret police report recorded that before fleeing across the border, collective farm members had scrawled a parting message across the walls of the collective farm: "We fulfilled the 5-year plan in one day. Take an example from us." 57 These tales of a better life in Xinjiang were lent further credence by a severe shortage of household goods along the Kazakh-Xinjiang border. Basic items, such as matches, kerosene, salt, and iron, were extremely difficult to find. Observers reported that Kazakh communities clothed themselves in sheepskin for want of anything else to wear. 58 In October 1931, OGPU reports continued to detail a severe shortage of essential products. The distribution of goods reached the absurd. While many living near the border lacked sugar or even shoes, provincial officials had delivered large shipments of perfume to several border districts. 59 But more than any other good, it was a severe shortage of tea, a crucial element of Central Asian cuisine, that contributed to smuggling, as well as the continuing exodus of people, party officials noted. To buy, for instance, a sheep for money is not easy, and you will have to pay 50 rubles for the sheep. But it is enough to have 1/4 of tea, and you can get any sheep. Horses are more expensive, but 2 bricks of tea, it is said, can be exchanged for a horse. Wealthy and famous is he who has the most tea. It is no wonder that a Bai, if one were to judge his possessions by the amount of livestock, appears to be a bedniak. It is no wonder that after this, in one of the Dungan or Kishlocks, 61 might say that due to tea the sowing campaign was wrecked. It is no wonder that tea is the main contraband good. It is no wonder that livestock, a mobile and simple property, which can be found only among the Kazakhs, is sent with great difficulty and risk to China, so that they can trade it there for tea. 61. In the eyes of the regime, the overwhelming desire for tea among border communities was a worrying development, especially given the mobile nature of Kazakh wealth. By engaging in the lucrative tea trade, a Bai might easily disguise himself and wreak havoc in border communities more interested in trading their last animal for tea than in joining party-sponsored drives to sow the fields. And through an illegal trade network that favored tea above all else, a Bai might covertly stockpile tea, rapidly exchange it for horses, assemble a group of fellow kin members, and vanish across the border overnight. Imagined networks. 133. Such as those of tea hoarding, border crossing bays, came to preoccupy Soviet authorities determined to stop the refugees. As flight to Xinjiang intensified, officials in Alma-Ata worked to develop strategies to halt the flow of population and livestock. An April 1930 ruling of the Kazakh Council of People's Commissars provided that a wide assortment of groups seen as disruptive to the Republic's security would be sent 100 kilometers away from the districts bordering on China into the Kazakh interior. These included Bays and Kulaks caught attempting or planning to flee, Bays and Kulaks whose families or property had already crossed the border, and all the members of a Bai or Kulak family, if the head of the family had already crossed the border. 62 Since many officials believed cross-border ties of kinship abetted flight, plans to deport Bays with family members abroad were a logical preventive measure. Yet as widespread flight began to paralyze border regions and reports of Bai intervention continued to emerge, desperate local officials began to take increasingly creative measures to check flight. Significantly, district officials, in cooperation with border guards and the OGPU, used the April 1930 ruling to collect detailed biographical sketches of suspicious community members, including the amount of time they had spent abroad and the existence of familial ties in Xinjiang. At the initiative of district officials, persons or families seen as particularly troublesome were exiled from the borderlands. 63 local OGPU officials anxiously tried to develop indicators of flight to thwart the exodus of groups before they left for the border. Most flight, officials noted, occurred in the springtime. An increase in the sale or slaughter of small livestock, such as sheep, in border regions was yet another indicator that a group might be preparing to flee to China. 64 On occasion, local officials, acting on their initiative, engaged in preventive raids, confiscating items essential for flight, such as horses. 65 Although some district officials proposed population transfers, such as moving groups residing near the border farther west, officials with the OGPU in Alma-Ata rejected such suggestions, proposing instead a renewed focus on party work. 66 But while officials in Alma-Ata framed energetic work among collective farm workers and the poor and renewed attention to the distribution of state grain collections as the antidote to flight, border district officials protested that directives from Alma-Ata, specifically onerous state-mandated grain procurements, were precisely what was driving people to flee. After repeated requests to lower his district's oat and livestock quota were turned down by officials in Alma-Ata, an exasperated local official questioned, is strengthening flight to China, for the most part Bedniaks, really in the interest of the party? 67 By March 1931, in a letter to Molotov and Stalin, Golashchikhin and Cholva-Ilyeva proposed a number of changes, including supplying border districts with 134.5 additional bread and goods. They also suggested that the party pay closer attention to the composition of state collective farms in border districts. Single clan collective farms, or those collective farms where members were closely organized along kinship lines, were seen as particularly susceptible to cross-border flight, and Golashchikhin and Ilyeva recommended that they be disbanded entirely. Activists would now work to replace these types of farms with real collective farms, those organized from a multitude of different kinship lineages, while beys and clan leaders would be exiled from them altogether. Spies and rebels, the search for scapegoats. Officials in Alma-Ata portrayed flight to Xinjiang as a class problem. They saw its increase in 1930 and 1931 as the harbinger of an intensifying class war, as migrants, described as wealthy beys and kulaks, fought to keep their privileges. 68 The 1928 confiscations were done poorly in border districts, wrote officials, hence the inordinate influence of the exploiting social classes. 69 But as bureaucrats tallied data on the social composition of would-be migrants, they came to a disquieting conclusion: the majority of those fleeing to Xinjiang could not be classified as beys, but as people of much more modest means. 70 Republic-level officials tried to rationalize this flight, arguing that beys had manipulated the excesses or mistakes of the lower party bureaucracy to convince other social classes to flee with them. Yet Soviet officials also concluded that beys relied heavily on the bonds of kinship as well, a particular problem in a vast territory where state boundaries rarely coincided with familial connections. Beys, officials maintained, helped spread fantastical rumors about collectivization, chief among them the widespread suspicion that children would be collectivized and sent away from their families. As official after official in the districts reported this misconception, 71 policymakers in Alma-Ata suggested a rethinking of the party's approach toward the Kazakh population. At first glance, it seems absurd that such a nonsensical rumor could be taken for the truth. But if we are to take into consideration the complete unenlightened darkness and the almost full illiteracy of the population, which does not have any impression of newspapers and books nor the Soviet message, then it becomes clear how the most foolish rumors are understood by the population, strongly worrying them and directing them toward fear. 72 While the rumor that the state would appropriate children was perhaps one of the most pervasive, other rumors, including one to the effect that the state would confiscate all household goods, continued to spur migration. 73 Much like the Semipalatinsk affair, during which entire communities fled across the border based on rumors of a looming confiscation campaign, large numbers of Kazakhs departed in 1930 based on rumors about collectivization. But rather than addressing the root causes of these departures, including violent, forced collectivization and hunger, the dissemination of rumors by foreign agents became one of the party's official explanations for flight. Officials argued that foreign agents peddled border populations a story of a new life in China free from the burdens that a continued existence in Soviet Kazakhstan seemed to offer. Through these persons, rumors about a free life in China, where there are no poor, but all are rich, where there is much bread, manufactured goods, and taxes are negligible, and that the Chinese government gives emigrants assistance, including giving them land, all the way to setting aside refugees in their own independent region, assist flight. 74 Many of these purported foreign agents worked in conjunction with Beys, who due to historical traditions of migration, continued to freely cross the Sino-Kazakh frontier, officials held. 75 Soviet border guards stationed in the districts bordering China, among whom numbered Konstantin Chernenko, later to become General Secretary of the Communist Party, played an important role in halting flight. 76 They compiled lists of influential Beys believed to be fomenting opposition or conducting armed raids into Soviet territory from the other side of the border. 77 They also tracked the names of clans seen as particularly troublesome, such as the Kiri, a lineage with significant cross-border presence, and Kozas, members of a religious elite in Kazakh society. 78 On occasion, individuals considered particularly influential, such as Alenchzhine Sakhanovich Kujdev, a Kiri leader who had been living in Xinjiang since the 1916 revolt, were kept under surveillance. Erroneously labeled a Kazakh prince by the Soviet border guards who shadowed his activities in Xinjiang, Kujdev was said to have refused categorically Soviet and Chinese requests for the extradition of particular Kazakh migrants, asserting that these were his brothers. 79 For the Soviets, Kujdev's invocation of kinship in conjunction with his refusal was a worrisome development. The seeming influence of this Kazakh prince raised the possibility that the Soviets were falling behind in their battle to subordinate kinship ties to class interests. OGPU reports were particularly preoccupied with a group they called Kit Kazakhi, or Kazakhs with Chinese citizenship. The Kit Kazakhi, according to the police, exploited cross-border familial ties, regularly penetrating Kazakhstan's border districts to guide their relatives back into Xinjiang. Often, there is direct assistance from Kazakhs with Chinese citizenship to those fleeing, such as sending armed gangs from abroad for assistance in crossing. 80 Tales of armed gangs of Kit Kazakhi alarmed officials for several reasons. Kit Kazakhi, officials believed, operated in the murky world of clan-based ties, using by influence to coerce their kin to flee across the border with them. These backward, clan-based forms of 136.5 affiliation, in turn, hampered the Kazakhs in developing their own class interests in Soviet Kazakhstan, the theory went. Moreover, in the eyes of the Soviet authorities, the Kit Kazakhi were Chinese, and they were armed. For the Soviets, Kit Kazakhi embodied two persistent yet interconnected official fears: the threat of popular rebellion and an obsession with Chinese influence in Kazakhstan. Official fears of banditry and uprisings on the border were further magnified by a steady stream of illegal immigrants, some 150,000, from Siberia into eastern Kazakhstan in the spring of 1930. As Goloshchikin detailed in a telegram to Molotov and Kaganovich, many of these illegal immigrants should be classified as kulaks or kulak hirelings. Even more troubling, many of these new arrivals had begun to settle near the Sino-Kazakh border, where they established cross-border ties via a number of activities, including the laundering of money for White Army officers in western China. Goloshchikin reported that provincial officials had begun to ban samovaltsevy from Kazakhstan's border districts, yet the presence of these settlers continued to cause serious complications for party work. 81 Throughout 1930 and 1931, the regime struggled to maintain control over the republic's eastern border. Rebels, many armed with weapons left by white forces during the Civil War, crossed into Xinjiang to regroup before re-entering Kazakhstan. Desperate officials in the border districts reported that efforts to stop cross-border flight were futile. Open combat had erupted as border guards and party activists chased down and shot armed rebels and helpless refugees alike. OGPU reports recorded an almost daily toll of violence as border guards shadowed groups of migrants of 400 or more. In the bloody clashes that almost inevitably followed, some emigrants were shot while others were taken prisoner, scores more fled into the depths of the mountains to hide. Party officials seized hundreds of horses as well as numerous rifles, munitions, and sabers. 82 blocked in their efforts to cross into Xinjiang. Migrants from Kazakhstan frequently swung south into Kyrgyzia in the hope of making the crossing there. The arrival of thousands of migrants alarmed Kyrgyz officials, who viewed these people as disruptive to the political balance in their own republic. Top Kyrgyz officials began to pen angry missives to Galashchikin, charging that the migrants from Kazakhstan spread counter-revolutionary rumors among the Kyrgyz population about famine, and strengthened the mood for emigration into China. 83 In the eyes of Kyrgyz authorities, Kazakhstan's disastrous economic situation and the resultant failure of Kazakh officials to secure their own border with China had become a threat to stability and security throughout Soviet Central Asia. Though Galashchikin, as well as other top republic-level officials, were aware that tens of thousands of people in Kazakhstan were starving by 1930, they 137 continued to depict the violence directed at migrants as a means of defending the revolution, a tactic necessary to halt rebels and restore order. 84 However, members of the OGPU deployed just across the Chinese side of the border in Kulja recounted in 1931 that even the most merciless measures had failed to curtail flight along the border. No severe measures by the border guards in fighting the flow across the border gave any real results in halting the tide of flight. The measures were of the most merciless kind. Over the course of the year, more than 1,000 people who were trying to flee illegally to Chinese territory were killed on the border with the Ili region. This year, in connection with massive flight, movements of banditry strengthened. They were formed for the most part on Chinese territory from refugees from the Kazakh ASSR who were well acquainted with the border territory. These refugees carry on a strengthened agitation for flight and on the other hand carry on an invasion of the peaceful inhabitants of the border zone. 85. As these intelligence operatives portrayed the problem, flight and revolt were intimately connected. The eradication of flight was a critical step in combating insurgency in border districts. Insurgents, it was believed, cultivated nationalist aims, including connections with the since disgraced Alish Orda, a provisional Kazakh government that had ruled parts of the Kazakh steppe during the Civil War era. One of Alish Orda's strongholds had been Semipalatinsk, and its former members were now believed to be staking out counter-revolutionary cells just across the border. 86 The accounts of individual border incidents, to return to the Karadul affair described at the outset, provide insight into how violence was used to discourage migration. Though officials in Alma-Ata launched an inquiry into the Karadul affair, the question of who ordered and carried out the attack on the 40 families' border guards, overzealous collective farm members, or perhaps someone else altogether remained unclear throughout the investigation. While it is perhaps unsurprising that the perpetrators in the Karadul affair did not immediately come to light, the conduct of the NKRKI investigation, particularly its tardiness and lackluster nature, is instructive. While ostensibly an investigation into identifying those responsible for the shootings, the party also sought to use the inquiry to monitor the cross-border activities of influential individuals and their family members. In his report, the head of the NKRKI investigation carefully noted that several relatives of a powerful clan leader, Sidakamet Mukund, had fled across the border into China during the shootings of the other families. 87. 138-5. NKRKI launched an investigation into the affair on January 24, 1931, well over 3 months after the October 1930 shooting. 88 The NKRKI representative, who signed his name simply as Panchekin, collected conflicting accounts of the affair from district officials and charged that some OGPU officials in Karatol district had taken charge of the investigation and had deliberately scuttled any serious inquiry. Many local officials interviewed by Panchekin charged that Bai and clan-based connections had hampered a full examination of the affair, as party activists who were from the same clan as the perpetrators sought to protect them. Moreover, as Panchekin discovered, the bodies of those killed still lay near the border, rotting in the winter snow. District officials rejected as meaningless suggestions that the bodies be examined. It was better, they concluded, to continue the party's work with the poor. The affair was also discussed in a separate report on district redistricting, which was sent to the Cracom, yet this report was equally inconclusive. 89 Some Karatol district officials interviewed during the NKRKI investigation insisted that the families had been armed and had therefore been shot correctly. Others, however, questioned whether the families had been armed at all. They believed instead that an unrealistic grain procurement campaign, implemented by overly aggressive district officials, had left destitute families of various ethnicities no other choice than to flee. The difference was one between depicting the victims as armed rebels or as starving refugees. As the Karatol affair illustrates, Soviet officials were willing to turn a blind eye to indiscriminate violence, ignoring, when expedient, real distinctions between rebel and refugee, but the dispute over defining the victims in the Karatol affair concerned more than domestic issues. A diplomatic row ensues. At the same time, the level of frustration among Soviet officials was driven to new heights by events in China. During the period of high migration to Xinjiang, 1928–33, China was itself in considerable turmoil, and the Soviet Union broke off and resumed diplomatic relations with China several times during this period. In September 1931, Imperial Japan occupied Manchuria, while Xinjiang continued to be ruled by a series of warlords. If the Soviets were engaged in a struggle to control their side of the border, then the same had to be said of the Chinese in monitoring border traffic from within Xinjiang. Soviet fears of a Chinese state too weak to patrol its borders in turn served to bolster concerns among officials in Moscow, thus helping make the Soviets more willing to resort to violence to stop the flow of migrants to the east. 139. Other powers, such as the British and the Japanese, cultivated contacts in Xinjiang, and the possibility of interference by either power helped magnify Soviet fears over the porous 1,700-kilometer border that separated Xinjiang and Kazakhstan. Under Chiang Kai-shek's rule, Xinjiang gained a reputation for murder, intrigue, espionage and counter-espionage, as these powers worked to bring Xinjiang under their sphere of influence. 91 Turkic rebels in Xinjiang sought military support from Japan, and in 1933, several Japanese generals were linked to a plot to install a puppet regime in Inner Asia, including Xinjiang. 92 The possibility of British influence in Xinjiang was also a source of concern. In the late 19th century the British used the vantage point of British India to station agents in Kashgar, and throughout the early period of Soviet rule, the British continued to collect surveillance on Xinjiang and Soviet Central Asia from India. The Soviet regime's ever-increasing paranoia over the disorder in Xinjiang helped bolster the suspicion that those who fled were rebels and not refugees. In January 1931, OGPU reports sent to Lev Karakan, the Soviet Union's ambassador to China and a deputy People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, detailed the seeming persistence of rebel networks near the border. These gangs were carefully organized. They had their own organizers, connecting with separate individuals from the lower apparatus of the Chinese administration. Conducted agitation for the departure to China of parts of the population in the Soviet border zones, offering cooperation in fleeing and assistance in getting set up on the Chinese border. 93 By March 1931, several months prior to the Japanese invasion of Manchuria, official fears of foreign interference in Kazakhstan had reached the highest levels of the party bureaucracy. Golozhkhin and Ilyeva, the Deputy People's Commissar of Foreign Trade and Deputy People's Commissar of Light Industry, warned Stalin and Molotov that the Soviet diplomatic and trade missions in Xinjiang were contaminated with foreign elements, including Russian White Army officers who assisted the Chinese government in sponsoring flight from Kazakhstan. Soviet border officials posted along the Sino-Kazakh frontier, Ilyeva and Galashchikin concluded, were similarly contaminated. Yet foreign interference in Kazakhstan's affairs, they warned, could not be attributed solely to the Chinese. We have reports that Nanking is increasing its pressure on Xinjiang province and even more strongly tying it under their influence, and, behind the back of Nanking, the English are developing a big political and trade interest in Xinjiang. 94 As Ilyeva and Galashchikin's report suggests, the Soviets were closely following developments in Xinjiang. Attempts by the authorities in Beijing to tie the warlord-ruled province more closely to the Chinese central government, and, by extension, to the British, were seen as interference in the Soviets' own affairs. 145. Confronted by many of the themes from the Great Game, the Soviets began to envision double agents and foreign spies at every turn. After one scare involving agents allegedly engaged in clandestine talks with the Chinese consulate in Alma-Ata, it was ordered that all official correspondence be carried out only through OGPU channels. 95 Reports in Kazakhstan's Skaya Pravda, the republic's main Russian-language newspaper, speculated that the British, perhaps even the Japanese, were plotting to invade the Soviet Union via Xinjiang. 96 The permeable nature of the Sino-Kazakh border alarmed Soviet authorities, who recast every incident on the border as the work of foreign emissaries. Diplomatic correspondence between Chinese officials in the Ili Valley and the Soviet consulate in Kulja from 1930 to 1931 shows that the Soviets' twin fears of rebellion and foreign interference on the Sino-Kazakh border had laid the foundations for an international dispute. By 1930, as the flood of refugees from Kazakhstan began to tax China's resources, the fate of the refugees and the security of the Sino-Kazakh border became the subject of heated talks between representatives of the Soviet consulate and Chinese diplomats. As wave after wave of migrants arrived, Chinese officials reported that Kazakhstan's disastrous economic situation was creating a refugee problem of such enormity that it was impossible to police Xinjiang's border effectively. Migrants from Kazakhstan, in their efforts to elude Soviet border guards, were resorting to tiny, little paths that were difficult to monitor or staking out high-altitude base camps, where they waited for weeks for border patrols to pass before crossing into Xinjiang. 97 In a series of angry letters to the Soviet consulate in Kulja, Chinese diplomats alleged that Soviet officials had disrupted order and security in the region. In Kazakhstan, Soviet border guards unable to check the flow of refugees or staunch the threat of counter-revolution from abroad had begun to conduct armed raids into Chinese territory, where, according to Chinese reports, they carried out the harshest measures of reprisal, including the shooting of refugees, the confiscation of cattle, and the looting of the dead. In one particular case, Soviet border guards followed a group of 200 to 300 people into Xinjiang. Once both parties had crossed the border, a bloody melee ensued. 98 In another incident, a wandering shepherd informed Chinese border guards of a mass grave in a desert region near the Soviet border. On inspection, the bodies of over 50 Kazakh refugees, including adults and children, as well as 8 dead horses, were found. Investigators determined that all had died from injuries sustained from firearms or sabers. 99 The Chinese protested Soviet raids into Xinjiang, describing them as a violation of international law and Chinese sovereignty, and warned that they posted a threat to the friendly relations of neighboring countries. If our border guards had heard the gunshots and had returned fire, a great border conflict 141 would have emerged, and the responsibility for that conflict, which would be clear to everyone, would have been on the Soviet side. 100 Soviet attacks on Chinese territory terrorized Xinjiang's own people, who, Chinese officials reported, had fled areas near the border in fright, even leaving their yurts and possessions behind. Soviet diplomats, Chinese officials charged, were recalcitrant, demanding the extradition of refugees and livestock, while unwilling to return to Xinjiang and collect the bodies of those they had killed. 101 Xinjiang officials, however, did cooperate in the Soviets' requests for repatriation. During the spring of 1930, over 2,000 people were extradited from Xinjiang. 102 With Kazakhstan's crisis spilling over the border, Soviet and Chinese officials sparred over the border instability created by the refugee problem. Increasingly, the inflammatory Sino-Kazakh border involved the highest levels of the party. On February 13, 1931, Stalin and Molotov cabled Ilyeva on the issue of the border, instructing him to take immediate actions together with Golozhkhin at the local level. 103 Responding to Stalin and Molotov on March 8, 1931, Golozhkhin and Ilyeva warned that the political situation of the regions that border Kazakhstan is an emergency situation, notwithstanding the measures that have been taken by the Kraykom. They proposed a purge of all Soviet representatives in Xinjiang, including the trade mission and consulate. Despite the armed attacks on migrants in Kazakhstan and in Xinjiang, in the spring of 1931 flight was beginning once again to gather strength, they warned. 104. Securing the Sino-Kazakh border presented particular challenges for Soviet officials. Along this remote and porous boundary, even concerted efforts to check cross-border flight were defeated by the impenetrability of the steppe, a landscape where migrants might always find yet another hiding place. While the physical environment of this borderland afforded refugees cover, the mobility of certain key resources, people and cattle, further exasperated officials intent on rooting populations in one place. The border that separated Kazakhstan and Xinjiang divided relatives and families. The Soviet regime's attempts to police this border with violence began to tear apart those ties. In their attempts to secure the Sino-Kazakh border, Soviet bureaucrats confronted problems very different from those in the western borderlands of the Soviet Union, namely a highly mobile group accustomed to seasonal migration, as well an economy based on an easily transportable commodity. The twin challenges of geography and lifestyle were further compounded by the emergence of a famine of staggering scale, proportionately the Soviet Union's worst collectivization disaster. As widespread hunger set in, thousands of people, some searching for food, others cultivating rebel networks, began to cross into Xinjiang. 142.5. Rather than deporting troublesome groups, an approach the regime had pursued in the western borderlands, officials responded with violence, slaughtering several thousand people who attempted to cross the border. Though it is difficult to determine whether Moscow ordered these killings, it tacitly endorsed them. Violence, chaos, and armed incursions across the border continued, even when they undermined Soviet relations with China. The Soviet regime's response was in part due to paranoia among officials about the weakness of the Chinese state and the extent of foreign influence, especially Japanese and British, within China. It also represented an attempt to neutralize popular rebellion, and during the famine Kazakhstan saw some of the Soviet Union's largest revolts. A key principle of Soviet nationality policy, the idea that nationality was linked to territory, served to underpin and justify this violent assault on Kazakh life. 143. Suffering was not leaving our heads, our eyes were full of tears. With these words, Dusan Asanbeev, a famine survivor, recalled the desperation of the Kazakh famine's final phase, as more than 1 million starving Kazakhs fled, seeking refuge elsewhere in the Republic and beyond its borders. Moscow's policy of collectivization, launched in the winter of 1929-30, had provoked immense human suffering throughout the Republic in the preceding 2 years, including famine and population flight, particularly across the border to China. But by the winter of 1930-31, the food crisis inside the Republic had deepened to the extent that almost every Kazakh was in flight. For Kazakhs, the decision to leave was not an easy one, as it meant abandoning their ancestral pasture lands and belongings. After seeing his father and several of his younger brothers die of hunger, Sedin Meli, then an 11-year-old boy, remembers that he and his mother made the difficult choice to flee their AUL for the district of Ulkan-Naran. Russians worked in the district's mines and Seton, and his mother believed that it would be a more likely place to find food. 2. With their herds in ruins, those who remained behind faced an almost certain death. Zaid Iannikashev, who worked as a teacher in the city of Semipalatinsk, remembers touring abandoned settlements on the city's outskirts. Most huts were empty, but in one he found 2 skeletons intertwined, lovers trapped in an embrace. 3. Moscow had anticipated that the party's assault on Kazakh nomadic life would provoke hunger, but this massive migration, the region's most far-reaching population displacement since the Dzungar invasion of the Kazakh steppe in the early 6. Kazakhstan and the politics of hunger, 1931-34. 144-6. 18th century, was an unanticipated consequence. Those who fled were almost exclusively Kazakh, a reflection of the famine's particularly disastrous effects on the Kazakh AUL, as well as Kazakhs' status as pastoral nomads, a group that regularly used flight as a means of seeking relief from unfavorable political or environmental conditions. In its scale and scope, refugees flooded cities and industrial work sites within Kazakhstan, as well as neighboring Soviet territories, including Western Siberia and the Middle Volga of the RSFSR, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzia, and Turkmenistan, and international destinations. The Kazakh refugee crisis far exceeded population flight due to hunger in the Soviet Union's west. In the space of just 8 months, the number of registered households in the Republic dropped by 22.8%, as more than 300,000 households, over a million people, entered into flight. 4. Reflecting on 1931, the year this immense population movement began, a district-level official later commented, "The entire population of the Kazakhs was, one might say, on wheels." 5. Some Kazakhs found relief where they fled, but for most this mass exodus from the countryside did not ease their misery. By the famine's end in 1934, some 1.5 million people, a quarter of the Republic's population, had perished in a cataclysm of unprecedented proportions. Moscow framed this tide of suffering people on the move as a sign of success and progress. Kazakh refugees were not referred to Bejenцы but rather as Kochevniki. For Philip Golashchikhin, the Republic's leader and party secretary, the appearance of Kochevniki was part of a necessary pericode, or transition, in Kazakh's development into a socialist nation, as Kazakhs began to shed the backward practice of nomadism. He concluded, "The old AUL is now breaking apart, it is moving toward settled life, toward the use of hayfields, toward land cultivation, it is moving from worse land to better land, to state farms, to industry, to collective farm construction." Those who were panicking or predicting destruction, he argued, simply longed for the past and did not understand the socialist future. 6. This transitional stage demanded extra vigilance, officials warned, and the party intensified its assault on nomadism, declaring fantastical plans to settle the Kazakhs even more quickly than before. As happened elsewhere in the Soviet Union during collectivization, Moscow introduced a range of brutal tactics in response to this social cataclysm: the closure of borders so that the starving could not flee, the processing and surveillance of refugees, the expulsion of famine-stricken people as undesirable elements from the cities, and the blacklisting of certain districts within the Republic, a severe penalty that included a total ban on trade and deliveries of food. 7. 145. But Moscow could not control the crisis, focused on implementing a breakneck program of state-driven modernization. Officials had ignored warnings from medical experts who, noting the Republic's relative lack of modern medical services, had urged the party to devote more resources to the development of public health services and vaccination programs in the Republic. 8. As famine enveloped the steppe, diseases such as typhus, smallpox, cholera, and tuberculosis began to spread, and the steppe's relative underdevelopment served to magnify the effects of the disaster. As hungry people slaughtered their last surviving animals for food, the Republic's livestock numbers spiraled downward, imperiling Kazakhstan's status as Moscow and Leningrad's major meat supplier. Due to the lack of work animals, collective farmers began to sow the fields by hand, and officials increased the purchase of livestock from China to build up the republic's herds. Ultimately, Galoshchikin became the scapegoat for these meat and grain shortfalls, and in the midst of the catastrophe he was fired and replaced by an Armenian, Levon Mirzoyan. Initially, the language of Soviet nationality policy had reinforced the regime's war on nomadic life, as Moscow presented the eradication of nomadism as beneficial both to Kazakhs' growth as a Soviet nation and to the republic's economic development. But the flood of Kazakhs into neighboring Soviet republics brought the tensions between Soviet nationality policy and Soviet agricultural policy into sharp relief. Waves of violence broke out as locals sought to expel foreign Kazakhs from their republics, while officials in these republics protested that proposals to settle Kazakhs where they fled represented a violation of their republic's national rights. Tyurar Riskulov, the deputy chairman of the RSFSR Council of People's Commissars in Moscow, declared the internal question of Kazakhstan to be a general question for the Soviet Union as a whole. 9. If the national delimitation of 1924 had first institutionalized the linkage between nationality and territory, then the refugee crisis served to embed this concept at the local level. 10. But it also illustrated that the language of nationality was a powerful tool, one that Moscow could not always control. In 1934, the famine finally came to an end, as republic-level officials renewed their attention to building up the republic's livestock herds, halting the spread of disease and resolving the refugee question. For those who survived, the reverberations from this calamity would be painful and long-lasting. The refugee crisis. By the fall of 1931, Kazakhstan's economy was a disaster. Livestock numbers had continued to plummet. In a belated acknowledgement of the scale of the devastation, the Central Committee created a commission headed by Alexei 146-6 Kiselev, the secretary of the Central Executive Committee of the RSFSR, who previously had led the investigation into the Semipalatinsk affair in the Republic in 1928, to study the problem of the Republic's livestock losses. The commission found that the Republic had lost an astonishing 28.7 million head of livestock in the first 2 years of the first 5-year plan, nearly 70% of its livestock herds. In an attempt to absolve Moscow of any responsibility, the Commission concluded that many of these losses could be attributed to Kazakh sale and slaughter of their livestock, as well as the mistakes of local officials. 11. In a limp response that belied the urgency of the situation, the Kiselev Commission suggested no concrete policy changes. Instead, it proposed the creation of yet another commission, which would tour Kazakhstan and offer recommendations on the problem to the Central Committee. 12. Inside the Republic, officials were contending with a problem closely linked to the Republic's dramatic livestock drop, population flight. As the previous chapter has shown, the first wave of flight, which began with the 1928 confiscation campaign, was largely across the border to China. By the end of 1931, as hunger deepened, the flight of starving Kazakhs within the Soviet Union had intensified, taking on an increasingly desperate character as people spilled out across the steppe. Initially, most refugees fled north to the RSFSR, particularly western Siberia and the Middle Volga, regions that were an important part of some Middle Horde Kazakh seasonal migration routes. As the famine wore on, increasing numbers of refugees began to travel south, to Kazakhstan's southern provinces as well as to Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzia, and Turkmenistan. Dusan Asanbeev, a famine survivor, remembers waves of Arka Kazakhdar, or Kazakhs from the hungry steppe, crowding the southern provinces of Kazakhstan where he and his family lived. 13. Some resumed pathways that they had taken in previous times of hunger, streaming towards Tashkent, which had been an important destination for refugees seeking relief from famine during the Civil War. Demetkin Shatbov, a famine survivor, recalled that the roads leading into Tashkent became lined with the dead, Kazakhs who perished before reaching their goal. 14. Still others continued to flee to China and, to a far lesser extent, to more distant destinations, such as Iran and Afghanistan. Initially, some refugees took their livestock and family possessions with them as they fled. But by the winter of 1931-32, most of those who fled had nothing, and sources emphasize their indigence and total destitution. In western Siberia Krai, an official wrote, as a general rule, Kazakhs go about in large groups, poorly dressed by our standards, without any supplies of food. 15 Elsewhere in the Krai, a manager of a district women's department observed, these Kazakhs wander for 147 entire days from house to house, asking for alms, but they are not given anything and they are driven away and they are not even allowed to warm themselves because they all are frozen, infested with lice, half naked, and just barely alive. 16 The total impoverishment of the refugees who migrated south began later, but by the winter of 1932-33 they too were described in similar terms. In a report on Kazakh refugees in Karakalpakia, Tsetkali Mendeshev, who had returned from his exile in Moscow to become the head of the Republic's Commissariat for Enlightenment, wrote, they became a disorganized, impoverished, starving, destitute mass, in the literal sense of the word. They moved spontaneously throughout all the districts of Karakalpakia, covering their tracks with fresh graves and often with corpses. 17 Refugees fled towards cities, railway stations, and industrial work sites in the hopes of finding food. In a letter to the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee, 5 deportees living in city of Pavlodar wrote, still more and more starving people are coming to Pavlodar from districts where there is famine. Along all the roads, people drag themselves with their last strength to Pavlodar and die along the way. 18 At the Bakhash copper mine in central Kazakhstan, hundreds of refugees tussled with speculators and dealers outside the workers' cafeteria in an effort to obtain a ration card for food, the manager of the Department for Non-Ferrous Metals reported. 19 Along the Republic's railway lines, travelers encountered scenes of horror. Kamil Ikramov, the son of Akmal Ikramov, Uzbekistan's leader and party secretary from 1929 to 1937, traveled by train through the Kazakh steppe in the 1930s with his father. At the Kazalinsk train station, Kamil Ikramov remembered seeing living skeletons with tiny child skeletons in their hands, begging for food. 20 Refugees sought shelter in railway stations, abandoned buildings, or churches. When these could not be found, they lived under the open sky. In his memoirs, the revolutionary Viktor Serge, who spent part of the 1930s in exile in Orenburg, a city in the Middle Volga, recalled, among the ruins of churches, in abandoned porches, on the edge of the steppe, or under the crags by the Ural, we could see Kyrgyz families lying heaped together, dying of hunger. 21 Due to the lack of clean water and sanitation, these refugee encampments became breeding grounds for disease. Typhus, smallpox, tuberculosis, and cholera began to spread. As winter set in, refugees began to succumb to the cold. In western Siberia, a local official wrote, I report that in our Klyuchevsk district, the situation is getting worse every day, it is turning into an utter nightmarish horror. Kazakh women wander with young children in their arms, and these children, are already frozen to death, and the women themselves are swollen with hunger. 22. 148-6. As the refugee crisis escalated, so did the party's rhetoric on the importance of quickly settling the Kazakhs. In a secret resolution in December 1931, the Kraykom and the Republic's Council of People's Commissars set the goal of settling all the Kazakh nomads by the end of 1932, a dramatic acceleration of previous plans for sedentarization. 23 Similarly, the slogan sedentarization on the basis of full collectivization, which stressed that extraordinary speed was necessary to help the Kazakhs catch up to more advanced peoples, returned to widespread use, a reversal of a February 1930 Politburo ruling that had urged caution in carrying out collectivization in economically backward national districts. The idea of completing planned sedentarization, which planners promised would bring European-style homes and cultural institutions to newly settled groups, by the end of 1932 was a fiction. 24. The project of planned sedentarization had languished since its inception in 1930, stymied by bureaucratic infighting and a lack of finances. Instead, at Kochevniki, a population that was by definition on the move, became the scapegoats for the party's own failure to implement sedentarization, and the hardening of the party's line on nomadic settlement became an invitation to use violence against anyone who appeared in violation of it. Officials framed the appearance of Kochevniki as a sign of the intensifying class war. Newspaper articles advised a careful purge of the ranks of Kochevniki from foreign class elements and their agents, and they warned officials to keep their eye on the Bayan Kulak, who with all their strength will try on the sly to place the Kochevnik once again on the camel. 25. In Kyrgyzia, groups of Kochevniki from Kazakhstan were reported to have spread counter-revolutionary rumors among the Kyrgyz population about famine, and strengthened the mood for emigration into China. 26. In their reports, OGPU officers used more menacing terms, such as Bandatkokevka and Vuragena Kochevka, thereby implying that there was little difference between starving people and the rebel bands that the Red Army was fighting against. 27. Rather than provoking sympathy, the figure of the Kochevnik was seen as threatening. He was associated with disease, disorder, and counter-revolutionary behavior. The actions of many refugees seem to confirm these depictions. Increases in crime and antisocial behavior are hallmarks of famine, as starving people take increasingly desperate actions to secure food. 28. In the city of Slavgorod in western Siberia Krai, where starving Kazakhs congregated, Kochevniki engaged in horse theft and looting, the Krai party secretary wrote in an angry letter to Galashchikin. They stole bread from citizens not only in the streets but in their own homes, to which Kazakhs arrived in groups of 5 to 8 people, demanding to be given bread. In the city's cafeterias, starving Kazakhs pick crumbs of bread off the floor, lick clean the plates, and even take food directly from those who are dining. 29. Inside the Republic, bands of Kochevniki streamed north toward Siberia, an official in Maxim Gorky district detailed. As they crossed through various districts, they stole horses and livestock, he wrote, and there were instances of highway robberies not only at night but during the day. 30. Instead of blaming the root cause of this behavior, Moscow's breakneck pursuit of collectivization, officials held Kochevniki responsible for the disorder, creating a cycle that only encouraged further waves of repression against the starving. 31. In neighboring Soviet republics, where hundreds of thousands of Kazakhs fled, the category of Kazakh and the category of Kochevnik began to blur. Everyone who was Kazakh began to appear threatening, including those Kazakhs who were not refugees but had long migrated through these regions, now demarcated by new national borders. In effect, Kochevniki began to be seen as doubly transgressive. Not only did they represent a backward social category that the regime had pledged to eliminate, nomads, but they were foreigners in nationality, Kazakh, displaced from their titular republic, Kazakhstan. Their presence in neighboring republics posed a direct challenge to the principle, established by Moscow with the national delimitation of 1924, that held that nationality should coincide with territory. Now, faced with a crisis their own survival in 156 hungry times, locals appropriated this understanding of nationality, one first delineated by the regime, for their own purposes, using it to justify and underpin assaults on foreign Kazakhs. In western Siberia, where many first-wave refugees fled, these assaults were intensified by long-standing tensions over land use rights between the region's peasant population, who farmed the land, and Kazakh nomads, who crossed through these farmlands during their regular, seasonal migrations. In a letter to Robert Eek, the party secretary of Western Siberia Krai, a local official detailed outbreaks of great power chauvinism, or discriminatory behavior by Russians toward Kazakhs. In Alaysk district, a group of drunk Russians out celebrating a religious holiday collided with a group of Kazakhs, breaking the shaft of the Russian group's wagon. Using this as a pretext, the Russians leapt out of their wagon and began to beat the Kazakhs, he wrote. In the district's train station, he continued, the manager beat and insulted a Kazakh and threw him out on his ear from the buffet. He concluded, the beatings, for the most part, are without reason. They beat them because they are Kazakhs. 32. In a revival of the peasant practice of samo-sud, or improvised judgment, hundreds of Kazakhs were lynched in the mining areas of the Kuzbas. 33. Locals put forward proposals to prevent Kazakhs from going out after sundown and demanded that all Kazakhs be sent out of the region. 34. In the winter of 1931-32, as the flow of starving Kazakhs increased and the threat of disease in factories and cities intensified, Western Siberia began to forcibly expel Kazakhs. In Alaysk and Shaipanovsk districts, a member of the Party Committee of Eastern Kazakhstan Province wrote, the police and members of the village Soviet rounded up Kazakhs without any agitation work, without any regard for social position and without the participation of the party Komsomol society. These organizers gave themselves a task, in the course of 24 hours clear the district of Kazakhs. 35. As they collected Kazakhs, they smashed in the doors and windows of their huts, the author detailed. They then stuffed Kazakhs into crowded train cars that had no water, food, or heat and sent them to Kazakhstan. 36. In eastern Kazakhstan province, officials reported that starving Kazakhs were dumped across the border without any regard for their districts of origin. 37. In an effort to control their border, the Western Siberia Krai Executive Committee ordered the creation of isolation admission points at train stations near the Kazakh border, which would check passengers for disease before allowing them to travel farther north. 38. As the movement of Kazakhs back and forth across the border continued, Galoshchikin, an Ika figure who, like Galoshchikin, had been active in the revolution's early days, beginning as a member of the Latvian Social Democratic Party before becoming the Commissar for Supplies in the Urals and later the head. 151. Of the Siberian Revolutionary Committee entered into a bitter dispute, one that reflected the different meanings that each sought to attach to this cross-border flight. 39. For Galoshchikin, the vast majority of those who fled were Bays who had a significant amount of livestock. Offering an explanation that would be used repeatedly by officials in Kazakhstan as the conflict with neighboring republics over Kazakh refugees escalated, he accused officials in Western Siberia Krai of appropriating the livestock of those who fled for their own purposes. Only then, Galoshchikin argued, did officials in Western Siberia declare these Kazakhs, who now had no livestock, to be famine refugees and border violators and attempt to send them back to Kazakhstan. In fact, Galoshchikin alleged, Western Siberian officials had begun to send back anyone who was Kazakh, including those who had long worked in the area on collective farms. He asked that Western Siberia provide assistance to impoverished Kazakh households, weed out any Bays among them, and then begin returning at Kochevniki to Kazakhstan in stages, focusing first on those who had livestock and could be included in the spring sowing campaign. 40. There was some truth to Galoshchikin's accounting. Prior to the winter of 1931-32, some Kazakhs had fled to neighboring republics with their livestock. Sparing no detail in his accounting, the author of an OGPU report itemized the livestock lost by Kazakhstan to Uzbekistan in 1931 as 9,399 camels, 2,253 horses, 99,243 sheep and goats, and 1,125 donkeys. 41. In 1930, OGPU reports found that Turkmen authorities had sought to lure Kazakhs and their livestock across the border, even going so far as offering Kazakhs free ferry rides to Turkmenistan and then forbidding these ferry captains from transporting any Kazakhs back. 42. In one particularly notorious dispute, known as the affair of the Andijan camel drivers, Kazakh officials accused Uzbek officials of trying to integrate thousands of Kazakhs into Uzbekistan's economy. 43. But it was not just republic-level officials who sought to appropriate the language of nationality. Those who fled also sought to use the idea of nationality to their advantage, to prevent their forcible return to Kazakhstan. Some first-wave refugees in Turkmenistan argued that they should be considered Karakalpaks rather than Kazakhs. 44. But by the spring of 1932, When Ik and Galashchikin began their dispute, any attempt to characterize the impoverished Kazakhs who fled as wealthy or to demand the return of those who had livestock rang hollow. In his response, Ik ridiculed Galashchikin's claim that the majority of those who had crossed into western Siberia were Bays. The real question is why the counter-revolutionary work of the Baikalak was so successful this year that he was able to lead thousands of Bedniak-Seredniak households astray. Ik argued that the 152.6 Organization of assistance to Kochevniki could be done only in Kazakhstan. Organizing any sort of base for supplying Kazakhs in need in western Siberia Krai will only strengthen the ongoing flight. He rejected Galashchikin's proposal that western Siberian authorities call out bays, arguing instead that this work can be done only in Kazakhstan. 45 In a report, a plenipotentiary from eastern Kazakhstan province cited a western Siberian OGPU plenipotentiary who framed the issue in even stronger terms: "You wish to turn our Krai into an experimental camp, so that we count your citizens according to the district that they came from and their social position, produce statistics, after this gather them together and feed them, and, finally, send them back only on your orders. We do not agree to this." 46 In a subsequent letter, which highlighted just how charged the issue of border control had become, Galashchikin criticized Ik for failing to control western Siberia's border, arguing that nearly 1,000 people, mostly kulaks and peasant manual laborers, arrived in Kazakhstan from western Siberia every day. Galashchikin reluctantly conceded that Kazakhstan would take back those that western Siberia sent, although he stressed, repeatedly, that the Republic was in no position to accept any more people, given the extreme economic difficulties it already faced. 47 Later that month, the Kraykom ordered the creation of a committee headed by Oraz Isiv, the chairman of the Republic's Council of People's Commissars, which would oversee the return of those of modest means and send them on to factories and work sites throughout the Republic. 48 In an effort to prevent further cross-border flows, light cavalry units began to patrol the boundaries between Kazakhstan and other Soviet republics. 49 By 1932, the Republic also faced the increasing threat of disease. The Kraykom declared the existence of a typhus epidemic in 3 northern provinces and the existence of an epidemic of black smallpox in one of these provinces, Aktyabinsk. The Kraykom warned that by the fall there could be mass illness among the population of cities and villages. 50 Industrial worksites, such as the Karaganda coal basin, where refugees would intermingle with workers, were of particular concern. 51 In an acknowledgement of the intertwined threat of Kochevniki, who were seen both as carriers of disease and as harboring socially harmful elements, all refugees were to be processed at so-called filtration points before being sent onto work sites, an approach that closely resembled the party's treatment of special settlers, internally exiled peasants. 52 At these filtration points doctors would conduct full medical inspections, while officials would conduct interviews to ascertain that only refugees of the appropriate social background, 153, were sent onto work sites. 53 The increasing medicalization of the discourse surrounding Kochevniki. All Kochevniki were to be quarantined initially in isolation wards further reinforced the idea that they were a group to be regarded with suspicion. 54 The processing of refugees proceeded disastrously. No one seemed to have any idea of how many refugees had returned. Speaking of Karaganda province, a plenipotentiary wrote, "On the number of returning households there are several figures, all of them inexact and sometimes even made up." 55 In April 1932, as part of a series of small-scale food loans to Kazakhstan and other regions throughout the Soviet Union, the Politburo authorized the release of 1 million poods of food to Kazakhs returning from other districts. 56 Yet little of this food reached starving refugees. In eastern Kazakhstan province, the head of the provincial health department found that the daily rations had been set at 300 grams of bread, despite the fact that 600 grams per day had been authorized. Moreover, he discovered that there were no ration cards, no accounting. Everything is done by eyeballing. He continued, "The weak, who are not in a condition to go get the food themselves, remain without food, while the strong, including Semipalatinsk thieves and speculators, receive several portions and sell them in the bazaar. 57 Without adequate shelter at filtration points, many refugees continued to live under the open sky. The death rate among at Kochevniki soared. Out of 11,000 refugees in the city of Semipalatinsk, 4,107 of them died. 58 The integration of refugees into work sites and collective farms proceeded poorly. Many were so weakened by hunger and disease that they could not work. In the city of Semipalatinsk, a factory that received 400 at Kochevniki fired half of them within 3 days and denied the other half their food rations. 59 Most refugees were impoverished nomads who did not speak Russian, and their skills did not translate easily into factory or collective farm work. In Aktyabinsk province, factory managers were reported to have said, "At Kochevniki are unsuited for work, they are loafers." In other cases, managers refused to accept at Kochevniki, demanding, "Give us workers from the Russians." 60 Many factory managers preferred to take special settlers as workers over refugee Kazakhs, so much so that the Kraykom sought to forbid the practice due to the large number of Kazakhs without work. 61 Thrown out of factories and collective farms, many refugees returned back to neighboring republics, a phenomenon that officials referred to as obratnya Perikashevka. Others, hearing rumors of assistance, fled to other districts within the republic, and the Republic's party committee urged districts to intensify their battle against such flight, portraying it as led by Bays. 62. 154-6. Efforts to stop population flight were hampered by a rapidly deteriorating economic situation. In a secret resolution in June 1932, the Republic's party committee declared the existence of a massive famine inside the Republic. 63 In July 1932, a report by the Republic's Commissariat of Agriculture found that Kazakhstan had fully lost its significance as the Soviet Union's main livestock base. The small amount of livestock that still remained in the hands of nomads, the report estimated, could not even meet the minimal needs of the population for milk. The Republic's nomadic population, the report concluded, was now in a very critical condition, demanding the most immediate practical measures. 64 It is difficult to explain Moscow's failure to intervene at this point. Stalin and other members of the Central Committee had little concern for the needs of starving Kazakhs, but the Republic's precipitous drop in livestock numbers, which was apparent to everyone on the Central Committee by 1932, directly affected the regime's economic interests. The Republic was Moscow and Leningrad's major meat supplier. Given the scarcity of tractors and cars in the Republic, Moscow was heavily reliant on animals to plow the Republic's grain fields or transport officials across the Republic's vast distances. Some blame for Moscow's failure to respond must be attributed to Stalin, who seems to have paid little attention to matters relating to livestock, in contrast to his obsessive preoccupation with grain procurements. 65 But Moscow's delay might also be attributed to the persistence of a stereotype about nomadic life, the idea that nomads had immense numbers of animals. In a letter to Stalin and the Central Committee about the Republic's livestock drop, Goloshchukhin complained, "Several of the party workers in the center imagine Kazakhstan as in olden times. They imagine nomadic and semi-nomadic districts with an uncountable number of livestock, and this gives rise to a series of negative occurrences." 66 Proceeding from this fantasy of Kazakhstan as a land of unimaginable riches, Stalin and other Central Committee made no major adjustments to the Republic's livestock policies, and herd numbers continued to plummet. Survival. By 1932, the horror of famine was everywhere in the Republic. Whether in the countryside, the factory, or even in the Republic's capital, Almaty, where corpses littered the city streets, residents could not escape the catastrophe. Though the heart of the crisis was located in the Kazakh Ul, by 1932 almost everyone, whether Russian collective farm member, local party bureaucrat, or factory worker, was hungry. Survival demanded ingenuity, good fortune, and, on 155. Occasion, ruthlessness, and cruelty. In his examination of human behavior during famine, based in part on his observations of the Civil War famine in Russia, the Russian-American sociologist Pyotr Sorokin found that starvation could override the strongest taboos and inhibitions, even compelling some to commit the supremely antisocial act of cannibalism. 67. The Kazakh famine was no exception in this regard, as hunger set in, incidents of crime and theft rose, and communal bonds started to break down. Those who survived the famine remember that life became dominated by the struggle to find food. In his memoirs, Mukamet Shayakhmetov recalled that old family friends turned him out into the cold, refusing even to give him a place to stay for the night. Everyone was now preoccupied by getting something to eat for the following day or that same day, or that very moment, to relieve their hunger pangs. Even the kindest-hearted people and closest friends and relatives could no longer help one another out. 68. In the village of Burlotube, a band of hungry people engaged in crime and theft. A plenipotentiary wrote, "The members of this band did not hesitate to kill an Kochevnik for his bread. Right in front of us, one member of a band knocked an Kochevnik to the ground with one blow, where he lay unconscious for a long time." 69. Due to the danger of assault or the possibility of contracting disease, anyone who traveled through the steppe during the famine put his or her life at risk. Kokan Belgaibev, a famine survivor, recalled that his friend Moldakash hoped to return to his AUL to save several starving relatives but ultimately determined that the trip across the steppe was too dangerous to undertake. 70. Some tried to help the starving as best as they could. Zaid Iannikashev, a famine survivor whom we met in a previous chapter, recalled that some party officials ventured out into the steppe at great personal risk to collect abandoned children and bring them to orphanages. 71. In her diary, the 17-year-old Tatyana Nevadovskaya, the daughter of Gavril Nevadovsky, a professor exiled to Kazakhstan, recorded her efforts to bring food and water to the starving. 72. But as the dead and the dying overwhelmed cities, a certain callousness began to set in among many witnesses to the famine. The indigence of starving Kazakhs began to seem ordinary, and their deaths in squalid shelters or along city streets commonplace. In western Siberia, an official wrote, "The groups of Kazakhs present a horrifying picture." To give one example, I relay the following fact: at the train station in Slavgorod the body of a dead Kazakh lay on the ground for 3 days, and no one paid any attention to it. 73. In Orenburg, Victor Serge remembered, there were Kyrgyz lying under the sun on waste ground, and it was hard to tell if some of them were alive or dead. People passed by without looking their way, poor people, hurrying and shabby. 156.6. Functionaries, military men, their bourgeois-looking womenfolk, in brief all those we termed the satisfied 8%. 74. Fear transformed everyday life. Vera Richter traveled through the steppe with her father, Vladimir Richter, an exiled socialist revolutionary, as a young girl. When they stopped for the night, Vera wandered out of their lodgings to look at the camels tended by some nearby Kazakhs. Unable to find Vera inside the house, Vera's mother came rushing out of the house to find her daughter. Her hands were shaking when she took me by the shoulders and brought me into the house, Vera recalled. Some time later I understood her terror, they thought that the starving would snatch me up. 75. Her mother was not the only one to be frightened, Vera remembered. The emotion was widely felt. The population of the village in which we stopped was not starving, but they were afraid of hunger and of the starving. They carefully locked their doors and locked themselves in. They were taciturn, sullen, unfriendly. 76. Rumors of murder cannibalism, or the murder of people for human meat, were a constant source of anxiety during the Kazakh famine, particularly for parents who feared that their children might be kidnapped by the starving. Such rumors were especially prevalent in western Siberia and the Middle Volga, where tales that at Kochevniki ate Russian children quickly spread. 77. During the famine, witnesses recorded instances of murder cannibalism. In Chu district, at a feeding point for the starving, an official named Daneman recalled seeing a refugee cut into the stomach of a dying refugee, remove his liver, and give it to a starving person who ate it raw. 78 other sources offer accounts of what appears to be survivor cannibalism, or the consumption of the corpses of those who were already dead. 79 In February 1933, OGPU officials detained a woman in Aliata for the sale of human meat. On examination, a medical expert estimated that the meat came from a child who was 6 to 7 years old. 80 Galim Akhmedov, a famine survivor, remembers coming across starving people boiling human meat. 81 Many turned to surrogate foods to survive. Famine survivors remember eating rodents and wild grasses or combing through fields to collect the rotting remains of the harvest, known as masak. 82 Others recall refusing to eat rodents, believing their consumption to be an affront to their Muslim faith. 83 In Chu district, Daneman detailed, starving people collected the thorns of a local plant, jigim. It could take up to a day to collect enough thorns to make a single loaf of bread, he noted, and it gave those who ate it terrible stomach pains. 84 Others, mainly children and the truly starving, resorted to eating their bedding, he observed. They cooked the wool from their bedding over a fire and then chewed it, while they soaked the leather from their beds in a little dish full of water and 157. Then ate it. These things had little food in them, he remarked, but all of them had something. 85 The number of abandoned children, or bezprizornyi, a category that included both orphaned children and homeless children, swelled. According to party statistics, there were 20,700 abandoned children in the Republic by 1932, and nearly triple that amount, 71,000 abandoned children, by early 1933. 86 Most conceded that these figures grossly underrepresented the actual totals. In 1932, officials with the Republic's Children's Commission reported that there were more than 1,700 starving children gathered outside the coal mines of Karaganda alone. 87 In Pavlodar, the 5 deportees wrote, the city's orphanages were overflowing, and they had stopped accepting any new children. In the city every day one comes across tens of abandoned, frozen, emaciated children of all ages who are swollen from hunger. Their typical response is, my father died, my mother died, I have no home, I have no bread. 88 In some cases, these abandoned children were indeed orphans. Sedin Muli, whom we met in the chapter's opening pages, was placed in an orphanage during the famine due to the death of his mother. 89 But for many families, abandoning a child was a gut-wrenching survival strategy. 90 Those families had more mouths than they could feed, and parents faced excruciating choices about which child to take and which child to leave behind. 91 Others may have believed that abandoning their child at an orphanage offered the child a better chance of survival than life with its parents. It is unclear, however, whether being placed in an orphanage actually did improve a child's odds of survival. In Pavlodar, the deportees wrote, the shelters where some starving children had been put should more precisely be called a morgue. No one had bothered to pick up the bodies of the children who had died, and their corpses were strewn across the floors. 92 In KZYL district in the Republic's south, the death rate for children who entered orphanages during the first few months of 1933 was 60%. 93 In Orenburg, Serge recalled trying to give a starving child to some soldiers to take to an orphanage. The soldiers declined, explaining, but they're running away from there, because they're starving to death. 94 One of the most pressing problems became the burial of the dead. In his trip to the village of Gilaivka, Daneman described seeing corpses scattered about on the roads or tossed into the Saksal, the shrubs that line the sides of the roads. 95 In the village of Ushtob, an official from the Republic's Transport Division reported, corpses littered the roads and filled the ditches that ran along the side of the railroad tracks. The inhabitants of the village had exhausted their strength to dig new graves, and every possible pit in the village was already jammed full of corpses and covered with snow. 96 In cities and other settlements, the timely removal of the dead was of the utmost importance. The stench of 158-6. Unburied bodies began to spread quickly, bringing with it the specter of diseases, such as cholera and typhus. In their recollections of the famine, survivors frequently refer to the arba, or horse-drawn cart that collected corpses from city streets. 97 These corpses were then dumped in mass grave sites on the outskirts of cities. For those who survived the famine, seeing loved ones buried in this fashion was deeply traumatic. These mass burials violated Muslim tradition, which called for the faces of the dead to be wrapped in cloth and their bodies turned toward Mecca before burial. 98 What factors determined who lived and who died? Simply being a party member did not mean that you were going to survive the famine. Detailing the horrifying situation at a refugee feeding point in Gileivka, where the feet of the dead were on the faces of the living, Daneman wrote, among the returnees there were party members and Komsomol members. The chairman of the village Soviet Belousov told me that they even showed him their party cards. But they also died along with everyone else. 99 But a connection to state structures did help many survive. Zaid Ienikashev took a position as a schoolteacher in Semipalatinsk during the famine. As a teacher, he remembers, he was able to get a steady supply of millet through the state. 100 Those who labored in industrial work sites, such as the Karaganda coal mines or the copper mines at Bakhash, appear to have had a far better chance of survival. Party documents reaffirm this. As the crisis in the Republic escalated in the summer of 1932, officials with the Soviet Union's Commissariat for Heavy Industry urged that the supply of grain, meat, and other goods to the Republic's remote regions be cut off and redirected to industrial sites within the Republic, such as Bakhash. 101 Expelled from these work sites in favor of special settlers and other groups capable of performing labor, Kazakh refugees had little hope of finding food. There was a sharp contrast between the predicament of Kazakh refugees and the lives of the party elite, who glimpsed the horrors of the famine through the windows of well-appointed railway cars. In her memoir, Agnesa Mironova, the wife of Sergei Mironov, the OGPU plenipotentiary representative for Kazakhstan, recalled a train trip through the Kazakh steppe during the famine. So it was in the winter of 1931 I passed through Karaganda with Marasha. We traveled in a Pullman car that dated to the time of Nicholas II. The salon was all in gold velvet, the bedroom in red velvet. The conductors fed us gloriously. 102 Though Mironova saw starving people outside, she remembered, but at the same time, in the midst of this dying hamlet, we had plenty of provisions in our velvet train car. We carried with us frozen ham, chickens, mutton, cheeses, just about everything you could want. 103 As Mironova's memoir reveals, the years of the famine produced extreme inequities, impoverishing Kazakh nomads but propelling members of the party elite into lives of extreme privilege. 159 People died when we had the possibility to save them. In the fall of 1932, Moscow announced a number of policy changes for the Republic, the centerpiece of which was a ruling by the Central Committee on September 17, 1932. 104 The ruling, which was known as the September 17 decision, freed all nomadic households in the Republic from centralized meat and grain procurements for 2 years. As well, it authorized additional grain and seed assistance to these households by the center. Under the policy change, Kazakh households in livestock districts could now keep up to 100 sheep, 8 to 10 cattle, 3 to 5 camels, and 8 to 10 horses for their personal use. Similar, although less generous, livestock allowances were made for districts classified as settled. The ruling also changed the type of collective farms decreed as appropriate for livestock regions, moving away from the more restrictive artel to the far simpler TOZ. 105 In combination with this ruling, the party revoked the slogan, sedentarization on the basis of full collectivization, and sought to promote a more gradual approach to collectivization among newly settled groups. 106 But the September 17 decision did little to alleviate Kazakh suffering. In the opening lines of the ruling, the Central Committee reiterated that the settlement of nomadic Kazakhs was the correct policy, giving license to further repressions against starving refugees. Republic-level officials complained that many of the grain shipments that Moscow had promised never arrived or were heavily delayed. Though the September 17 decision promised household livestock allowances for nomads, this policy modification meant little when there were almost no livestock left in the Republic to possess. Officials at the Republic, regional, and district levels relegated the distribution of aid and the execution of the changes promised by the September 17 decision to a policy of low priority, entrusting bureaucrats with little or no oversight to carry out their implementation. While officials in Moscow touted the new policies of the September 17 decision as setting the Republic on the path of economic recovery, Molotov and Stalin continued to pressure the Republic's officials to procure more grain. On November 8, Molotov and Stalin wrote leading officials within the Republic's party and state bureaucracy to demand an immediate turnaround in Kazakhstan's grain collections. 107 On November 10, the Craycom approved the blacklisting of districts within the Republic, explicitly modeling this campaign of terror on techniques deployed a few days earlier against starving Ukrainians and others in the Kuban. 108 On November 21, a telegram from Stalin charged that grain procurements in the Republic had undergone sharp declines and were headed toward an actual cessation in collections. Stalin urged the Craycom and Kazsovnarkom to switch over to a repressive track. 109 Ultimately, some 31 districts. 166 in the Republic would be blacklisted. 110 In December 1932, a Politburo decree ordered the deportation of thousands of Kuban Cossacks, approximately 10,000 were sent to Kazakhstan, increasing pressure on the food supply and deepening the Republic's misery. 111 Ultimately, Galashchikin became the scapegoat for these grain shortfalls. Through an order from the Central Committee in Moscow, Galashchikin was removed as the Republic's party secretary in early 1933. Officially, Galashchikin took on a new role as the main state arbitrator before the Soviet Council of People's Commissars in Moscow. Yet his career would soon suffer a rapid decline. In February 1933, Galashchikin's departure from Kazakhstan was quietly marked with a small article buried on page 3 of the Republic's newspaper. 112 By August 1933, Galashchikin was publicly critiqued in the same newspaper for errors in his leadership and for flagrantly violating the Leninist-Stalinist line. 113 In Moscow, Galashchikin suffered from depression due to his fall from official favor and contemplated suicide. 114 In 1941, he was shot as part of the purges, meeting a fate shared by many others who had joined the party in its early years. While the order to remove Galashchikin from his position as party secretary came from the Central Committee in Moscow, little is known about the details of Galashchikin's fall into disfavor among Stalin and other top party officials. On the Republic level, some of the support that Galashchikin had received from his colleagues eroded in the months before his ouster, although it is not clear if this discontent was sparked by an impetus from the center. In July 1932, in a letter to Stalin, Iseev linked the Republic's disastrous economic position partially to Galashchikin's leadership. He confided that he did not think that Comrade Galashchikin has the necessary strength for a decisive turnaround. 115 In a series of angry letters to Stalin and Kaganovich some months after his removal, in August and September 1933, Galashchikin protested the unceremonious public criticism and fanatical disparagement of me that is taking place in Kazakhstan under the leadership of the Republic's Party Committee. He called on the Central Committee to intervene in the dispute with his former colleagues in Kazakhstan and provide a clear accounting of his supposed mistakes. 116 Galashchikin categorically rejected his successor Levon Murzoyan's attempts to characterize his entire 7-year tenure in Kazakhstan as anti-party and anti-Leninist and, by way of explanation, reasoned that the Central Committee had regularly endorsed and supported his actions over the course of his time in Kazakhstan. 117 Despite a letter to Stalin in September 1932 critiquing the mistakes and shortcomings of the collectivization campaign in Kazakhstan, Galashchikin became the scapegoat for the Republic's shortfall in grain procurements. Like many of his peers in neighboring republics, Galashchikin was a brutal leader, one who had worked ruthlessly to effect the republic's transformation. Yet Galashchikin was 161. Also a pragmatic administrator, one who sought to manage the consequences of the party's actions in Kazakhstan, and he petitioned the party to soften their policies for the republic when they appeared counterproductive to the regime's own economic interests. Galashchikin may have also operated under different constraints than his successor, and Mirzoyan assumed leadership of the republic as central policies for Kazakhstan began to shift. Although repressions continued under Mirzoyan's leadership, other policy changes would signal Moscow's interest in repairing the economic damage. Mirzoyan arrived in Kazakhstan in early 1933 to replace Galashchikin. Born to an Armenian peasant family in a village in Nagorno-Karabakh, Mirzoyan completed only an 8th grade education before abandoning his studies to move to Baku, a major port on the Caspian Sea and a political hub for the Caucasus region. There he joined the Bolshevik Party, working under the leadership of Sergei Kirov, a prominent and well-connected revolutionary who would later assume leadership of the Leningrad Party organization. With the beginning of the first 5-year plan, Mirzoyan relocated to the RSFSR, first assuming a position as the party secretary for Perm, followed by a similar posting in the Urals region, before moving to take on his new position as party secretary of Kazakhstan. Mirzoyan and his predecessor shared some characteristics in common. Both joined the Bolsheviks early, prior to the October 1917 revolution, and ultimately they would share the same fate, executed as part of party purges. But there were also important differences between the two men, who hailed from different generations. Galashchikin, approximately 20 years Mirzoyan senior, came of age in the 1890s, in an era when Marxist movements in Russia began to grow. Mirzoyan, by contrast, was born in 1897, and had a very different upbringing, entering public life after a serious challenge to autocracy. The 1905 revolution sparked the mobilization of groups across the political spectrum. Mirzoyan's wife, Yulia Tavosian, linked Mirzoyan closely to the top ranks of the Moscow party bureaucracy, and she assumed an active role in public life in Almaty during Mirzoyan's tenure, becoming director of the city's Institute for Marxism-Leninism. 118 For Mirzoyan, his new life in the unfamiliar surroundings of Kazakhstan presented something of a shock. The contrast between life in Kazakhstan and Mirzoyan's previous postings in the Soviet Union's West or in the Caucasus was enormous. Though the Republic had completed the first 5-year plan, which officials had boasted would usher Kazakhstan into socialist-style modernity, Mirzoyan viewed the Republic as mired in backwardness. Almaty, the Republic's capital and his new home, he wrote in a letter to Kaganovich in Moscow posted soon after his arrival, remained nothing more than a backward village, which 162.6 was several times worse than any station in the North Caucasus. Workers fled the city because the dormitories reserved for them were in such a dilapidated state, he continued. Due to disputes among city agencies, Almaty had no electricity, and kerosene lamps remained the only source of light after dark. 119 Most striking of all to Mirzoyan was the Republic's terrible plight. Detailing the bodies of the dead that filled the city streets, he wrote to Kaganovich, I left the city of Moscow confident that the situation in Kazakhstan was difficult, but what I saw here exceeded all my expectations. 120 Not only had the party failed in its efforts to modernize agricultural work, local officials, for instance, regularly complained that promised deliveries of tractors never arrived, but party cadres had resorted to farming methods that were more primitive than those used before the first 5-year plan. In Kazakhstan's southern districts, where the fields had once been plowed using oxen and cattle, collective farm workers, for want of livestock, now resorted to plowing the fields by hand. This method was grossly inefficient. 18 to 20 people might labor for a day to sow just 1 hectare. But due to the utter decimation of the Republic's animal herds, Mirzoyan calculated that thousands of hectares in the Republic might need to be sown in this manner. 121. Though Mirzoyan would oversee Kazakhstan's recovery, his record is more mixed than the largely uncritical evaluation he has received from Kazakhstani historians would indicate. 122. Like his predecessor, Mirzoyan employed ruthless tactics in pursuit of the party's goals. Soon after his arrival, in a letter to Kaganovich, he announced that the Republic would take severe measures against organizers of flight, as well as those who stole grain or livestock. Though Mirzoyan's description of these so-called enemies might apply to almost every starving refugee within the Republic, he pushed for the party to increase its use of the most brutal forms of punishment, including shootings. 123. Mirzoyan roundly criticized those party cadres who sent him teary telegrams to ask for more food aid for their regions, and in response to their desperate pleas, he denied their regions further assistance and fired many of them instead. 124. Some of the disaster's most appalling cruelty occurred under Mirzoyan's leadership. Republic-level agencies made little effort to ensure that food aid actually reached starving refugees. In one notorious incident, a plenipotentiary stuffed documents that ordered the release of food aid to nearby refugees into his pocket. While hundreds starved nearby, he organized a large wedding for himself, finally producing the documents that would have saved dozens from a horrible death only after a month of drinking, celebrating, and feasting. 125. In another instance, in eastern Kazakhstan, collective farm workers murdered a refugee by throwing him into a ditch of 2 meters in depth and pouring cold water on top. 126. In this, the famine's final stage, an opportunity to mitigate the disaster's terrifying death. 163. Toll was lost. In 1933, a local official reflected on the continuing crisis in his own district. His shrewd observation also speaks to the debacle of relief efforts in the Republic more broadly. People died from hunger when the district had the possibility to save them. 127. In November 1932, officials had dissolved Kazakhstan's Sedentarization Commission, a decision that implicitly acknowledged the scale of the refugee crisis, as well as the impossibility of implementing the regime's previous plans to settle the Kazakh nomads. As inter-republic disputes continued to erupt and Kazakhstan's neighbors, overwhelmed by the number of new arrivals, petitioned Gosplan in Moscow for food aid, the center intervened. Riskyulov, who was the most prominent Kazakh in Moscow, was charged with heading a new union-level commission that would oversee the question of how to manage those at Kochevniki who had fled the Republic. In Kazakhstan, officials created a separate committee that assumed the duties of the now-defunct Sedentarization Committee. This new agency, however, was charged with handling the affairs of Kazakh at Kochevniki and returnees rather than settling the Kazakh nomads. On February 22, 1933, at a meeting of the Union-Level Commission, Riskyulov ruled that the agency's first task would be to determine an accurate tally of the numbers of Kazakh refugees, particularly their distribution among neighboring republics. Second, it would oversee the return of refugees to work, including incorporating them in the spring sowing campaign. 128. Overruling the many protests of representatives gathered from western Siberia, the Middle Volga, Kyrgyzia, and other areas, Riskyulov held that the party would now work to settle most Kazakh refugees where they had fled, rather than returning the majority of them to Kazakhstan, as had been the policy previously. He charged each region with appointing officials who would supervise the process of placing Kazakh refugees in work sites in their respective regions. A very limited number of Kazakh refugees, those for whom suitable work could not be found, would become the responsibility of the Soviet Union's Department of Labor, and Riskyulov proposed a plan to create large collective farms where these refugees would be put back to work. 129. Mirzoyan soon began to travel around Kazakhstan and started an active correspondence with colleagues in neighboring republics, in a campaign to support the party's shift in policy. Writing to colleagues in Kyrgyzia on March 12, 1933, he noted that the death toll in Kazakhstan was considerable and urged them not to send more at Kochevniki back to the republic. 130. In a letter to party officials in Ural-SK and Petropavlovsk in northern Kazakhstan, also on March 12, 1933, Mirzoyan informed them that the return of at Kochevniki had been brought to a temporary halt and instructed them to take in no more refugees. 131 On March 29, 1933, Mirzoyan wrote to Stalin and Molotov in Moscow, calling on the Central Committee to increase its work with neighboring republics to halt the return of refugees back to Kazakhstan. He reported that the situation with at Kochevniki inside the republic remained very difficult. 132 Relations between Kazakhstan and its neighbors continued to deteriorate as Kazakh officials alleged that refugees suffered mistreatment and discrimination at the hands of officials in neighboring republics. 133 In late April 1933, Isiv penned an angry letter to his counterpart in Kyrgyzia in which he criticized the soulless, indifferent relationship of the Soviet organs of your republic to Kazakh at Kochevniki. In Isiv's recounting, a crowd of 800 starving Kazakh refugees had gathered at the Frunze train station from April 19 to 23, 1933, in the hopes of receiving food or assistance. The condition of these at Kochevniki was nightmarish, Isiv reported. Every day among them appeared 6 to 7 corpses, dead from hunger. In Isiv's assessment, the Kyrgyz government took no measures, except for asking to send these at Kochevniki back to Kazakhstan, and he condemned the Kyrgyz for their callous attitude toward Kazakh suffering. 134. 165. As waves of starving Kazakh refugees arrived throughout the broader region, local officials reported continuing outbursts of violence and disorder. These outbreaks provoked a response from Rescue Love. In July 1933, he sent a warning to the leaders of regions flooded with at Kochevniki and ordered them to strengthen their attention to the project of integrating refugee Kazakhs into work sites. 135 Later that same month in the Middle Volga, the chairman of the party's regional committee issued circulars to local officials with instructions on how they might include refugee Kazakhs in the region's collective farms. He cautioned that many at Kochevniki might not be able to fulfill complicated work at first, particularly the use of agricultural machinery, yet he noted that the party specially prohibited violence or illegal actions against Kazakh nomads. 136. Recovery. In 1934, party observers marked the first growth in the republic's livestock numbers since 1928 and, though limited parts of the republic continued to suffer from hunger throughout 1934, the scale of the suffering had diminished. 137 In part, this shift in the republic's fortunes was brought about by a policy change, the belated decision to reallocate all the resources once devoted to sedentarization to the resolution of the refugee question. Mirzoyan may also have been a more effective administrator than Galashchikhin, one more attuned to the party's problems in implementing programs on the ground in Kazakhstan, and his correspondence with authorities in Moscow, especially on the question of Kazakh cadres, reveals a willingness to frankly assess some of the party's failings. Ultimately, however, Mirzoyan's tenure also benefited from a certain amount of good luck, including excellent weather and a good harvest in 1934, as well as renewed attention, initiated by a variety of state agencies in Moscow, to problems stemming from the famine, including the rise of disease and large numbers of homeless children. As the movement of vast numbers of people throughout the republic continued, officials began efforts to halt the spread of disease. By early 1933, more than 450,000 people, approximately 10% of the republic's total population, were gathered in encampments near railway stations. In April 1933, as part of an effort throughout the Soviet Union to cleanse cities of undesirable elements, republic-level officials ordered regional officials to clear hundreds of thousands of refugees from the vicinity of Kazakhstan's railway stations and relocate efforts at processing and returning refugees to work further into the steppe. 138 In southern Kazakhstan, where smallpox and typhus had broken out, officials ordered school teachers to vaccinate students in remote regions. With the teachers' assistance. 166-6. The party conducted over 200,000 smallpox inoculations throughout southern Kazakhstan in 1933. 139 More so than his predecessor, Mirzoyan appears to have been attuned to the precarious state of Kazakh refugees and the need for immediate action. In a June 1933 letter to Stalin and Kaganovich, Mirzoyan outlined a major shift in policy. The question of sedentarization in the old sense of the word practically does not exist, for essentially in Kazakhstan today there are no nomadic or semi-nomadic groups that are not in flight. If earlier it was the grave mistake of the Kazakh party to force the sedentarization of the nomadic population, then now it has become an absolutely necessary task to force the sedentarization of Kochevniki, as this population, which has no equipment and no livestock, has become a burden on the state. 140. Others, such as Kiselev, viewed the Republic's refugee problem in even blunter terms, framing the renewal of settlement efforts as a matter of life and death for the encampments of refugees with no method of subsistence. 141 Thus, if the program of sedentarization had once legitimized violent assaults on Kazakh life, sparking the famine itself, it had now been reintroduced with another goal, saving destitute Kazakhs and resolving the Republic's economic crisis. By the middle of 1933, Republic officials, renewing their efforts at sedentarization, forcibly relocated and settled over 500,000 refugees. The vast majority were sent to work in collective farms, with the remainder distributed in cotton, beet, or tobacco production or state farms in the Republic. 142 At a meeting of the Rescue-Love Commission, Rescue-Love announced that the party would provide additional aid to homeless Kazakh children, both within Kazakhstan and in neighboring regions, as well as double the number of social workers working in the Republic's orphanages. 143 In combination with this effort, officials in the Republic were charged with forming children's brigades, which would walk the Republic's city streets in an effort to bring abandoned, starving Kazakh children into orphanages. By the late fall of 1933, the crisis of homeless children in the Republic appeared to ease slightly, and an official with the Children's Commission, discussing the problem of abandoned children, noted, "The insufficiencies are still many, but they are already less than before." 144 There were also indications of shifts in the party's approach to livestock raising. In June 1933, the Soviet Union's Council of People's Commissars authorized additional purchases of livestock from Xinjiang to replenish the Republic's herds, a striking admission of how much Kazakhstan's livestock numbers had plummeted. The Republic, previously the Soviet Union's major livestock supplier, was now dependent on animals from China. Some 50,000 animals, including 167 horses, cows, sheep, and goats, would be purchased in Xinjiang, while another 70,000 animals would be bought from Chinese traders at seasonal markets set up inside the Republic in Alma-Ata province and eastern Kazakhstan province. 145 By late 1933, the policy of settling refugee Kazakhs where they fled eased, and by 1934, officials declared the massive outflow of Kazakhs beyond the Republic's borders to be liquidated. 146 Officials once again renewed their efforts to bring limited numbers of refugees back to Kazakhstan. The project, which focused on settling Kazakh refugees in labor-deficit regions, particularly the Republic's beet and cotton-growing regions, would continue for much of the decade. Despite party officials' earlier warnings, these return efforts were again plagued by accusations of discrimination and national antagonisms. On the local level, officials in neighboring republics reported that many of their efforts to integrate Kazakh refugees into local communities were an abject failure, as locals forcibly expelled new waves of Kochevniki. On the republic level, Kazakhstan's officials continued to accuse neighboring republics of neglecting Kazakh refugees or, alternately, profiting from refugees' labor or livestock. But the arduous, state-sponsored relocation of refugees would far outlast the famine itself, continuing for much of the 1930s. In Uzbekistan in 1935, thousands of the most destitute Kazakh refugees remained on the margins of society. Living under the open sky and traveling from collective farm to collective farm in search of food, they were shadowed by taunts from locals that they were cannibals or non-Muslims. Some Kazakh refugees able to work had been incorporated into factories and farms, and Kazakhstan's officials angrily accused the Uzbek government of refusing to return the best refugee workers back to Kazakhstan. 147 Even when Kazakhstan and its neighbors could agree on how the return of refugees should proceed, many return efforts only served to increase the death toll. In late 1933 in Karakalpakia, officials gathered together a group of Kazakh refugees, with the intention of sending them back to Kazakhstan by ferry across the Aral Sea. Many refugees waited so long for the arrival of the ferry that they perished for want of food. Others, realizing that transport might never arrive, set off by foot across the desert. Once the ferry finally docked, many more Kazakh refugees perished during the long boat trip across the sea back to Kazakhstan due to inadequate supplies of food and water. 148. The Kazakh famine's final phase was marked by both a social crisis, the emergence of over 1 million starving Kazakh refugees, who moved both within the republic and beyond its boundaries, as well as the total collapse of the republic's economy. In this phase, the causes and responses to famine became intertwined. The refugee crisis provoked further waves of repression by Moscow, which only 168.6 intensified the suffering of the starving. At the same time, Moscow took no measures to resolve the republic's dramatic livestock decline, and herd numbers continued to plummet during the period 1931–33. Due to the death of more than a quarter of the republic's population during the famine, the disaster provoked a labor crisis, as the lands of the hungry steppe emptied out and collective farms stood empty for lack of workers. Far from increasing the productivity of animal husbandry through nomadic settlement and collectivization, Moscow had sparked the republic's total economic collapse. Only in 1934 did Moscow successfully reverse this trend. The program of sedentarization, reimagined in another guise, became a means of reversing the republic's economic crisis, and the end of the famine marked a far-reaching rearrangement of the republic's population. The Kazakhs were now collectivized, although most remained in the simplest form of collective farm, a TOZ, not the enormous state farms that Moscow had once envisaged. The refugee crisis served to entrench the language of nationality at the local level, and Kazakhs now began to think of Kazakhstan as territorially defined. But for Kazakhs themselves, the long and agonizing process of healing from the trauma of the famine was just beginning, a process that the conclusion and epilogue will explore. 169. For Kazakhstan, the post-famine years saw a prolonged and agonizing period of recovery. Many of those who survived described a feeling of trauma. Ibrahim Kazamatdinov, who lived through the famine as a young boy, saw starving Kazakhs dying in the streets on his way to school. More than 50 years later, he noted, "To this day, I can hear the desperate cries of the dying and their calls for help." For others, the end of the famine marked the beginning of a long struggle to find family members who had been separated from them during the disaster. Sedin Muli, a famine survivor whom we met in a previous chapter, ended up in an orphanage due to the death of his parents during the disaster. Several years later, his older brother, who had been imprisoned during the famine, was finally released. In 1937, 4 years after the famine's end, the two brothers finally reconnected, and Sedin's older brother brought him home from the orphanage. Two others were not as fortunate. As a young boy, Davutbek Enurtazin, the future husband of the memoirist Enurzi Yakajabeva, saw all his relatives die of hunger during the famine, and Davutbek grew up in an orphanage. Many young Kazakhs shared his fate, and the population of the republic's orphanages swelled in the famine's aftermath. As most orphanages were primarily Russian-speaking environments, this shift had important implications for the Kazakh children who grew up in them. In important respects, the project of Soviet modernization had fallen desperately short of its goals. Collectivization was an economic and humanitarian catastrophe across the Soviet Union, but nowhere were its effects more. Conclusion. 170. Conclusion. Disastrous than in Soviet Kazakhstan. The republic lost 1/4 of its population, some 1.5 million people, due to famine, and officials struggled to cope with labor shortages on the republic's collective farms and factories in the disaster's aftermath. Though Kazakhstan had been the Soviet Union's most important livestock base prior to the crisis, by its end the republic had lost 90% of its animal herds. For only in the 1960s did the republic's sheep and cattle numbers finally reach their pre-famine levels. 5. The republic's camel population never recovered to its former numbers. In 1933, after the first 5-year plan had been declared complete, the republic still lacked basic elements of infrastructure. Moscow did not have a direct telegraph connection with the republic's capital, and there were also no direct telegraph communications between Almaty and many of the republic's provincial centers. 6. Almaty itself had no electricity and was lit by kerosene lamps. 7. But in other respects, Moscow achieved its goals. Pastoral nomadism was destroyed as an economic system. Collectivization sparked a dramatic increase in Kazakhs' integration into the institutions of the party state. Nationality became a key element of Kazakh identity. Nonetheless, the nature of Kazakhstan's transformation should make us think differently about the leap in state capacity and mobilization that the Soviet Union achieved during the interwar period, as it transformed itself from a predominantly rural society into a power that would eventually defeat Nazi Germany and rival the United States for global supremacy. 8. The contours of this leap were uneven, and they looked quite different in Kazakhstan than they did in parts of the Soviet Union's West. In one reflection of the problems the regime had encountered in its attempt to transform the Kazakh steppes' arid landscape, by October 1932 leading officials in Moscow began to reconsider whether seasonal migrations might be the best method of pasturing the republic's animal herds, reversing the previous emphasis on creating giant livestock farms fixed in one place. In a letter to Stalin, Rizkyulov questioned the previous focus on providing fodder for stabled livestock, as opposed to using the republic's immense natural pastures to feed the animals. Provided the party was willing to consider the climatic and natural particularities of Kazakhstan, he argued, the latter could serve as means for building up the republic's livestock levels. He cited seasonal shifts in the republic's south as an example. During the winter months, livestock could prosper in the lowlands, but in the summer months these same pastures became unbearably hot. The grasses that the animals ate died off in the heat, while the animals themselves suffered from ferocious biting insects. To use the republic's environmental features effectively, Rizkyulov argued, it was necessary to drive the animals to mountain pastures during the summer months and return them to lowland pastures during the winter months. 9. The post-famine years would see a shift toward the use of seasonal migrations as a method of pasturing livestock. During World War II, Moscow evacuated large numbers of cattle to the steppe from the front lines of the war, and collective farmers used Kazakhs' old migration routes to pasture them. 10. In the 1950s, the party promoted the practice of etgonno hozyayestvo, or roving animal husbandry, in parts of the republic to build up livestock herds. Abandoning the previous emphasis on the construction of permanent European-style dwellings, yurts were now praised as the style of home best suited for certain regions of the steppe. 11. Herders still conducted seasonal migrations on horseback, but they now enjoyed technical support from the regime, including tractors to transport heavier goods and trucks to resupply remote areas with food. To make optimum use of the terrain, herders occasionally crossed boundaries, utilizing pastures in Kyrgyzia or Uzbekistan. 12. But this was not the revival of pastoral nomadism. Rather, it represented its final desecration, as the former institutions of Kazakhs' nomadic way of life were given new, ideologically appropriate names. The leaders of Kazakh seasonal migrations were now called specialists, while the migratory encampments were referred to as brigades. 13. Ultimately, the number of Kazakhs who would engage in seasonal migrations was small, perhaps no more than 100,000 people. 14. Most Kazakhs who survived the famine found their previous way of life destroyed. After fleeing his aul during the famine and watching his father and grandmother die of hunger, Tokan Bekmambetov returned home to find the aul deserted. Human bones littered the banks of the river, and abandoned yurts had begun to rot. 15 With the countryside in ruins, some Kazakhs fled to the city, and in the disaster's aftermath the republic became more urbanized. 16 The lands of central Kazakhstan, which included the Hungary steppe region, were hit particularly hard by the famine. Once central Kazakhstan was the major place for Kazakh cattle breeding, Mirzoyan confessed to Stalin in December 1933, but now this region has fallen into decline and its resources are not being utilized due to the small number of people and the lack of livestock. 17 Though the death toll in the Kazakh famine awaits a full-scale demographic study, it is likely that this region, the traditional grazing grounds of Middle Horde Kazakhs, was particularly affected. 18 Famine survivors elsewhere in the Republic remember the waves of refugees who arrived from central Kazakhstan. Due to their total impoverishment, some of these refugees were mocked as cannibals. 19 In the disaster's aftermath, the population of the Republic's southern regions grew, fueled by the arrival of refugees, as well as the regime's efforts to relocate people to the south to develop the cotton industry there. 20 But for Moscow, the emptying out of the lands of central Kazakhstan also presented an opportunity. 21 In the post-famine years, the Republic would become a vast canvas for Moscow to pursue radical population politics. Karlag, the forced labor camp system located in central Kazakhstan, grew dramatically, becoming one of the largest and longest-lasting camps in the Gulag system. It came to occupy an immense slice of the Republic, larger than many European countries, and hundreds of thousands of prisoners, most from the Soviet Union's west, passed through its doors. 22 The Republic also became one of the primary dumping grounds for various exiled groups. During World War II, close to 1 million people, including Germans, Chechens, and Crimean Tatars, were brutally uprooted from their homes elsewhere in the Soviet Union and deported to the Republic. 23 In important ways, the famine precipitated and enabled a far-reaching demographic transformation of Kazakhstan during the Soviet era. Plunged into the minority after the famine, Kazakhs would not constitute more than 50% of the population in their own republic again until after the Soviet Union's collapse. Collectivization fundamentally altered Kazakhs' relationship to the party state. Anurzy Yakajabeva recalled that on the eve of collectivization, the people of Urals just had a vague idea about Lenin and Stalin, only a few Kazakhs had heard these names. 24 But in the famine's aftermath, participation in the regime structured her everyday life. Having fled to China during the famine, her family returned to Kazakhstan, and her father Kajabay joined a collective farm. There he won awards from the regime for his work, and he became head of a sheep farm. Anurzia attended a Soviet Kazakh school, and she became an active participant in several communist youth organizations, including the Young Octobrists and the Young Pioneers. 25 Mukamet Shayakhmetov remembers that the Soviet regime had little impact on his family's nomadic way of life prior to 1929. But after suffering grievously during collectivization, Shayakhmetov abandoned nomadism, settled in a Russian village, and became a leader for the Young Pioneers. 26 In subsequent years, the regime's efforts to mobilize Kazakhs for World War II would play an important role in further consolidating Kazakhs' integration into Soviet institutions. 27 But by stripping Kazakhs of their livelihood and destabilizing existing social structures, collectivization dramatically increased their reliance on the party state. In the aftermath of the famine, nationality became the most important marker of Kazakh identity. 28 In his short story, An Ethnographic Tale, first published in 1956, the prominent Kazakh journalist and fiction writer Gabit Muzirapov relayed the adventures of a young activist who sought to understand why the people of Zanbursy Aul refused to join a collective farm. On traveling out to the Aul, he discovered that its residents were Tor, members of the Kazakh hereditary elite, and he contrasted the decay and stagnation that he found in this Aul, a living graveyard, with the collective farms he knew near his home. How many centuries, how many fruitless centuries had we lost, we, the Kazakh people, while these Tor ruled over us, the activist exclaimed. 29 Muzirapov's recounting of collectivization, which suggests that Soviet rule allowed Kazakhs to cast off the vestiges of the past and come together as a nationality, might be read as a depiction of his own life as a Kazakh under Soviet rule. Muse Arapov writes the story in the first person, and like the activist depicted in the story, he worked as lecturer at the Borovo Forestry School as collectivization began. Muse Arapov witnessed the horrors of the famine. He was one of the signatories to the Letter of Five, a June 1932 letter to Golashchikin from 5 members of the Kazakh intelligentsia that critiqued the party's approach to developing animal husbandry in the republic, but he later rose to great prominence as a Kazakh writer, becoming chairman of the Union of Kazakh Writers and secretary of the Union of Soviet Writers. 30 Muse Arapov's career embodies some of the paradoxes of Soviet rule in Kazakhstan. Even as the famine devastated Kazakh society, the regime created opportunities for other Kazakhs to pursue education and upward mobility. Muse Arapov's short story ends with the young activist's hurried departure from the moribund AUL, and it does not indicate whether the Kazakh people continued to relate to the forms of identity that Muse Arapov criticizes in his short story, such as kinship, Islam, or allegiances to a hereditary elite, in the post-famine era. But evidence indicates that the famine did not eradicate these existing linkages. Rather, it transformed them. Kinship allegiances changed as Kazakhs moved away from their families or extended families in the disaster's aftermath. Some half of all Kazakh households fled their district of residence during the famine, and many never returned home, and they lost the economic functions that they had performed previously when Kazakhs had been nomads. 31 But they continued to have an impact on Kazakh life. In 1950, an ethnographic expedition to the Kagan district in Alma-Ata province found that most collective farms in the region were composed of a single tribal subdivision. When they married, collective farm members practiced what the study's author termed collective farm exogamy. Adhering to a Kazakh tradition that prohibited marriage within a given tribal subdivision, Kazakhs took a spouse from another collective farm. 32 Likewise, Anurzi Yakajabeva remembers that in the years after the famine, a Tur who lived in the village became her spiritual advisor. Members of the village would get together to recite Islamic poetry, and the Quran remained her father's most treasured possession. 33. In Kazakhstan today, nomadism has not disappeared. Rather, it functions as a kind of usable past, an element that the Nazarbayev regime uses in the service of its nation-building project. To stress the deep and ancient roots of Kazakh culture, some Kazakhstani scholars claim that the origins of the Kazakh people can be traced to the Scythians, who became the steppe's first known nomadic empire in the first millennium BCE. 34 Various state-sponsored projects stress the innovative and sophisticated nature of the nomadic societies that ruled the steppe prior to the Russian conquest. In the late 1960s, Soviet archaeologists found the remains of a Scythian warrior in a burial mound in the Republic. In Kazakhstan today, this warrior, known as the Golden Man for his gold-plated dress, has become an important state symbol. A monument to the Golden Man can be found in the heart of Almaty and outside the Kazakh embassy in Washington, D.C. 35. What light might the Kazakh case shed on collectivization and famine elsewhere in the Soviet Union? In February 1932, Ayasup Abdrakhmanov, the chairman of Kyrgyzia's Council of People's Commissars, noted the encampments of Kazakh refugees that had sprung up on the outskirts of Kyrgyzia's capital, Frunze, in his diary. Detailing their utter destitution, he wrote, "Doesn't the fate of the Kazakhs show the future of the Kyrgyz? It seems so." 36 Abdrakhmanov's prediction never came to pass. Kyrgyzia did not endure widespread famine during collectivization. But his observation raises the question of why famine did not afflict the other pastoral nomadic peoples of the Soviet Union with nearly the same intensity as it did the Kazakhs. Though Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia shared common features, each had a large native pastoral nomadic population and a significant population of Russian and Ukrainian settlers. Famine in Kyrgyzia was far less severe. In Kyrgyzia, some 39,000 people are estimated to have perished due to famine. 37 The history of Moscow's efforts to collectivize mobile groups is still being written, but a general picture has begun to emerge. 38 Many mobile peoples were sedentarized and collectivized simultaneously, and collectivization marked a violent rupture from their previous way of life. Border making, an important adjunct to collectivization, was by its very nature particularly destructive to nomadic peoples. The policing of district, provincial, republican, and international borders cut pastoralists off from key resources, such as wild animals and pasture lands, and it rendered their previous way of life unsustainable. Despite a plan to collectivize the Soviet Union in stages, with the more advanced regions proceeding first, some nomadic districts were collectivized even more rapidly than settled areas. 39 Animal numbers declined across the Soviet Union due to collectivization, but pastoral regions sustained especially devastating herd losses. In Buryat, Mongolia, herd numbers declined by 62%. 40 In the Soviet satellite of Mongolia, close to a third of the livestock was lost. 41 In Kyrgyzia, 78% of the herd was destroyed. 42 As conditions worsened, pastoral nomads turned to a strategy, flight, on which they had long relied to seek relief from unfavorable political or environmental conditions, and flight in pastoral regions was particularly extensive. 43 Of these pastoral regions, however, only Kazakhstan saw severe famine. Why might this be so? Mongolia avoided an even greater catastrophe because Stalin, after having received reports on the devastation and uprisings that had engulfed the republic, ordered the Mongolian People's Party to retreat from collectivization in 1932, before it was complete. The Mongolian People's Party was forced to denounce its policies as a leftist deviation and commence a policy of socio-economic gradualism, which would become known as the New Turn. 44 Collectivization became voluntary, and many pastoralists continued a nomadic lifestyle. Ultimately, the process of collectivizing Mongolia would take decades. Only in 1959 was collectivization considered complete. 45 Inside the Soviet Union, however, the forced collectivization of pastoral regions continued. More detailed data, including a comparison of weather patterns in pastoral regions and a study of famine mortality in pastoral regions at the provincial and district levels, is necessary to conclusively answer the question of why Kazakhstan's death toll was so extreme. Nonetheless, it is possible to make a few hypotheses. The historian Nicolo Pianciola has highlighted differences in policy as a possible explanation. The communist parties of Turkmenistan and Kyrgyzia, the two other Central Asian republics with large pastoral nomadic populations, were under the auspices of the Central Asian Bureau, which steered much of the region under its purview toward cotton production. Kazakhstan, by contrast, was in a different economic zone. It was subject to different policies and developed as a net grain and meat producer to supply places like Moscow, Leningrad, and the cotton-growing regions of Central Asia. When the pressure for procurements increased, the republic, as a food-producing region, suffered disproportionately. 46 Other factors may also help explain the scale of the Kazakh famine, including Moscow's decision to send 200,000 special settlers to the republic and clear Kazakhs from their land to set up Karlag. This decision undoubtedly intensified the competition for food inside the republic. The Kazakh and Ukrainian famines were the two big collectivization famines of the Stalin era. In Ukraine, somewhere between 2.6 to 3.9 million people are believed to have died due to hunger and related diseases, while in Kazakhstan, available evidence indicates that 1.5 million people perished. The question of how these losses break down by ethnicity is more complex, but numerous studies have singled out the Kazakh famine for its particularly devastating effects. In 1998, a U.S. commission charged with investigating the Ukrainian famine concluded that the Kazakhs lost a greater percentage of their population due to famine than the Ukrainians. 47 In 2010, the Parliamentary Assembly of Europe passed a resolution commemorating the victims of the Soviet collectivization famines. With respect to the Kazakh famine, the resolution noted that the ration of the dead to the whole population is believed to be the highest among all peoples of the former Soviet Union. 48 It is difficult to compare the Kazakh and Ukrainian famines, as there is a clear information imbalance. The Ukrainian famine has been the subject of extensive scholarly investigation. Many of those who have researched the topic have examined it through a particular lens, seeking evidence to convict Russia of crimes against Ukrainians as an ethnic group. By contrast, the Kazakh famine has been the subject of far less study, and Kazakhstani authors have focused less on the question of ethnic targeting. Moreover, many of the Kazakh Presidential Archive's most important holdings on the Kazakh famine, such as Fond 719, have become available only in the last 15 years and hence were not available to the first wave of Kazakhstani scholars of the famine. With the Nazarbayev government's current turn away from the subject of the famine, these materials have remained underexplored. In Ukraine, in contrast to most of the former Soviet states, the former secret police archives are open, permitting a greater understanding of how repression was deployed during the famine. In Kazakhstan, the former secret police archives remain closed except to a handful of local scholars. Nonetheless, a few conclusions are possible. First, the case of the Kazakh famine shows that the regime's treatment of starving Ukrainians was not uniquely brutal, as many scholars of the Ukrainian famine claim. Many tactics held to be distinctive features of the regime's response to the Ukrainian famine, such as the closure of borders so that the starving could not flee, the expulsion of famine refugees from cities, and the blacklisting of famine-stricken districts, were also deployed against starving Kazakhs. 49 In Kazakhstan, Moscow also committed acts of extreme cruelty, such as the slaughter of thousands of starving Kazakhs along the Sino-Kazakh border and the expulsion of Kazakhs from their pasture lands at the height of the famine to construct Karlag, that had no clear parallel in Ukraine. Indeed, it might be argued that in many respects the Kazakh famine was more destructive than the Ukrainian famine, as the Kazakh famine brought about a cultural transformation, the loss of Kazakhs' nomadic way of life, which was even more far-reaching than that endured by the Ukrainians. Second, the case of the Kazakh famine reveals that several existing explanations of the Ukrainian famine no longer hold. Collectivization was not just an assault on the peasantry but an attack on alien social categories throughout the Soviet Union more broadly. The Kazakh crisis began prior to the Ukrainian crisis, and Moscow's deployment of several violent techniques in Kazakhstan, such as border closures, preceded their use in Ukraine. This finding challenges the contention that the regime's use of similar tactics against starving Ukrainians marked a new and distinctive phase in its treatment of national groups. 50 other brutal strategies deployed in Kazakhstan were explicitly modeled on those used against starving Ukrainians. On November 10, 1932, Kazakhstan's party committee authorized a wave of terror similar to a grain requisitions terror deployed against starving Ukrainians in Kuban just a few days earlier. As these examples make clear, Moscow did not think of these famines in isolation from one another. Rather, the regime's responses to these crises informed one another. Finally, the inclusion of the Kazakh case in the narrative of collectivization points to the need to rethink the relationship between state-sponsored violence against particular ethnic groups and assumptions and attitudes in the Soviet state. Ukrainians had a historically troubled relationship with the regime, while the Kazakhs did not. But on the level of policy, there is little to distinguish the regime's brutal response to the Ukrainian case from that of the Kazakh case. In Kazakhstan, like Ukraine, there were several crackdowns on native Tatars over the course of the famine, including the assault on members of Alish Orda. As in Ukraine, agricultural failures in Kazakhstan were explicitly linked to questions of national culture. As famine intensified, party members relied upon stereotypes about nomadic life, particularly the idea that nomads held an immense number of animals, to intensify their attacks on Kazakh nomadic life. In December 1932, in two separate decrees, the Politburo critiqued the policy of Ukrainianization, which had provided support for the promotion of Ukrainian Tatars and the Ukrainian language. Scholars have seen these rulings as exceptional, marking a decisive turning point in the evolution of Soviet nationality policy and a shift toward punishing Ukrainians as a national group. 51 But as the Kazakh case shows, the fate of native Tatars was marked by constant tension. Moscow sought to promote Kazakh and Ukrainian Tatars but also to control them. These Politburo decrees were part of this broader pattern. Should the Kazakh famine be termed a genocide? That depends on the definition of genocide used. The term genocide was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jewish lawyer, who explained his understanding of the term in his book, Axis Rule in Occupied Europe. 52 Lemkin's term then acquired another meaning when the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. In 1948, the Genocide Convention defines genocide as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. 53. Thus, for an action to fit the legal definition of genocide, it must have both the act itself, as well as the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group. Notably, the legal definition excludes political groups, limiting targets of genocide to national, ethnic, racial, or religious groups. During the negotiations for the convention, the Soviet Union, among other states, lobbied successfully to prevent the inclusion of political groups as targets of genocide. 54. The regime sought to carry out a sweeping transformation of Kazakh society, with little regard for the tremendous human suffering that this would provoke. But there is no evidence to indicate that these plans for violent modernization ever turned into a desire to eliminate Kazakhs as a group. Though Moscow instituted brutal crackdowns at the height of the famine, such as the expulsion of hungry refugees from cities and the blacklisting of villages, these tactics were directed at resolving issues the regime perceived as political problems, such as the spread of disease and disorder in cities and the lack of grain on state markets, rather than being an assault on Kazakhs as such. Thus, under the Genocide Convention definition, which is the legal definition of genocide, the Kazakh famine would probably not be considered a genocide, as available evidence does not indicate that the regime's intent was to destroy Kazakhs as an ethnic group. However, if we rely on Lemkin's original formulation of genocide, which included non-physical methods of destruction, such as political, social, cultural, and social destruction, then the Kazakh famine probably would be considered a genocide. Through collectivization, Moscow sought to destroy nomadic life, a key feature of Kazakh culture and identity. But a fixation with the question of genocide obscures the bigger picture. The Kazakh famine was a crime against humanity, one that resulted in the deaths of more than 1 million civilians and terrible anguish for those who survived. Though genocide has taken root as the ultimate crime of crimes in the popular imagination, that the Kazakh famine does not appear to fit the legal definition of genocide does not make this atrocity any less worthy of attention nor lessen the scale of Kazakh suffering. Rather, the fact that the Kazakh famine, though one of the most heinous crimes of the Stalinist regime, does not fit readily into the legal definition of genocide should challenge historians to rethink the ways that we categorize and study mass atrocities and their perpetration. In placing so much emphasis on those cases that fit a particular definition of genocide, we may conceal other cases of mass violence, such as the Kazakh famine, that also stemmed from a political process and that were no less destructive to human life. 181. In 2011, Anurzi Yakajabeva, a survivor of the Kazakh famine of 1930-33, remarked that some Kazakhs appeared to have turned away from the subject of the famine. She related an anecdote about a relative, Kamit, a Soviet Kazakh who was a Komsomol member and a student of a medical institute. Though Kamit's grandfather had perished in the famine, Kamit chastised his parents for speaking to him about the matter, asking, "Why do you keep harping on about that famine? Why didn't you eat at least some bread?" Critiquing Kamit's approach, Kajabeva exclaimed, "How elusive the memory is. Or have our descendants become Mankurts? 1. The legend of the Mankurt, or a people who had lost their memory, was popularized by the Kyrgyz writer Chingiz Aytmatov in his seminal work, Idolshevika de Litsia Den. 2. First published in 1980, Aytmatov's novel offered a subtle critique of the Soviet regime, and, over time, the word Mankurt became a derogatory term, used to refer to members of non-Russian nationalities who had lost their cultural and linguistic identity under Soviet dominance. 3. In Kazakhstan, the term Mankurt and several close synonyms, such as Shala Kazakh and Asfaltny Kazakh, gained resonance due to the dramatic transformations that Kazakhs endured during the Soviet era. By 1989, 62% of Kazakhs claimed fluency in Russian, while other Central Asian nationalities had far lower rates of Russian proficiency. For many Kazakhs, particularly those. Epilogue 182 Epilogue. In urban areas, had difficulty speaking Kazakh, a phenomenon due in part to unofficial practices that accorded the Russian language a privileged status. Transformed by the regime's policies of migration and deportation, which brought not only Russians but Ukrainians, Germans, Koreans, Poles, and other ethnic groups to the republic, Kazakhstan had one of the highest rates of inter-ethnic marriage of any republic in the Soviet Union by the late 1980s. 5. Though many arrivals left Kazakhstan after the Soviet collapse, others remained. Today, Kazakhstan is a multi-ethnic society, with a large Russian minority. 6. Kajabiva's question raises several broad issues. How have Kazakhs remembered the famine? Why, in stark contrast to Ukraine, where the Ukrainian famine has served as a crucial event in the creation of a national memory, is there relatively little public discussion of the famine in Kazakhstan today? This epilogue cannot provide definitive answers to these questions. The issue of how the Kazakh famine has been remembered in Kazakhstan deserves a full-fledged study in its own right, but it aims to be suggestive, pointing out areas for further research. 7. It shows that the question of the famine has become entangled with broader questions about how Kazakhs should remember the Soviet past, as well as Kazakhstan's present-day relationship with Russia. The Ukrainian famine has, in turn, come to serve as both model and anti-model for Kazakh activists seeking to remember their own famine. Recent efforts by the Nazarbayev regime to reopen discussion of the Kazakh famine have exposed tensions between the regime's simultaneous attempt to promote a multi-ethnic civic identity and appeal to an explicitly ethnic vision of Kazakh nationalism. 8. But crucial questions of individual agency and responsibility for the crisis have continued to receive relatively little attention. After an explosion of interest in the late 1980s and 1990s that focused heavily on vilifying Galashchikin as the main architect of the famine and lionizing Kazakh opposition to Soviet rule, public discussion of the famine in Kazakhstan slowed by the late 1990s. Calls by Kazakh activists for a public trial of the perpetrators of the famine disappeared from public life. 9. There were far fewer popular or scholarly studies of the famine produced. When I spoke to Kazakhstani doctoral students as I was conducting research in 2007, they told me that their supervisors had encouraged them to work on topics other than the famine. In what was perhaps the most visible symbol of a turn away from public discussion, a memorial to the victims of the Kazakh famine in Almaty, planned since 1990, remained unbuilt, marked only by a simple stone placard. When I visited the monument site in 2007, the path to the placard was choked with weeds, and empty beer bottles littered the pavement beside it. In 2012, public discourse on the famine resumed, albeit in a more limited fashion than before. President Nazarbayev authorized a major international conference, Famine in Kazakhstan, the Tragedy of the People and the Lessons of History, to commemorate the famine's 80th anniversary in May 2012, and the proceedings of this conference were widely discussed and broadcast on state media. 10. The conference was accompanied by the dedication of a famine memorial in Astana, which had become independent Kazakhstan's capital. The memorial was composed of a wall of grief overlaid with a latticework design, with a sculpture depicting starving Kazakhs in the foreground. Since 1997, Kazakhstan had observed May 31st as the Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Political Repression. But after 2012, this Day of Remembrance began to include explicit reference to the victims of the famine as well. In 2017, 25 years after the spot in Almaty was first marked by a placard, a memorial to the famine victims in Almaty was finally built. Made of bronze and granite, the sculpture portrayed a Kazakh woman carrying an emaciated child, with an empty kazan, or cooking vessel used in Kazakh cuisine, at her feet. But this renewed public discussion was different in tone from the first. In a speech at the dedication of the famine memorial in Astana, Nazarbayev not only refrained from calling the famine a genocide, a term that had once been a staple of his regime's discourse on the famine, but also said relatively little about the responsibility of the Soviet regime for this mass atrocity. Instead, Nazarbayev cautioned Kazakhs against the dangers of politicizing the disaster, a reference that evoked Ukrainian efforts to seek reparations for their famine from Russia. 11 Since this reopening of public discussion, scholarly investigations into the famine have resumed but are different in focus from the first wave of interest in the 1990s. Rather than producing new interpretations, scholars have focused on the important work of publishing document collections related to the famine, identifying the names of the dead, and locating the mass grave sites where many victims are buried. 12 What might explain this period of silence followed by a limited public discussion of the disaster? Identifying the reasons for these shifts will require further study, although it is possible to offer some hypotheses. Kazakhstan has a close relationship with Russia, and Nazarbayev may fear that a full discussion of the famine will incite diplomatic tensions or anger Kazakhstan's large Russian minority. Indeed, Nazarbayev's current approach to the Kazakh famine resembles the line that some scholars in Russia, with the backing of the Russian government, have taken. Pointing to the existence of famine in several areas of the Soviet Union, these scholars have dismissed Ukrainian claims of genocide, arguing that the Soviet collectivization famines were a common tragedy of the Soviet peoples, one that should unite rather than divide the peoples of Russia and Ukraine. But they have not said much about the culpability of the Soviet regime for these disasters. 13 In turn, it is no coincidence that an outsider, Tatyana Nevedovskaya, the daughter of Gavril Nevedovsky, a professor exiled to Kazakhstan during the famine, has become the most celebrated memoirist of the famine in Kazakhstan. Nevedovskaya's moving depictions of the hungry years of the famine and her efforts to help starving Kazakhs, which she recorded in her diary and wove into her poems, would seem to fit an official interpretation of the famine focused more on inter-ethnic cooperation and shared suffering than Kazakh victimhood and blame. 14 Public pressure appears to have played a role in Nazarbayev's decision to begin official commemoration of the disaster in 2012. In 2008, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly was held in Astana. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly adopted a resolution that paid tribute to the victims of the Ukrainian famine. The resolution recognized that the famine was brought about by the cruel, deliberate actions and policies of the totalitarian Stalinist regime, but, to the disappointment of some Ukrainians, it stopped short of calling it a genocide. 15 Some Kazakh commentators then questioned why the Nazarbayev regime appeared to support the Russian government's position on the Ukrainian famine during the Astana meeting. The Kazakhs, they argued, should support Ukrainian claims of genocide and put forward a request to the OSCE to recognize the Kazakh famine as a genocide too. 16 In 2010, the Parliamentary Assembly of Europe passed a resolution commemorating the victims of the Soviet collectivization famines. This resolution noted that the Kazakhs are believed to have the highest death ratio due to famine of any people in the Soviet Union, a statement that provided further impetus to Kazakhstani activists seeking to end the Nazarbayev regime's silence on the Kazakh famine. 17 A number of deputies to the Kazakh parliament then petitioned Kazakhstan's prime minister for greater official recognition of the Kazakh disaster, including the construction of a memorial complex to the victims. 18 These events contributed to the Nazarbayev regime's decision to begin commemorating the famine in 2012, but other factors may explain the relative lack of discussion in Kazakhstan more generally. The question of victimhood in famines is complicated, and a full excavation of the disaster would likely force Kazakhs to confront difficult parts of their own history, including the role that many Kazakhs themselves played in the making of the catastrophe. Another thorny question is who to blame. Some Kazakhstani authors have pointed squarely at Russia, using the example of the famine to proclaim the evils of Russian influence in Kazakh society. 19 But others have argued that Russia cannot be accused of creating the famine. As Aldan Smail, a deputy to Kazakhstan's parliament, argued, one should not ask for an apology because there is no one to ask for an apology from. This country no longer exists. 20 In this version of events, the Soviet Union, not Russia, should be held responsible for the disaster. For other Kazakhs, a reluctance to discuss the famine is also connected to the larger question of how to evaluate the Soviet past. As a Kazakh colleague explained the issue to me, many Kazakhs acknowledge that the Soviet experience led to enormous loss of life, yet they contend that Soviet modernization, including Kazakhs' transformation from a backward nomadic society into a modern settled one, had positive effects as well. 21 After independence, Kazakhstan's Shokan Ulikanov Institute of History and Ethnography, one of the country's leading academic institutions, produced a 5-volume study, The History of Kazakhstan from Ancient Times to the Present Day. 22 But in a sign of the difficulties that Kazakhs have encountered in crafting a usable narrative of the Soviet past, the volume that pertained to the Soviet period was issued only after multiple delays. Reflecting the lack of consensus on how to view the famine, there is no generally accepted name for the Kazakh famine in Kazakhstan, as there is for the Ukrainian famine in Ukraine. Instead, the Kazakh famine is known by a variety of different names, including Aktaban Shu Birindi, Yulia Sharshilik, Veliki Jud, Galosh Shakin's genocide, and Kazakhstan's Holodomor. Each of these names would seem to suggest a slightly different emphasis. The phrase Aktaban Shu Birindi, for instance, was first used to refer to the devastating Dzungar invasion of the Kazakh steppe in 1723, and the use of this phrase situates the Kazakh famine within a larger narrative of Kazakh history and suffering. The term Veliki Jud recalls Kazakhs' nomadic past, when massive herd die-offs, or ZHUTS, hit the steppe with some regularity, but it leaves open the question of human agency in the making of the famine. Finally, the term Kazakhstan's Holodomor hints at the ways that the memory of the Kazakh famine has developed in the shadow of the Ukrainian famine. There are also tensions within the Nazarbayev regime's current discourse on the famine. Official calls to avoid politicizing the disaster are frequently intertwined with subtle appeals to an aggrieved sense of ethnic Kazakh nationalism. At the May 31, 2017, dedication of the Almaty Famine Memorial, the mayor of Almaty, Baurierjan Baybek, noted, according to scholarly figures, the famine set the growth of the country's population 100 years back. He noted that the statue of a Kazakh woman carrying her emaciated child was appropriate, given that the mother is the source of everything pure, the foundation of the nation, the guarantee of the future. 23 For many Kazakhs, the issue of the famine is intertwined with the tendentious issue of the country's ethnic balance, an issue that Baybek's comment and arguably the statue's very design clearly evokes. Some Kazakhstani scholars claim that if the famine had not happened, the worldwide population of Kazakhs would be 25 million or more rather than the 18 million that it is now. 24 Since independence, the Nazarbayev government has attempted to boost the number of Kazakhs in Kazakhstan. Through promises of land and citizenship, it has wooed back almost 1 million Kazakhs from abroad. 25 Many of these returnees, who are known as Oralmundar, are descendants of Kazakhs who fled Kazakhstan during the famine's course. But reintegrating Oralmundar back into a country profoundly altered by the Soviet experience has proved difficult. Some do not speak Russian, now the predominant language in many Kazakh cities, while others learn to read and write in Kazakh using a modified Arabic script, rather than the Cyrillic script that was used for much of the Soviet period and remains in use today. 26 Some Kazakhstani Kazakhs approach Oral Mundar with suspicion, believing that Kazakhs who fled Kazakhstan during the famine abandoned Kazakhstan during a time of great need. 27 There is still much to be explored about how Kazakhs have remembered their famine, including the important question of how Kazakhs discussed and passed down memories of the disaster over the generations. Meanwhile, Kazakhs' own investigation into the famine, which simultaneously created a new Kazakh national identity even as it devastated Kazakh society and transformed Kazakh culture, remains an unfinished project. 189.